In position, Molotov in hand. Yeah, but 3 players alive for Panda, and they're still not into the circle. They just lost 2. Unicorns are love out of badge. Trying to make it happen. Talon Brand got out. The kills are going to be delivered.
Welcome everybody to the final day here at the PMPL EMEA Championship. It has been 4 long days, and this is the final day of that action to be seen through as we get to eventually crown who will be the winner here for the EMEA Championship. It's been a long road for some of these teams. It's been a difficult road for some of these teams, and we have been touching on all of this. And when I say we, it's the wonderful Froz. It is the amazing Copter. We have been here 3 days so far, on our final 4th day, enjoying all the madness, seeing all the action go down, watching 2 teams take a lot of chicken dinners from the other teams, and other teams maybe struggling more so than we ever expected them to do.
10 out of 18 games so far has been taken from Navi and Fate towards the top there. That is a lot. That is more than half of all the games that they've won. And I mean, it kind of tells the story how like uneven it is right now, but it's not over yet. It's still 1 more day here, and it's the most important day.
Yeah, I mean, Fate yesterday, they were just having a great performance yesterday overall, even though sometimes it didn't seem like it. We were talking a lot about the aggression and missing some of the kills, but still they made a huge amount of points yesterday, and Fate is definitely on the hunt. So I'm just hoping to see that they will find that last small bit of performance that they can actually try to hunt down Navi, and I guess that's going to be the storyline of today.
That's the thing, right? That is the storyline of today. Navi right now on top, looking like the kings of it all, but Fate, the amount of points they were able to grab yesterday on its own, they overtook the record of what Navi had in an individual day.
Yeah, Navi had 93 points day 2, right? That's what we saw. That was the old record. Yesterday, Navi had 93 points again. So twice in a row now, or 2 days in a row that they have had 93 points. But Fate had 104 points yesterday, with 3 wins, of course, which is super important.
Yeah, that is definitely a great amount of points. 104, just like Frost said. And even though the Navi gameplay, we spoke about it earlier, that there might have been some dips and, you know, sometimes, of course, great victories as well. But getting that same amount of points, that is definitely the key. And if I'm completely honest, when I was looking at the scoreboards after yesterday and was checking the amount of points that Fate made, at one point it didn't seem like it that they will be getting that many points because the kill amounts weren't, it didn't look that much. But now, 104 points, they got 45 placement points from the chicken dinners alone. Then they made 44 kills, and then, of course, 15 placement points on top of that from the matches where they didn't get the chicken dinner. So basically, they got the placement points from 4 chicken dinners if you take those 3 matches, which they didn't win.
Now, ultimately, right, we're talking about the champions potentially being Navi or Fate, but there's a slight chance if 12-18 had one of the most insane days we could see in the PUBG Mobile esports world, but it would take a hell of a lot for them to do it, and also Fate and Navi not to have great games. But what are some of the other teams you're looking at in order to jump up, right? Because it's not just about the guys at the very top. Yes, you want that trophy, you want to be first place, but there's a lot of money on the line here for these guys.
Yeah, and if you look down towards the middle section of the leaderboard, there's a lot of teams that are pretty close to each other. Some of those teams would be GUNZ, Konina Power, Futbolist, Conqueror, for example. And all of those teams have been performing pretty decently. They have been pretty consistent, but they just haven't had those really high tops. And that's not putting them up towards the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, Konina Power, actually, they made 3 placements yesterday. So with the performance which they had yesterday, they gained 3 places on the scoreboard, and also Futbolist made 4 places on the scoreboard. So they were definitely rising towards the upper, well, not the upper half, they're already there, but, you know, the top of the leaderboard. Of course, we have these top 3 teams. So we have Fate, Navi, and 12-18 who are controlling currently the top 3. But then we have a small gap of 35 points. But then we have a next pack from 4th place all the way till the 8th place. These guys are inside of 23 points. So that's a very close situation. And maybe 12-18, let's see how they will be performing. They lost 1 position, dropping from the 2nd to the 3rd place. So maybe some of these teams who had a huge performance yesterday, if they will continue with the same performance and 12-18 is not finding the means to kind of like reach towards the top, there could be somebody reaching for the 3rd place as well.
Now I'm going to take the stage for a little bit here, guys, because I do want to say one thing. I've been looking back and I've been doing my analysis, been looking back at some of these VODs and watching what's going on. I can see the comments in a lot of this stuff, and we've got a team down the bottom from the African region in Slime. I had the pleasure of covering the PMCO for the African region, the first one they were able to get. And there's a lot of comments like, oh, why is this team here? Like, oh, this team's so bad and all this kind of stuff. What people don't realize is it takes a lot for a team even to be able to get here. And what a lot of the other regions have is a PMCO going into a PMPL, and then they work their way up. For Slime, they've had a PMCO that goes straight in here to the EMEA Championship. And for them, right, it's a big step up, but this is all about learning. This is all about doing the best you can and trying to make it forward. So people can leave these comments behind because you yourselves probably wouldn't be able to do it. And if you could, then you should be entering the PMCOs around the world where possible to see if you can put your skills to the test here. Because we know in some of these lobbies, right, you just get teams that they can't find their form, they can't find their footing with it all, but there is still always a chance. And it's all about making the most of every opportunity you get in official games like this, because these guys are all here for a reason and they've earned their spot. They deserve to be able to fight it out.
Totally agree. And I mean, once again, we just got to remind ourselves as well that they come from a region where they only have one spot. So there's a lot of pressure on them. They're the only team coming in from the African region, while all the other regions, they have a few teams. So even if one of those teams do bad, it doesn't matter because they're covered by all the other teams from that region. Now you have Slime here by themselves. They have to have so much pressure on their shoulders. I think they do a phenomenal job so far. Of course, they are towards the bottom, but that is sometimes the story. Someone's got to be down there.
Yep.
This time it's them, but it's not over yet. They could still overtake a team like Unique towards the bottom there.
Yeah, Unique's been on some massive struggles as well. Let's take a look at our overall rankings, though, and see where we're at after the first 3 days we've had here. This is what we're starting with. This is what we're looking at. Yes, the top 8 is very important of what we want to see go down. You guys touched on some of the numbers we've seen out here, but GUNZ, a team, again, that you were mentioning quite heavily for us. They've had some success. They've jumped up another placement here, but it still hasn't been to the level we maybe expected them coming into this.
Definitely not. I expected them to do better than this, even though they're top 4, which is very good. Don't get me wrong. But I thought they were going to be contesting towards the top there already from the beginning of the tournament. Now they are up there. They can still do better. They can still catch up. There's still time. There's still 6 games to play today. So it's not over yet. But one thing you got to look at as well is that on this list right now, you have Futbolist, you have World of Wonders that haven't won a game yet. Not a single game, and they're still up here. That shows the consistency from those teams. And once they get that chicken dinner, that's going to repel them up there because they're going to get so many placement points from it.
And also the GUNZ, well, they gained 1 position yesterday. So yes, they are currently in the 4th place. But we mentioned the Konina Power and Futbolist. And all these 3 teams, GUNZ, Konina, and Futbolist, they made 39, 38, and 59, 58, and 57 points yesterday. So they actually had a very similar performance yesterday, and all of these guys were gaining a little bit position there. So the performance yesterday was very similar, and all these teams are included on the same pack, well, like fighting from the 4th place, maybe challenging the 3rd place as well. So this can be very important for the day for them. So if any one of these teams is going to be struggling, somebody's going to be snatching that 4th place at least.
And I also want to touch on Conqueror EU, the ex-Godsent team that's now become Conqueror. These are some guys that normally they look to start off really fast. They're a super aggressive team. They like to fight and they like to get stuck in. They had one of these starts where it wasn't bad. Then we saw them all the way up at 4th place at one point, but then it's been a lot of up and down, and they just can't find the consistency they need right now to be able to compete at the highest points of it all, right? Yes, okay, they've had a chicken dinner, but like they've had moments where we just question what even are they doing. I come back to these moments like when they're just being pushed on and they're not even able to fight. They're almost too grouped up. They don't seem to be like as ready as what I would have expected them to be when I saw them back in the PMPL for the Western Europe area.
And it comes down to sometimes you don't get not afraid is not the right word, but you get a little bit of scared, and you're scared that you'll lose a player, and then you go super passive because of that. And that's what you kind of see from a team like Conqueror, I feel like. They try to not get that kind of feeling, and because of that, they try to group together to make sure that they can cover each other a lot more rather than spread out, taking a little bit of a risk, but also getting a lot of control instead. But we saw them, for example, on Sanhok yesterday when they were controlling the bridge there, for example, how they were actually spreading out a little bit, taking that control, and what happened? We saw them getting, I think it was a 3rd place or something with 11 kills, and that's what we want to see, because we know that they have the potential to be up there, to do that kind of stuff.
Now let's take a look at the next 8 teams we have on here. We already touched on Slime Fork AT and the position they're in right now, but I'd say quite a surprise to all of us here was Unique being right down the bottom right, Copter, because we were talking about the CIS region, the dominance they have here, but they have had these moments where we just say, wait a second, where's the old Unique?
Yeah, I mean, Unique hasn't really been showing up on the leaderboard, to be honest. I mean, yesterday only 24 points for them. They got 13 kills, so that's a very small amount when you compare to a lot of the other teams. And in the past, when we go and talk about the regions, we spoke about of course the African regions. But imagine that the CIS region, they have been there battling together with the Na'Vi and all the heavy hitters from that region, and now they're just definitely separating from that pack of the other teams from the region. Also, NASR and Rüya, these are definitely teams that I want to talk about because these teams, they made 18 and only 17 points yesterday. So, of course, we have been having a lot of high hopes for these players, especially for example, NASR. They were getting some good results on the second day, but yesterday was just horrible for these, and these teams, they lost a lot of placements. I mean, NASR went down 5 places, and Rüya went down 3 places as well. So definitely, I mean, they can't be happy with that.
Well, those are our movers and shakers when it comes to the overall rankings, but I also want to take a deeper look into Fate Esports. We've got the team stats for these guys here, right? We look at day 1 to day 2 versus day 3 in here, and what we saw in those 6 matches coming out of yesterday was absolutely insane. You mentioned it already, Froz, not just 3 chicken dinners. We questioned some of the times the fact that they weren't able to get as many kills as, say, Na'Vi, but at the moment, they don't need to because even in the games they're not winning, they're still doing well enough in, right? And that's where they've seen this huge point game they had with 103 coming out yesterday.
104, but yeah, if you look at it, you can see how much higher all those statistics show you on the right side, which is previous 6 games from yesterday there. Everything is just better and better, even the heals, of course, but that just means that they're getting those revives back up. They're getting everybody back up after a fight. They're just getting knocked and not getting firsted and making sure that they can keep on pushing with 4 people up for the next fight.
Yeah, definitely the performance from Fate was excellent yesterday, but still I have to mention it. I mean, Na'Vi was still making 93 points as well, so there was only a difference of 11 points. So whatever they did yesterday, they gotta keep going for it. And also Na'Vi needs to be struggling a little bit if they want to be catching them down. So even they had that great performance, as it is for now, if Na'Vi is gonna keep the same pace, it's not gonna be enough. So we just have to see how the games are gonna be going.
And this is the thing, right? When we're talking about Na'Vi, we're gonna look at the team stats for them as well, because that's one thing to touch on. You mentioned it, the amount of points that Na'Vi consistently been able to get, even in games, right, where they know they don't have a chance of winning. What they snuck away, was it a second place twice they snuck away with, or second and third place, something like that? We saw off the back of it, and we're like, wait a second, Na'Vi. At one point, you just had a solo player, and the other one, you were healing off in the blue on Sanhok, and you still made sure that you would be able to catch up with the Fate players. And this is what Fate needs to try and do something about. They either need to be able to eliminate Na'Vi, or they need to be able to get a win where Na'Vi goes down very early on if they want to have any chance of taking this championship.
Yeah, we saw them on the last Sanhok game yesterday, where Tixu was, I think it was Tixu that was healing out in the blue, got himself that second place, and then on the last game on Erangel, that ended by Everest, we saw how Tixu was, again, snaking by himself, just south of Everest, and getting that 4th place. But look at all the statistics here from Na'Vi. This is the kings of consistency. Look at it. It just looks so good all around.
Yeah, I mean, the whole performance, how they're able to maximize the points in all the games, even they don't have the best possible gameplay, the plays, for example, on the game, or they are losing some members, they're still always able to get those points in, and that's one of the signs of a great team.
And we talk about like key players and so on.
Yes.
And on Na'Vi, we cannot overlook Tixi. First day, he was the MVP, highest kills. Second day, second on kills. Yesterday, second on kills. That is how consistent that guy is on getting those frags, getting those points for the team. But also, of course, you have Miku yesterday as well that ended up on the 4th place on the overall kill leaderboard.
And that's it, right? The firepower on this team, the amount of damage this team can put out. And we got to mention this. Old boy, he's not played the last 2 days, right? This is their previous MVP. This is the superstar of this team. And they're not even needing him to have this success here. That just shows the actual strength of this team as a whole, right? It's not just based on one player. The team synergy is key.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, of course, Tixi has been doing great work, but of course, like Frost mentioned, Miku, that clutch, 1 versus 2 clutch, which actually got the chicken dinner for them, that was an amazing performance from that guy. And the pressure, of course, must be huge. Even they are one of the favorites, but still, like, getting there, replacing, coming to play on the place of Old Boy, and then getting that kind of a clutch on the end. So that's a very great, and of course, that's going to boost the morality on the team as well. Like, all the individuals, they can perform, and they can do all these tricks. So it doesn't matter, like, if they are, let's say, 2 players down, they have, like, I spoke about the maximizing the points. All the players are able to maximize the points.
Definitely so. Let's take a look at a comparison between Fate and Na'Vi, though, right, and delve deeper into what they're actually showing us here, because look what I find very interesting when it comes to this, right? More headshots, less damage, less healing, less assist, right? But the thing I'm looking at here is the knockouts that come out. There's a bit more confirming going on for Fate, right? But what that says to me about Na'Vi is they're doing the right thing in terms of they are willing to take the fights. They're willing to push teams away. Even if they can't confirm the kills, they're getting involved, right? They're taking that extra bit of space.
Well, sometimes also you getting that knock will open up some space for you to actually start rotating. And that's the kind of stuff that we see from Na'Vi a lot of times in the start of the game, for example. We see them out in the blue fighting a team a lot of times on Erangel, for example. They're going to have RICO on the northwestern side. And if the circle is not by them, they're going to be pretty slow on the rotations. Both of the teams, RICO is going to be in front of Na'Vi, and Navi's going to get a knock or two there, and they're not going to try to get the flushes or the first because they know this is the time for us to actually move ahead of them, get into the circle, and then we can take care of them afterwards.
I think in general this just shows the how much more aggression Na'Vi is doing, and just like Frost said, they are making room for the playing. That's definitely the key here, because we have seen, we spoke about Conqueror, for example, and maybe it's a little bit out of this picture, but still, I mean, they have been missing the playing area, and that's what you don't get when you don't do the damage.
Very true, right? We've been touching on it, the fact that some teams were playing a little bit too central to how it all gets panned out here. Now, guys, we know the fight between Fate and Na'Vi, right? This is the one that we're keeping a keen eye on. But do we believe 12-18 can be challenged in their third spot? Is there a team you're looking at and thinking, okay, you might be able to leapfrog them? Because one thing 12-18 has done, they've been like the silent creeper, not getting so many chicken dinners, sure, but they've just been there. They've been getting in, like, I hardly remember games where I see 12-18 be one of the first teams eliminated. It's just not in my mind at all.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely not. They're really good on the rotations. They are really good to get into the late game. I mean, if they have any aces in their sleeves, now is the time to take them out from there and actually utilize them, because they're going to need that. We see them consistently getting those really high placement points, but they're not getting too many kills. They play a little bit more of a passive game style, but that is also how they play it. I feel like they should be continuing like that, but just with a slight more aggression.
Yeah, they're not that far away from Fate. I mean, it's only 22 points between them, so it could be one good game for the 12-18. They can get their results from there and kind of like catch up the gap. Of course, it's all about what Na'Vi and Fate are going to be doing still in the end, but I think that 12-18 definitely can challenge the second place, and then it comes all the way down how the Fate and Na'Vi are kind of like handling today. There could be a lot of things going on. So we spoke about the strategies that there could be Na'Vi like doing some things for the Fate, for example, if they want to make sure that they are not going to be getting the points they need. And of course, 12-18 can be benefiting from them, well, that strategy. So I think there's definitely room for the second place. Challenging the first place, I mean, Na'Vi, the gap is pretty high, to be honest. So, but we have seen miracles to happen on the matches sometimes. So it's PUBG. I mean, anything can basically happen. So it's still theoretically possible at least. But of course, in practice, it's going to be very hard.
Well, you know, guys, I believe in miracles when it comes to all of this, but I also believe in looking at some more team stats when it comes to 12-18, because we are talking about them. So let's bring these numbers up. And what I find interesting here, this is day 1 and 2 versus day 3 again, right? But look at the average on points.
Yeah.
Consistency. It is really there across everything for these guys. But what it also shows me, right? Less kills, obviously, when it comes to this last 6 matches in comparison to the 12. But it also shows that they mixed things up a bit. To get the extra points in there, it's not just focusing on the kills. They've got a good balance in here. They can go for the placement points as well. They can play out these longer games.
Basically, they have the potential. And if we would like take a look at the Americas region, how that ended, 10.67 points, that would put them on a second place.
Ooh.
So that is how good they actually are. Even though they're a little bit behind both Na'Vi and Fate right now, they would have ended on a second place over there. So that shows you how strong this region is, how top heavy it is right now.
Well, it's easier to be stronger than NA, right?
Oh, yeah.
Should be.
Should be. It is.
It is. We know damn well the EMEA region's a lot better than that. And that's one thing, right, when it comes to this is I cannot wait until we do get the International World Competition once again. That's what I'm looking forward to, because I want to see those Na'Vi boys go through. You mentioned, right, Kitsune. He just decides, he's like, you know what? I'm going to come back. This is much better for me here.
Why did you think they have that tournament before this one? That was the pre-show to this tournament.
Ah, there we go. It all makes sense now, right? It was the warm-up, you know, just get like, okay, we'll have to watch these like lesser skill teams come through. And now we come to the EMEA and we get to see everything come on through. Now we've got some more team stats to throw our way as well. We're going to look at Konina Power this time around, because they were a team that at times we've praised quite heavily, but they also found themselves falling short many times. But yesterday turned out to be a pretty good day for them overall, and they're still in this with a fighting chance.
Yesterday was their best day so far with 58 points. The previous day they had 51 and 39, so it's still not bad, but it's just not enough. It's very consistent, it's really good, but we expect a little bit more from a team like Konina Power that has been showing up so many times, time after time on an international stage. But as a lot of people feel like they have dropped off a little bit lately, and it's time for them to pick it back up.
Yeah, they were doing a whole lot more aggression yesterday. They got more kills, so that's definitely one of the keys how they got more points as well. But I mean, they were definitely playing more aggressively yesterday, and it seemed to suit them. And I think that they did very good job on choosing the fights. Actually, they just when they did the crashes, they went to the bridges, they hold some teams down. I think they chose the targets wisely, and the aggression which they did. It was targeted to the right direction, so they didn't do any stupid crazy stuff, but still like a decent amount of damage.
And when it comes to Konina, right, one thing that I did notice is that they often find themselves in it's an up and down moment. Na'Vi spoke about themselves being we either win really big or like we go down, yeah, and we start to struggle out a little bit more and we go out in like 15th place, for example. That's what Tixi was saying out in the interview. But for Konina, they have these games where they go in for a fight and they lose a couple of players very early on. They try to disengage, but then they leave themselves limping. For me, I want to see them at times decide if they want to go for that fight and full commit or just disengage completely earlier on, because you can't be wounded if you want to grab these last amount of points you need.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw, of course, Faction from Konina Power actually getting himself a 3rd place on the overall on the kill leaderboard. So they have the potential to frag out as well. They have it, and we know that they have it, but they got to show us a little bit more.
And when it comes to Erangel, guys, right, we got to look at the map performance in this, because it's the most played map we have throughout the EMEA Championship. And obviously, who is going to be at the top other than Na'Vi? We've seen a lot of success from Na'Vi when it comes to the Erangel, but it doesn't mean that it's just that's all the focus has to be for these guys, right? Erangel is, to me, the map that everyone should know inside and out. You should have all your protocols. You should know exactly what you'll be doing. You should feel the most comfortable when it comes to this map, right? Because it is the tried and tested one. The fact you have to play it so many times, this cannot be a weak map for anyone.
No, this is the map that we're playing so much that you need to be super confident on this one. And that's what's going to put you towards the top there. And we see, of course, Na'Vi dominating this one. And then you have Konina Power actually just close by there. But it's just not enough from the other maps from Konina Power when it comes to it.
Yeah, it seems that the Erangel is the strongest map for Konina Power based on the stats. But if they can keep the same performance, I mean, they, like I said, they are not that far away. They're only a couple points behind the GUNZ, for example. And then they would be also reaching 12-18 after that one. So I think Konina Power, if they will just keep it up, not going to lose any players at the start of the match or, let's say, on a couple of the first phases of the match. And they can have, because what I haven't seen from Konina Power is that they kind of like when they have been losing players, if they have like, let's say, 2 players alive, they are not so aggressive anymore at that point. So when they have 4 members alive, then they can do a lot of damage. So I think the key for the Konina Power is to keep as many team members alive as possible, because I think they're suffering from it more.
And let's have a look at Miramar as well and keep things moving forward on this, because we do want to get to the games as soon as possible as we look through all of the stats and performances we're seeing come out there. And this time around, right, it's 12-18 that, at least in terms of damage, are up there rocking it, and only just when it comes to the kills. This seems to be their go-to place for getting as many points as possible.
This is the only team, 12-18 is the only team that has 2 wins on Miramar so far. All the other teams only have 1. We only played it 4 times so far, but we're gonna have 2 more of it coming in today. So this is a time for 12-18 to shine. If they can keep on pulling up that performance today, that's gonna be huge for them.
Could be a big difference maker for them.
Yeah, I'm just expecting to see those beautiful rotations from 12-80, which we saw yesterday on the Miramar. And I wouldn't mind to have some kind of pan fight on the end.
A pan fight again. We did see some pans flying last round. We didn't expect that as well. You know, I said this in the green room, and we'll disengage from what we were talking about there a little bit and discuss this. I would love, right, because the pan is a difficult one to try and hit on there. Let's just throw pan 1-hit kill. You get hit in the head with a pan, you're probably going to get knocked out. At least knocked, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, that would be fair. That would be fair. It's already that hard to hit with it, so.
Would you survive if someone hit you in the head with a pan? You know, you're probably going to get knocked down at least.
Well, probably I would be a little bit stunned at least, and maybe I would be crawling a little bit at least for 5 minutes or something. But the beauty of the pan is the fact that when you throw it, because you have the similar kind of trajectory as with the nade, you can actually, by the way, hit the enemies with the pan like, you know, on top of the hill. So that's why they used it yesterday, because you can basically hit the guys who are not visible.
It's certainly something I love to see. It's a hell of a lot of fun with that as well. Now, in terms of we're looking at getting ready to also say who's going to be the MVP of the entire tournament, right? Right now, it's looking like Tixi is large and in charge for it, but it might be able to be stolen away from him, right? Because there's a player from Fate, Leif, I believe, who's hot on his heels.
Yeah, Leif has been really decent lately, and I mean, the past 2 days he's been on the top leaderboard. Yesterday he topped it with 19 kills, so it shows that his performance has been enormous for the team itself, but it's also, again, a team effort to get him into those positions, to be able to frag out and be able to put out those kind of damage. And here, as you can see, averaging 3.17 kills so far.
Yeah, the performance of late has been definitely key yesterday for Fate. Of course, Ragnarok showing there on the stats as well, which is very important for Fate, that they're not only relying on one single player getting those huge stats. So Ragnarok also doing a great performance, but maybe we saw a great performances, for example, on the first day from Ragnarok. I think that maybe he was a little bit invisible yesterday, so I think that somebody else needs to step up a little bit more from Fate as well than late just only. But yeah, that's good. Of course, we can see TXC and Meiku here, which we spoke already earlier, and they're definitely earning their place on this sheet.
Well, it's time for us to start to fly on forward. It's time for us to getting match 1 of today. And that is what we're excited to see. Are we going to get any hot drops? Are we going to see any shenanigans take place? Well, the guys to guide you through all of that as we start off the day is going to be none other than Kyleris and Span Cargo for our first match. Guys, I am happy to be here and see this go down. It's going to be a wild and crazy day for sure. Which way do you think this is going to go, though, James? Do you think this is going to be a Na'Vi all the way, or is Fate going to be able to sneak it from under him?
Well, after those last 3 games at the very end, I don't think you can really doubt what Fate is putting on the table right now, but I do think maybe Na'Vi's going to eke this one out, considering how consistent, how strong they have been throughout these days. How about yourself, Span?
I would like to say Fate. They do have a lot of work ahead of them if they're going to catch up to Na'Vi at this point, though, but I'm going to go on ahead and choose Fate.
All right. Well, getting into things, of course, our first Erangel of the day. Considering the last 2 Erangels we saw yesterday, Span, it was actually way more early aggression than I was expecting, or even Max was expecting, I should say. And of course, you know, those playing paths were difficult for a lot of these teams, so maybe they're looking for a bit of an easier playing path this time around.
Could be the playing path, could be now that we're getting towards that later last few games, you know, people are starting to take it seriously. They realize, hey, we need to go ahead, catch up, maybe get some more kills potentially as well. So, I mean, they already said it. Are we going to start seeing some shenanigans going into these last 6 games? I mean, it definitely is possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will still stick true with the fact that I like the World of Wonder strategy. Even when the playing path is hard, still find yourself some vehicles and still go to your normal place, your normal location. You know the rotations from there. It's all down to the wire here, considering you've only got 6 games left to try and claw back some position against some of these Titans at the very top of the mountain. And when you're looking at Na'Vi and Fate, they might be too out of reach for some of these teams at the moment. Maybe 12-18 can put something up, Span, but even that, even though they've been consistent, that's a feat in itself.
Yeah, I mean, we were actually just talking about that as well. They're consistent. They got, what, 10.67 average points every single game, something like that. And, I mean, if they go on ahead and continue to do that, maybe just, I don't even know, a little bit more points out of them, maybe they'll be able to catch up as well. So there are a few teams up there in those top spots that I feel like they have it in them, right? We know they can do it. It's just, are they going to be able to apply it?
Let's get into it. First game of the day here as we head to Erangel, and not the most amazing of playing paths for these teams. However, they will be able to eventually, as I say, rotate to the positions that they want to. With Destiny now already dropping, they may be looking for vehicles to eventually head on north up towards their usual drop spot, or really change things up. But for the most part, everybody should be feeling relatively comfortable here. Na'Vi is going military base. Ooh.
Interesting. That's exactly where Fate is. That's where they usually go. So it looks like Na'Vi, maybe they're starting something off immediately. Game 1. These are the people that are right underneath them. So if they can continue to contest them here and take them out early, that could be huge for them. So will Fate go ahead and take this fight as well, is what I'm currently wondering.
They've looking at their position, look at that cargo. Fate dropped a bit more north. They're scared of who is on top of them. They don't exactly know right then and there who it was. So, but someone dropping towards your location, it has to be targeted. They've moved away from that. That's already spicy to start things on the last day.
I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here. So it does look like Fate isn't even going to risk it. They're pulling off of their usual military base loot. That means they're going to really struggle when it comes to looting. Maybe they'll be able to grab vehicles, but it's not what they're used to. That could go on ahead and hurt them immediately. And if Na'Vi, I mean, obviously they were ready for a hot drop. They're ready for the fighting. If they were able to see where they went, maybe they'll also just loot up, be survivable, you know, have all the necessary guns, have the armor, anything that they possibly need. And I wonder if they're going to chase.
Yeah, that's a big question. If I'm Fate right now, I feel like you loot as fast as possible and get over that bridge and run away. I really don't think you want this fight right now, because here's the thing, for Na'Vi, technically speaking, there is not as much to lose, I feel like, in these situations as Fate, because Fate is the one that is trying to catch up, right? If Na'Vi does this or tries to do this every game to Fate, the law of averages is going to say, okay, well, eventually Navi's going to win the fights, or even if it's just collateral damage on both sides to the point where only one Fate member is remaining, you've crippled them for the entire game. So, yeah, Fate has got to watch their back.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they just have to hold, you know, they have the points as of right now. They just got to hold them. So, yeah, I do think, especially starting off game one immediately, they definitely did their VOD review, definitely know exactly where Fate go. And they're definitely, that's their goal. So it does look like those shenanigans are true. Usually they're true on the last day, especially the last few games. And I mean, just Fate pulling off of that, I mean, that's big for them immediately, but we just saw them running along the beaches. They don't even have a vehicle, no loot just yet so far. That's definitely going to hurt them, and I think Navi's already moving as well.
Yep, gotta do something, gotta be moving. It's very unlikely, or relatively unlikely, the circle would go down to melee unless we have a pretty hard shift for that first one, and even then, you know, who knows. But Slime, meanwhile, has actually moved up on towards shooting range. They've, of course, been one of the nomadic teams in terms of, like, looking for a place to call home throughout some of this tournament so far. But beyond that, more normal drop spots. I think 12-18's got to be laughing with what they've got here with their big Gatka split, considering the circle.
They are definitely happy in this situation. They're going to be able to loot up for a little bit longer. And then hopefully they are able to go on ahead and choose whatever compounds they want to hold quite shortly, because it is becoming that time where maybe some of these teams are going to start making that rotation. We know that everybody definitely fills up into those middle spaces, so they got to be ready for that. And well, it does look like Navi's hunting. Fate actually just hiding at a little bit of a rock there for right now.
Either that, or they were expecting Fate, the team that they would anticipate that drop north of them, to try and hold the West Bridge or something like that. But it seems like SUDOR's in a pretty decent position to try and hold that position at the moment. Navi's going to, as you say, go kind of wide around on towards the East Bridge. And, I mean, even that's kind of fraught with danger a little bit, right? Because we have Conqueror over there. We have Konina Power over there that eventually may take some pot shots of them as they may come along. But looks like they were hunting. Look at their movement. They've just turned straight around.
They definitely are.
Wow.
I feel like they really, really are. They're just, see, they even turned right back around, growing back towards the base. They're definitely sweeping that edge, trying to find Fate. Fate actually went on ahead and split. So I'm curious to see if that member that split away is going to be able to catch up at this point. We'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, it looks like, we already pointed out who is inside of shooting range, and it looks like they have company. Destiny now driving their vehicles on in. It looks like they... did they want to hold this or take this fight? No, they definitely took this fight on purpose.
Yeah, and I mean, they knew that they were coming along there prior because of the cars that were kind of rolling alongside them up towards the north. So putting the pressure on already. Neymar a little bit weakened, but look at the split from Destiny to try and control big angles here against Slime.
They already got a knock on one. There is another one. You can see him there proning out right beside that fence there. It doesn't seem like they found him just yet. They're currently sweeping out shooting range, and it is big enough. At this point, do you go on ahead and commit to just staying there, laying down? Or I don't know if he has the opportunity or the chance to really just start running away, but where are their teammates at this point? It looks like they're actually really far away, far up to the northern side. So it looks like Amir, he's currently alone to try and figure this out against Destiny.
Yeah, bit brutal. Not going to be able to do that, I don't think, right now. Destiny, I think they're done with their fun. Going to be leaving out and probably looking for maybe a rotation via Cube down towards through the ruins later on down this pass. Meanwhile, Navi went back to melee to loot. Oh! All right.
You saw him. Oh, well, there we go. Another point. That means Slime is just down to 2 people left, and Destiny has 2 kills for themselves so far. And you pointed this out, but you haven't seen it yet. SUDOR, they are purposely holding this western bridge. They're just chilling out here, just waiting inside these glass buildings, and we already know who's across that bridge. We know that Fate's over there, Navi's over there, and this is the Prio bridge, basically. This one's going to send it straight towards the center. The other one is also inside, but SUDOR grabbing this. I mean, they know that teams are down there. This could be a great situation for them.
Yeah, I guess if they're reading things off of their previous just kind of VOD review, they believe that at least Fate is there, but they don't necessarily know, unless they were very keen, that another team is there because they saw the drop. But they won't know that it was Na'Vi that is down there. So that could kind of have some comeuppance down the line. 12-18 gets themselves a little pick. Futbolist looking to push on potentially for a reinforce, or no, just going to be backing off from that. I mean, the knock and the kill has already been done. May as well find yourself another spot.
Yeah, at that point, there's definitely no saving for that one teammate. And it looks like they were already prioritizing just making moves, so they're just going to leave off of that situation, hopefully just reset as 3 people up. Hopefully that means that they'll get in front of 12-18, grab something better. We'll have to wait and see on that one. I mean, that is a nice pickup from 12-18, but uh-oh, it looks like Destiny continuing their fighting. They ended up running into another team. RICO Infinity team right there. It looks like one of them going to go on ahead and be taken down immediately, but they're taking that fight. NASR stopping up above the hill.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate that they ran into each other exactly the same time in this location. Of course, RICO Infinity were coming down from that Zaki area with those compounds, and Prestige going to be lit up here. Mihi just going to be repositioning himself now, looking to reinforce up the hill a bit, I think, but Mazzaro is trying to kind of come back for one of his teammates there. It's a little bit difficult. RICO Infinity has actually done a pretty decent job here, despite probably wanting to eventually bail now.
Yeah, looks like NASR is just leaving that situation. Is he the last one alive now? I'm not quite sure, but Destiny. Yeah, he is. It's just NASR left. He's just trying to leave that situation now. Maybe he'll be able to get away. I don't know if Destiny's going to chase that. Probably just prioing getting into this next zone because it just popped, and we can see that it's still mostly around the mainland, but that military island is still inside of it. That means Fate and Na'Vi, they can stay on military island for a little bit longer. They could.
We're seeing Zessi as well as the boys from World of Wonders trying to find themselves a move in towards the circle now. Unique will be in their way, potentially, if they hold out against the blue. And, I mean, already these little firefights have gone down between the two. They know where both of them reside, where both of them are. So it looks like World of Wonders might look for a little bit more of a wider strategy coming into this.
Them taking a lot of blue damage. I mean, they do have a nice rotation just straight into that zone, so they're going to be fine. Meanwhile, these other teams, it looks like they're finding themselves good situations. This is actually SUDOR. They left the bridge. So it looks like they didn't get the kills that they wanted immediately. They just decided to pull away, get a little bit more involved somewhere else. It does look like they left safe a little bit closer to the bridge, maybe just to be watching, but otherwise they've set themselves up for a little bit further inside the zone.
Tixie is driving around really close to Fate at the moment on the west side of Military Island, and I'm a little bit scared about the fight potentially going down because Navi's super split from one another at the moment. I think they're all reinforcing. I think Tixie made the call that maybe somebody is over there and they might be reinforcing. But anyway, that's not what we're looking at currently. 12-18, still in this kind of stalemate here with GUNZ. Will there be any pop-offs? These hills can kind of accommodate quite a few teams, to be honest. So
yeah. At least 2 exactly where these 2 teams are, so they should be fine as of right now. I mean, they'll probably be taking some shots at each other back and forth, but otherwise a fight doesn't have to break out unless one of these teams decides to be aggressive. And I mean, maybe they want to be. Maybe they want to try and grab these points at this point. I mean, we already know. We talked about GUNZ. I mean, they're kind of up there at this point, but they really got to start pulling out all the points that they can get. And actually, same with 12-18 as well. Both these teams in the 3rd and 4th place positions.
Fate's spot is so weird, and Navi is now just congregating around it. Here we are. Okay, so Fate has been chilling out on this side of Military Island for a long time, and Navi now knows where they are. So they are on, again, as you said, they are a homing missile. They are looking for this fight, but Fate is just not giving them it. Is he beeping?
They're just leaving. They're going back and forth. No, they weren't. He was listening to music. That was music going on. He's just chilling out. You know, he's not a care in the world. We can see that they haven't gotten any of the members just yet. Defeat zeros on both these teams. Fate is really just driving away, and Navi is chasing them. They're right behind them. That's going to happen sooner or later. Maybe if they keep driving, they might run into another team as well. So that might become a 3-team fight. We'll just have to wait and see. But oh my goodness. It really is just the hunted being hunted right now.
Have you ever seen as adamant a hunt as this?
No.
This is ridiculous, but I love it. I love every second of it.
I mean, Navi, they're not giving up. Usually the hunts I have seen, they like try for a little bit up, but at this point they would have just given up and be like, you know what, whatever, let's just go into that zone. See, look at them. They ended up chasing them all the way across the other side of military now. Oh, wait, maybe are they pulling off now? Oh, they have the zone.
But yeah, well, after the shift, it's a perfect time for Na'Vi to just kind of move on up on that west bridge, especially, as you said, since SUDOR kind of abandoned that location. For Fate now, what do? Do you go wide on the east bridge, or do you face the potential wrath of Na'Vi chilling in, well, gas station, I suppose, which is in the circle? Even the compound, the long compound next to the bridge is in the circle as well. Oof.
I wouldn't want to do either, honestly, but maybe I would just attempt the long drive around, so taking that eastern bridge. I feel like that one would be more worth it for them, not giving those points to Na'Vi whatsoever if they're going to hope to try and catch up. So I hope that that's what they're going to go on ahead and do, but Na'Vi, I mean, they're very happy with this and where their positioning was, I feel like. Yeah, it's actually hilarious because no bullets are shot, but there's so much going on in that in those few minutes between these two teams. I absolutely adore that. But anyway, Navi's moving on up. NASR here is picking themselves one of the shacks in the middle of these fields. Technically speaking, because these fields encompass so much of this area, they're not bad little spots, even though you kind of all clumped up together, bunched up together. That's not ideal. That's grenade fodder, right? But they sometimes become the winning position just haphazardly. I mean, they're okay. So now that field is more in that center spot. We can see NASR. They're taking that bull. They're taking that little shack there that's breakable. These are good locations. There's a tiny bit of a ridge there. Nobody else can really fill in around them. I mean, it's just being able to provide themselves a little bit of a good situation here. Unfortunately, though, they didn't spot out that compound right to their south side is free. It looks like Futbolist might be getting there first. So NASR has to continue to be careful. The only thing that can really shoot from them right there is up on top of Pachuki Hill. So they have to worry about guns shooting down on them.
Yep, good little farm compound, as I say, for Futbolist. Very nice. And next Rüya going to be spraying down against some of the teams that have tried to go in wide. It was actually World of Wonders that tried to go in wide after that potential conflict with Unique. Scared them a little bit from going in direct. I can understand it completely. And where they're coming in from, kind of that Gatka towards that area, there's a few kind of hills that you can posture up on along that side. So not too bad.
Taking a look at this, so many teams are now filling in this northeastern side. I feel like nobody really committing to those fields just yet, so that could go on ahead and really help out those teams that have found themselves spots down there. I mean, it's just because there's really more places to be able to play up on this northern side. So, I mean, well, it just depends on where the next zone is going to go on ahead and shift to. As of right now, though, it doesn't seem like everybody has found their home just yet. I still do see a lot of people driving around, but a lot of teams in Pachinki as well. It looks like Panda, they're so far playing on that western side of Pachinki. Very soon we're going to see that shift. And it does look like Fate. They're just outside that zone there on that eastern side. So the bridge did work for them, but it looks like Conqueror has now spotted them out. So not a flawless rotation.
No, not too much. And also kind of bombing down the hill from the compound that they're currently in here in towards those fields. Like, where do you go as Fate at this point? You've got SUDOR to yourself. You've got Conqueror, who are trying to also make their rotate now up towards the north. RICO Infinity is gone down thanks to SUDOR as they moved over to the east side from their bridge position, and Na'Vi is now back in the circle again. So Fate gonna have to heal on up and plan their next move.
Yeah, looks like Na'Vi, they found themselves that hill all the way down on that southern side. Meanwhile, everybody trying to get on this northeastern side, it's going to be really difficult for them because it's so out in the open, just huge fields. They really are just going to have to fight their way on in right now. It looks like SUDOR is in front of them, and while they're taking those shots, everybody else is currently trying to fight for a way on in. So 12-18, they've been up on top of this hill for a while now, and looks like Panda, they're on West Pachinki, are now trying to take it from them.
Big fight from the north. Boogie comes in as well, looking to get a bit more scouting information, seeing exactly where everybody is. Julika is also going to be joining this fight. Look at Lin just looking for every single target he can, snaking around, trying to find it. Do actually eventually finish. TT Sucks there, but now we see GK first, throwing the nade on towards Marmalade. Will it connect? Ooh, just in front of the tree. Especially against Julika there as well. Actually, Marmalade did go down from all of that. We keep switching between nade locations, and Marmalade is down. So Panda, fierce little aggression coming out from them for this hill.
They want it bad. I mean, whoever wins this, they're going to have a really good spot up there. They're going to have one of the entries, and we can see that the Panda, it looks like 3 of them are still alive. 12-18 slowly being taken down. And Fate, they just decided to try and drive straight into zone. There's only 2 of them left, it looks like. Asui and Lath, not even together, I don't think. Oh, no, they are, but they're just committing full out to proning out on a bunch of these hay bales. This is not what they wanted to have happen here. Navi, I believe, is still okay. So it looks like Slime will be taken out. Meanwhile, there's still a bunch of fights around them popping off as everybody's trying to get inside the zone that's much too small for all these teams.
Full field ending now here, Span. A scary prospect for a lot of these teams to go into. And that's, I mean, as you see, with Fate trying this, they know that, I mean, let's imagine all of that first few minutes of this game does not happen. Fate casually rotates in via the West Bridge, maybe runs into SUDOR, maybe gets in a fight, but they would have been so much better off. Na'Vi, having done what they did before, really hurt Fate's overall progression in this game. Yeah, they've got that center spot, as you say, but if you can do something with it, great. Tixie goes down, though. Nice shots coming in here from Konina Power.
I thought he was holding a nade, so I was getting really scared, but it looks like it's okay. So they're going to be fine taking those hills. The rest of them are actually further down to the southern side on top of the hill, so they should be able to help out with some cover fire. And it looks like Panda wasn't quite happy with the situation that they had up on top of the hill, so they just decided to drive, and now Fate is right beside them. This is the worst thing that could have happened to them. Lath going down, as Sawi is now the last one alive.
Well, the Wonders is also shooting them as well. Oh, nade coming in. Will it be able to connect? They're all gone. There was a lot of shots hitting them in that position, and it was not enough for Panda. Panda had nowhere to really run in that situation.
Wow, taken out on that shack there. It looks like it's how he's going to want to take it for himself, but oh my goodness, taking so much damage from World of Wonder. Oh, he's not going to make it. He gets taken down. Fate Esports, they're out in the 13th.
Pretty brutal. That is not the start that they need today. And other teams here are looking to move up these placements. Destiny right now trying to batter down the hatches when it comes to next Rüya, as they know that they're going to be making the move soon and they might be crashing on towards them. They're going to maybe try and throw some preemptive nades. That might have been a smoke going out there to get things started. Conqueror is eliminated. They go out. It was a hard rotation for them to make on that east side of the circle into the fields.
Yeah, this hard shift is definitely not helping anybody out here. So many fields are now in play. Only Na'Vi has a little bit of a piece up on top of the hill, so I'm sure they're going to be pushed soon here. But everybody that had already found themselves a spot inside the fields are now taking a fight. So it looks like Destiny might just be trying to leave off of this. Rüya tossing in a ton of utility. It looks like Mazzaro, he's leaving now, but this field is already taken a lot. I don't even know what else there's able to play out here other than what's already taken.
Yep. Hopefully some of these teams have their cars still, because that's what's going to be your cover during all of this. World of Wonders is out, despite putting on big punishment from that northwest side. But now Na'Vi finds themselves Futbolist. The nades rain down. Will Ram be able to do too much? He actually moved ahead of where those nades were going to go off. Na'Vi might be able to get up. Another member, Tixie, has been knocked. That's multiple knocks for Tixie. Oh, that nade coming in from Leveson picks up. Big knocks there. Oh.
Wow. I mean, I said that there's probably going to be fighting for this hill. This is the only hill that's not inside the zone. Whoever wins this, they're probably going to be able to just look inside that field up on their northern side and get a bunch of knocks, potentially kills as well. It looks like Na'Vi, though, they're the ones that's holding it. But, oh my goodness, they don't even want to take the fight. They're just grabbing their vehicle and leaving at this point. I don't even know if they're going. There is a shack that's still open. It does look like that's what they're driving towards. Yep, that is exactly what they want. But so many more teams are around this area. And I do think the Futbolist should be able to have an angle on this as well. We'll see just how well that spot on the southern side will do for them, but there's so many teams up on this northern side, everybody just trying to get those fields like we already mentioned, and it looks like as of right now, another team not doing so well, 12-18 are going to be taken down. It's just there's not enough space with how this terrain currently is. All the dips are already being used.
Incredibly surprised that that little hut for Na'Vi was not taken before. I'm surprised like SUDOR hadn't kind of been a bit more aggressive in. Maybe they didn't have vehicles to be able to crash into it straight away, though, as we still see these fights going down in the middle. Konina Power being picked up actually by Na'Vi from across the way here, whilst the Konina Power is kind of stuck between Unique, GUNZ. SUDOR is now taking damage on that eastern side as well. Oh, this is just an absolute bloodbath.
Wow, and the zone shifting once again. Everybody is really going to be having to push up on this northern side. Navi being able to find that shack again. They had a 2-2 split there. 2 of them were up on the hill, and the other 2 were at that shack. So I wonder if they were just keeping an eye on it the entire time, and that's how they knew it was still free. But yeah, they were able to grab that, and it looks like it worked out huge for them. They're still inside of this next zone. They're the only ones that really have that hard cover. Uh-oh.
Do you want more teams involved? Because it looks like Futbolist might be moving in from the south as well if they're not careful. Because right now, there's not much other directions that they can go to eventually get to this circle here. NASR, likewise, in the distance, lurking. And they are just crawling through these fields at the moment, trying to find themselves a spot eventually. But I think so many of these teams are distracted by one another. So NASR might have a little bit of an easier time down the line.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be pushing up from behind. So if they're going to be able to pinch this, Unique might have a harsh situation coming through here. But it looks like Unique, they're just driving straight on in. They want to take this fight aggressively. What else can they do? And there we go. Getting a knock on wood by instantly the trade coming through. Oh.
I love it. I love it. Brilliant stuff here. Unique just being able to barrel down on this position and run him over. Analysis actually just goes down. That is unfortunate for him after all that was said and done. SUDOR now falls over on that eastern side. Navi still alive. They need to perish in this circle for all of these teams to try and do the catch-up, or Fate especially. But now, Unique is almost done after that huge crash in. This is such a bizarre game.
It really is. It looks like Unique just has only one person left. You can see him hiding by that car, but wait, was he found out? No, it's not found out just yet. NASR, though, they're all 4 still up. They're the ones that are pushing in late, so they might be able to just clean everything up on this northern side. But Navi, they have that hard cover. They're just able to wait while all this fighting above them is happening. Konina Power also going to be spotted out. So it looks like we're just down to 5 teams left. And as of right now, Navi, like I said, they have the hard cover. Everybody on the northern side, still 3 teams alive. They're going to continue those fighting. But Futbolists are now getting involved as well.
If NASR can get up the man, then they are going to be 4 strong and in a brilliant spot here. And we will see if they can contest where Futbolist currently resides. The circle actually is going to go their way, though. This is going to help them considerably. Team Unique has gone down. GUNZ, huge kudos to them for being able to survive that crash situation and people firing on their position as well. Very impressive stuff in these final moments.
Meanwhile, it does look like NASR don't have as good of a spot. 2 of them currently knocked, only 2 more alive. And it does, in fact, look like Navi, they're just chilling out in their shack as of right now. They know that their fight doesn't have to happen just yet, but in this next zone, it definitely is going to have to. Futbolists, they're going to be pushing towards them, and their shack is no longer inside of this next zone. So it does look like now is where it's going to start being difficult for them. They have to deal with the team behind them and these 2 teams in front of them that are closer inside the zone. They're going to have to deal with them as well. Oh, but GUNZ, it looks like this field fighting so far is quite interesting as each trades keep coming through.
Definitely so. I'm going to be crawling through now on Navi, but this, as always, does have its inherent risks involved in it. Kitsune is chilling still next to Futbolist here, and eventually they're going to have to just wind their way forwards. A lot of snake now. Kitsune goes down. I think NASR was able to take him out there.
Wow. Oh, and now at this point, it's just shooting through that grass, trying to spot each other out, and it looks like Navi out. Okay, so they're not going to be grabbing those top 3 positions, but they're still able to grab a 4th place in this one.
Very, very good for them. All they need is a handful of points each game, and they are going to be quids in. But 11 points coming in from this game is big. But now, who can make up the room here as GUNZ are under assault once again? NASR putting in work. They did a great job over on that western side, laying in wait, biding their time, and now is their time to strike. As Futbolists coming across these fields, I don't know how much they can get done here against a NASR that has, well, still 3 strong. Effectively at this point.
Yeah, all 3 of them up. Just 1 more left for GUNZ, and then 2 left up for Futbolist at this point. Take a look at their kills as well. NASR with 10, Futbolist with 5, GUNZ with 7. I mean, it really is a who's going to spot who first. The thing is even if the solo for GUNZ gets a knock and a 1, like he could be traded out, and he's just a solo now. So he's probably just going to hope to wait that Futbolist and NASR are going to start this off.
Yep. Gotta.
Ooh.
Maybe wait, as you say, a good nade coming on in. It's going to be slightly peaceful for the moment as NASR We'll just wait for the other teams to move in, slowly encroach on their territory. The thing is about NASR Split is that because they had one person so far forwards, that's a little bit of an anchor now into this circle, despite a hard shift away from them. So Futbolist, once they see a move, going to have to jump on the opportunity, I feel.
And luckily for them, it does look like they have some cover there with those hay bales. It's really only the last member of GUNZ that doesn't have anything. He's also outside of that zone, but he might be taking this slow. Futbolist at this point, they're all defensive mode at this point. And again, another nade taking Batika down to half HP again. They're also close, but they're just not quite catching there.
It's something I always talk about, which is you got to be careful with how you use your smokes. Because again, you're just painting a target on yourself instantly with it. I mean, yes, of course, the hard cover is there and they probably expect you to be there in that moment anyway. But, you know, the smoke just double confirms it. Unless you're making a rotational transition, what did they do with this smoke right now? They haven't moved.
I would be throwing it further in so that I'd be covering their line of sight so I can get closer inside zone. Yeah, that's what I would be using them for. But, oh my goodness, it looks like Batika, with all those nades coming towards him, he is able to catch out one of them. Down he goes. There is a Molotov trying to catch him out too.
Brilliant molly.
Looking really good for NASR.
Just such great patient play at the moment, not taking too much risk. Aside from maybe that smoke that I didn't really like. But apart from that, gets on up. And honestly, I'm looking for GUNZ now as well. They know that they are in the driver's seat here. Don't want to get too overconfident. Finds him. Perfect stuff. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, well, he just spotting that. I was going to say he has a great angle on them. He's looking down, but they know it's only one left. He gets one, though.
Wait.
Will he get another? Wait a second.
Oh. That got a bit too close for comfort, I think, Span.
Yes.
Driving around with the boogie, yeah, maybe you like run him over in that moment or whatever, but a knock coming in straight away. But NASR, great stuff by them. A very well-deserved victory. I really liked their control over the west side. And again, they're patient and biding their time play. I think that really paid dividends here.
We can see that they did do quite a lot of damage as well. 2,013 kills. We already knew that they had quite a lot, but I really like how they're aggressive at first when they needed to, because there's so much fighting up on that northern side. But then at the very end, when they couldn't quite see each other, they knew when to stay calm. They knew when to take it a little bit slower, to spot everybody out slowly. They played that as well as possible. I feel like the only thing that could have put a wrench in their plans is if before they spotted out that last member of GUNZ, is if he had gotten a knock onto one, because we said how close it was. Just imagine if that solo just got involved as well.
Yeah. One extra knock all of a sudden really puts a damper on your plans, I think, in that situation. But good for NASR. Of course, they need to move on up. They've been a bit of a kind of a back and forth team when it comes to the overall standings. They really need to have that big resurgence here in these next couple of days. This is a perfect way to start it, of course. And we still have to think, Span, does this Fate Na'Vi hunt continue? Because that was a treat to start the game off.
I feel like it is. I don't know. The first one, it wasn't bad for Na'Vi, you know? Like, they tried hunting for them. It didn't work out, but they still got 4th place, you know? So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it continues, because it didn't hurt them whatsoever, but it did hurt Fate. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did do that.
Yeah, I mean, the point gap is so big to anybody else other than Fate that it just works here, given the situation. But we're going to go to a short break. When we're back, we'll go to the analysis desk to talk about all the craziness that went down in this game. Talk to me about this hunt, boys. We'll see you soon.
Well, game one certainly did deliver, and it delivered in a big way. It came in with the hot drops, but certainly something hotter than that is the amazing phones that we have on offer here from Xiaomi. We are blessed for them to be sponsoring the EMEA, and you guys can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. Get your hands on those before we get our hands on those at the end of the day, and they'll be gone. You won't be able to get it. Froz is having one. I'm having one. Copter, we're going to find you another one somewhere.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Go for it.
Hopefully.
Take it.
Yes, one for me.
Took one.
Oh, so
That's a replica that I put over there.
the real stealing has been in there. the little ninja over here has done it. Let's take a look at the match rankings after match one of today. And we see NASR, bit of a quieter day in day 3. Day 2 was amazing for them. Now they've stepped it up with a big win, 28 points coming in there. Very, very pleasantly surprised by what they're able to offer again, because I was worried that like one day of goodness was just going to be undone by everything else.
Yeah, we saw them day 1 and day 3 having really rough ones, but day 2 was a really good one where they ended on 80 points now, getting themselves 28 to start off here with. That is really good, and they have everything to play for. It doesn't matter if they might not be able to conquer the #1 spot. There's still a lot of positions to take over on the leaderboard, and that's going to be potential money for them.
Yeah, that's more points which they made yesterday in the whole day, so that's a lot of points for them.
Day one as
and
well.
that's going to help the catching up the better half of the scoreboard. I mean, they were dropping there on the lower half, so now they have teams like Conqueror and World of Wonders on the side, so this could be like a new beginning for them to be trying to reach out for the better prize money.
And Na'Vi, obviously, not only the #1 team, but they're right up there with 11 points. We'll touch on them in a little bit later. Destiny, though, did a bit of interesting fight there, right? They went hunting for Slime 4KT. They obviously want to try and exploit maybe one of the weaker teams in the lobby in some way.
Every team that is on the bottom half of the leaderboard have everything to play for and nothing to lose right now. So it doesn't matter which team it is. If you see any team, you feel like you can take them out, you should go for it. You shouldn't hesitate a single second about that.
Yeah, you find the other team, let's say, in a weaker position, maybe not going to be spotting you, you will find them from the distance. You just build the whole figure around them, and that's what they did, and they got the points home.
A great example would be Konina Power on Na'Vi, for example. They're not afraid of Na'Vi. They don't care. All they see is that's 4 potential points right there.
Yep.
And I want to get them. We need those points right now. And we got to go for this because we have the upper hand. We can do something about it. They took out 2 of the Na'Vi players. And straight away, what did we see? Na'Vi just backed away from it.
Yeah, Na'Vi are always happy to disengage and try and play it out for the long game for sure. But I want to look at the next page of results and see what points some of the other teams are able to grab. 12-18, still grabbing 4. They're not going to shy away from that considering they are in 3rd place here. Panda, a couple on the board as well. Not the end of the world. RICO only ending up with 1 off the back of it. But a key one is in there. Fate, 0.
Well,
hello.
I would say both Fate and 12-18 actually being here on the bottom 8. You want to see both of those teams being on the not just on the top 8, but on the top 3 at least. Those are the 2 teams that are currently chasing Na'Vi towards the top there. And they need every single point possible from every single game here if they're going to be able to match Na'Vi.
Yeah, not a great start for these teams. I mean, 12-18 and Fate, they need the points, and of course getting these few points away. But this is where we see the Na'Vi always like doing the tricks. Like even though they lost those 2 players for the Konina Power, they were still maximizing the points, just like the well, they have been doing the days before as well.
They have been doing that before as well. Okay, now let's get to the fun part. Let's ignore what we've seen on the match rankings. Let's start to discuss how important this Na'Vi going up against Fate was. They did something I absolutely love. And what was that? Hot dropping and then a hunting. Na'Vi said, okay, we'll go find you, Fate. We'll go hunting, and we will not give you any room to move. And what happened? Fate ran away like scared little chickens. Now, I'm going to start by saying this. If you are a top team, if you are a competitive team, you don't back away from a fight like that. You have to go for it. Because once you show you're scared, mentally, you're defeated.
All right, so if we look at it from Fate's perspective, there's 2 things here. First of all, you're getting hot dropped. That means that this is your position. You know this place better than anyone else. You should be taking this fight against this team because this is the team that is standing between you and the 1st place. If you can take out them early on, you're not only securing yourself 4 points, but you're also securing that they are not getting any points in this game. So they should have taken a fight, but at the same time, it is super easy to just run away. You're like, well, we got to play it safe. We got to get our points. We don't want to engage this.
And that's where the Na'Vi actually took the hints away. I mean, they were just completely following them. I mean, they know that they're going to run away, so they just didn't care. They just wanted to go for it, and they run away again. I mean, Na'Vi just utilized the whole situation, and here we can actually see it on the map what actually happened.
Yeah, and as you can see, Na'Vi was basically dropping on top of Fate, and Fate was just running around. They were just trying to get loot, whatever they could, try to get into a better position. But what we saw was that Na'Vi kept on chasing them down. They were even trying to surround them on the northwest side of Miller Island there with a 2-2 split, 2 on each side of Fate, and they were not taking the shots. This is an important one. They were not trying to take any shots. They didn't want to give away their positions until they could securely take at least one knock on Fate, because they knew the element of surprise is so important in this case.
Well, I looked at it as like sheep herding, you know? You're the dog, you're chasing them around. Fate were just being pushed into the area they didn't want to go into. They had to go take the eastern bridge in the end, right, work their way up. That was where the cluster of most teams were. And okay, Fate should be able to fight out in some of those situations. But by that point, like I mentioned, the mental fatigue was really there because you just spent your whole time running away.
One big thing is also that right now, Na'Vi has free real estate in Fate's heads. Right now, they're just sitting there. Fate doesn't know if Na'Vi is going to be hot dropping them in the next game or not. Na'Vi might as well not do it, just to play around with them, because then they don't know what's going to happen on the third map, what's going to happen on the fourth map. We could see that Na'Vi potentially drop on 12-18, for example, on this one, to play around a little bit in their head as well. And that's what you want to do. You want to be unpredictable. You don't want the enemies to know what you're going to be doing.
Exactly. And I mean, even if Na'Vi is not going to hot drop, let's say, well, Fate, like you mentioned, on the next game, I mean, they will be anyways like scared what's going to happen. They have been changing the strategies. They don't know what to expect, not just on the landing, but on the late game as well. I mean, they're probably going to be like looking over their shoulders all the time. Like, are they going to be waiting on that road? Are they going to be waiting on that hill? You know, they have clearly made the mark. I mean, Na'Vi, that they're going to be doing something strategical changes here, and that's going to be on their heads, on the head of the Fate players for the whole remaining of the day. And what actually happened when the sheep herding, just like James said, I mean, just gotta love that. We don't have the pandas and the bears anymore. We just have sheeps and dogs, and Na'Vi is gonna be the top dog of the lobby. But I mean, what happened there was that Konina Power was actually at the same time also holding the eastern side bridge for a long time, and it was very close when Na'Vi finally decided that they will leave from the whole situation. They went on the northern side of the west side bridge, and Fate was actually heading towards Konina Power on the east side bridge. But just before they get there, Konina rotated away. So I think Fate was a little bit lucky with the situation as well, because it could have ended up a whole lot worse than what they got away from that game.
Sometimes timing can certainly be on your side. Now let's take a look at some of the top players throughout this match as well. And interestingly enough, right, obviously we expect the NASR players to be up there, but obviously the black and yellow still gets in there somehow, right?
Yeah.
Na'Vi still managed to get a player in, despite being stuck with 2 players in a shack for so long. Again, it just comes to the strength of these individual players. But Batika in here, looking very good. 7 kills in a game like that. A big game that NASR needed, and that means that their chances are still alive, at least, to jump up and grab some more of that prize money.
100%. There's so much for them to grab right now, and them having this good of a start on the day, that's going to be amazing for them in terms of their mindset and how they're going to come into the next game here. But what we saw from NASR, actually, how they played out the late game, for example, in the field there, how they were actually trying to focus on, all right, let's stay together but spread out, make sure that, okay, if someone stands up, we don't want to get naded here and have 2 guys getting naded.
Yes.
So you got to make sure that you're not sticking together, but close enough that if someone shoots at you, you can retaliate straight away. Someone else can shoot back and take that guy out.
Yeah, I think NASR, yesterday, of course, they had those issues, but I mean, I always compare NASR on my head to GUNZ. Of course, they were on the end game as well. But I mean, these guys definitely now, if they get the ball rolling, they can easily be trying to reach all the top 5, I would say. I mean, that is definitely possible for them. And of course, definitely a great start. And getting these damages done, getting the kills, and having some shining players on the roster, that's going to help a lot. Because now the other players who are not currently on the top player, they're going to be watching out. If these guys can do it as well, they will get the mental boost.
And also, of course, Lutz being up there with Futbolist taking that 2nd place in this game. I mean, they did a good job. They got themselves that 2nd place. They got 5 kills. That is some important points for them. Being in the middle pack right now, they are chasing. They want to be towards the top there.
They certainly do want to be at the top there. Now, one thing we should also talk about for players that may want to get to the top is the PMCO. That is your way to go further here in the PUBG Mobile esports world. The PUBG Mobile Club Open showcases the best PUBG Mobile players and squads among the 23 regions across the world. PMCO is regarded as the gateway in becoming a professional PUBG Mobile competitive gamer. You guys can sign up together with your team and compete against others in your region, and you might eventually be here within our reach of us talking about you, seeing your games go down, and probably criticizing some of your players quite fairly.
Yeah, we do that a lot.
We're like, nope, this is not good. Oh, this is bad. Fate, for example, we don't want to see him run away again. Question is, boys, do we think that Fate may do some of this run away again? Do you think this might be coming into play?
If you're Fate now, there's two things you can do. Either you're dropping back at your normal drop spot, and you're going to be afraid, because you might be hunted again by Na'Vi.
True.
Or you drop on their spot, because you think that they're going to drop on you. So that means that their spot won't be open.
Yes.
So it's a reverse psychology, right? But at the same time, if they're not going for you and they drop on the normal spot, then you're hot dropping them, and it's time to.
Like, yeah, my mind is blown. Like, there was a lot to kind of put in here, right? And like, I think you mentioned it earlier, Frost. Like, if they decide Na'Vi not to drop now on them, then everything's guessing game mode. But I'd almost like to see Na'Vi hot drop them again, so they just fake get into this false sense of, okay, they're always going to do it, and then all of a sudden Na'Vi don't do it then. I'd like to see it one more time come into play. What do you think, Copter?
I don't think that Fate is gonna do any changes, because we haven't seen them being so much aggressive on the pass either, and I think they want to keep the same gameplay. Maybe if Na'Vi is gonna be hot dropping them again, maybe they have like been a little bit more prepared for it. They might do something else, but I don't think that they will go for a different landing place than they usually do. Of course, it's all about the plane as well.
Yep.
We'll see where it's gonna be heading on the next game, but I don't think that they're gonna do anything that different, because they are still the team that needs to be getting the points in, and if they will do some big changes because of the fact that Na'Vi once hot dropped them, I think they have already lost it mentally.
True, we have been touching on it over and over again. Really quick, I want to take a look at the overall rankings before we go into the match 2 of the day, just to see where we're at, right? We'll just look at this first page overall, but it's 263 points now for Na'Vi. They've extended that lead above Fate, who still sit there, had a 0-point game, 2-14 for them. This actually does give a team like 12-18, if they can just have a game and Fate still struggle, right? They have this battle with Na'Vi. That's where 12-18 can sit there and try and grab that second place. And we could be looking at top 2 for the CIS region. That would be insane.
We could also see 12-18 dropping on Fate, to be honest, because right now they're so far, they're 20 points ahead of GUNZ, right? So they have a little bit of a cushion there, so they can actually utilize that, but trying to drop on Fate and trying to destroy their game while gaining in some points at the same time. And if they can do that, I mean, that's the first step towards the top.
Boy, oh boy, and NASR found themselves now in 7th place as well. They were just on the outside in 9th place, but a nice jump up from after that win.
Yeah, there was the group which was actually holding the last places on the top 8, and NASR was the first team away from them. They had a 17-point gap before that match to the next team, so they kind of like closed that map, and they already passed the World of Wonders and the what do we have here? Conqueror.
Yes, yeah, Conqueror.
So they kind of like drop the World of Wonders on the lower half, and they kind of like catch up with the next pack.
Well, let's see what happens after the next game. Guys, thank you as always for your thoughts. It's been a fun and exciting start here, but we've got to keep it moving. There's 6 games in this day, and game number 2 is coming your way. Once again, you're going to have the voices of Kyleris and Span Cargo to bring you all the action. And Span, are you down to see some more of this hot drop in action?
You know, yes, it's always quite exciting to me to watch all that hot dropping happen. It's just a question of who's going to continue to do it. I feel like Na'Vi at this point, I mean, they have nothing to lose, right? They can go on ahead and continue to try and chase Fate, but they technically don't have to. Another thing to keep in mind is like 12-18, they're also really close to Fate as well. I'm kind of curious to see if the same person is going to be hot dropping, or if maybe we're going to see something a little bit different. Maybe another team is going to attempt to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my eyes are kind of fixated on Los Leones and the idea of somebody heading over there, maybe to disrupt Fate, or if Fate just doesn't go there at all, and then Los Leones is all of a sudden quite wide open. We know that, you know, multiple teams are kind of congregated around that area, but there is definitely potential. And on a map like Miramar, we've spoken about it as well, Stan, compared to Erangel, where rotations are pretty free-flowing across these fields, etc. On Miramar, rotations are very channel-focused. So if you know where a team's going to be going, you could set something up.
Yeah, it's quite easy to, because of how much more rough that terrain is. Usually there are like very few locations that teams start making those rotations on. So if they went on ahead, did a lot of that bot review, there's a high chance of people catching each other out. And I mean, I've seen it before. It'd be quite interesting to see if it happens again. But yeah, you said it yourself. You already brought up Los Leones. That's where Fate usually goes. So, I mean, we're about to find out if they're going to go there again, but also just citied hot drops. I don't know if I've ever really seen one super successful, just because there's so many buildings to hide in.
Especially Los Leones, right? But let's get into it. It's game 2 of the day here, the final day. We have a decent playing path for all of these teams. So what is going to happen over at Los Leones? We will find out in a bit. I can already see Fate out of the plane, so we'll see where they are going to be going. But aside from that, I'm thinking about El Pozo again. You've got GUNZ and next Rüya kind of having that fight over there for quite a few of these games too. And look at Fate. We are not in Los Leones right now. And look at Na'Vi. Hello.
Interesting. Yeah, looks like Fate decided to stay more on that southern side. It looks like there was a little bit of a gap there between teams that they know was free. But yeah, Na'Vi, they're taking Los Leones. Okay, so it looks like they are attempting it, but little do they know that's not where they're at whatsoever. And they're not too far away either, so Fate technically could go on ahead and still be used to this rotation as well, so it's not a total loss for them. A lot of the compounds on there are very, very much lootable and survivable.
Yeah, this is... wow. So I didn't know if it was going to happen between games, and yet here we are. Now, it's a little unfortunate for Na'Vi based on Miramar because they can't quite easily be like, we're going to hunt you around all this area, right? It's nowhere near as simple as that for Miramar. But there's the circle, popping all the way up to that El Pozo area. And yeah, I mean, as I was saying before, with GUNZ and next Rüya, that could be a very big focal point of this game if that fight does go down in a prime real estate area.
It already looks like they're already on top of each other. This is where everybody is going to be rotating. It looks like the majority of teams did kind of drop towards that southeastern side. So those guys are going to have to make some long rotations around and instantly jumping into this. We saw them go back and forth a bunch last time. I feel like in this situation, GUNZ may not have been coming out on top as well, but it looks like next Rüya, they don't even want to deal with it. They're just driving away as of right now.
Let's get on gone. Get back to where you are going. They usually like that east side of Pozo. Usually GUNZ has ended up on the west side, but I mean, actually, to be honest, the west side of it's not that bad, but it looks like GUNZ don't really want any of it. The thing is that they could easily just drive up to Cabrera and be happy, as long as you know, they kind of rotate a little bit further down afterwards, maybe through Crater Fields, whatever they want. They've got options.
Yeah, there's a lot of hills up there on top of Crater Fields that they can probably go on ahead and grab first. They have that priority into there. That'll give them a lot of vision, but they obviously want to go on ahead and grab that loot first, and they can kind of take their time. I mean, they're the ones that's already furthest inside zone on that northern side, so they're kind of chilling as of right now. It's really everybody else that right when they finish looting, they're going to be having to go through really harsh rotations to be trying to get into the zone because there's so many people already on this edges of this first circle that there's going to be a risk of some people maybe getting in fights on their first rotations.
Yeah, and there's a world, I suppose, where, well, let's we keep talking about it a lot, but it is, of course, a focal point. You know, Fate and Na'Vi, if Na'Vi rotates straight towards the circle, Fate is not going to want to just go plain north from where they currently are. I feel like a wide rotation, maybe past Valdemar, for example, to try and find a spot on the west side of the circle would keep you freshly away from prying eyes of Natus Vincere.
I feel like that's just a safer option in general as well. You know, if you're not quite sure what's directly in front of you, but you know that there's the potential of there being even less teams all the way on that western side is probably higher. So just being safe, making that entire wraparound just to get yourself in there is the best solution. I mean, I feel like I personally think one of the worst ways to go is going out on your first rotation. So just any way to kind of minimize that, especially when it doesn't hurt going into phase one. Phase one, you kind of just need to get in. Like if you're already committed to, you know that you're going to be on the edge, like just get in. And that second zone is really where you got to focus on the better positioning.
What are Na'Vi doing in some of these situations? Okay, Destiny finds Slime. Again, mind you, this is becoming a bit more of a common thing between these two teams. But yeah, Na'Vi looks like they're just having fun in Los Leones, if I'm honest. Jumping about, just trying to find little bits of extra loot that they can. They're in no rush at the moment. And Beast is shimmying, looking for these positions. Great. This is actually something that not a lot of players do, but actually this is probably something that maybe, you know, players in PUBG Mobile can incorporate into their game. When you're doing these little scouts like this, just shimmying back and forth to make sure you're a little bit harder to hit, especially if you're kind of stood still right there. Very, very important to work into your game.
You really should be moving at all times, except like right when you're going to take your shots. Like right when you take your shots, that's when you go still, but then you gotta go back to shimmying. That's usually the best case scenario because I mean, you already said it. Just anything that you can go on ahead to minimize any sort of damage towards yourself, make yourself a little bit of a harder target. That's obviously what's going to be the better solution.
Yep. Panda, what are you going to get done here? This is it's not been the best of tournaments for Panda. They have looked a lot better in prior times, but still, I think it is that shock of how powerful the EMEA region has gone. I mean, look at the region that you covered, Arabia. Look at how powerful that became in regards to how much the teams that they've been able to field here. It's fantastic.
I'm really excited to be seeing a bunch of the teams from the Arabia region that I covered doing really well, if I'm going to say so myself, because I mean, it's like I'm used to what they're being able to do here, and just seeing them go against these other regions as well. I mean, that's quite exciting to me. I feel like, you know the teams, but also just know what they're used to, and they've already been in a bunch of situations that I don't think that they've ever been in before. So seeing them actually like learn and like adapt to that, it's interesting for me to see. So if anybody else went ahead and watched these other regions and they could see these changes, I mean, it's just quite interesting to see how each of these regions, these teams does something differently. And also looks like NASR, it looks like they're already once again getting a little bit of a fight. World of Wonder kind of making a rotation right by them, actually stopping above them.
And looking to blast here as World of Wonder. I think they're probably a very, for some of these teams, there might be a very devil-may-care attitude where it's like, okay, someone's shot us, let's take the fight. Because if we're middle of the table right now, why on earth not? Get some more points under our belt, maybe. Get some nice practice against some of these big teams that are fielding here in the tournament. And fully enough, GUNZ actually ended up in West of Pozo after all that. I can't believe it. But anyway, we're continuing this on.
It does look like they have a little bit of a rotation around them as well, so them being able to go up on top of the hill is probably going to help out, but it does look like Nabo, he actually went down. I didn't realize. So that means they kind of just shifted positions at this point. Of some of them still up on top of the hill, but otherwise have now taken that compound. They're just going to have to play this usual terrain as of right now, and they're super split. This is not looking good for NASR as of right now. Hassan, he's the one that kind of has a little bit of a different position. He's really going to have to use that to his advantage and get these knocks before they make this rotation. Oh, there you go.
Nice spray coming in. Hassan, can he go for a second? He might be able to. Zessy's having to dance around that, but he does get brought down. Oh, 1 HP. The nade almost catches him. Sun HP going to be looking for this final finish off here with the ump. Another nade being prepped. Will he be able to get it? Hassan does go down. Sun HP gets that slight revenge. Don't look for the finishes. You're still going to be a bit under threat, but does manage to get one for now. Going for the res. World of Wonders, can they salvage this?
I mean, now it's down to a 1v2, if I'm not mistaken. So it looks like Batika, it's all up to you. Will you be able to get this 2K is the question. Looks like you kind of wanting to flush him out as well, but he caught one out. Sun HP. Uh-oh, it looks like both of them each are hurt a little bit, but it's still going to be Batika that gets the knock. He's really hurt, though, and there's still one more left, and it looks like they're pushing.
Enjoy coming over the field. Will he be able to finish this off? He will be able to see him. I think information was already been fed. Knew that the heel was going down. He's going to go for that spray with the up. He's going to probably get it here. He's so close.
Out of ammo.
Oh, it was 12-18.
Batiko's out of ammo. Like, legitimately, 12-18 helped him out there. Look, he has nothing. What?
Chulika. Oh, you guys. I like the notion that 12-18 is just this benevolent god overseeing this fight. These puny ants below us just fighting one another. Okay, now we'll step in and just
now I'll shoot.
them down.
I choose who wins. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Oh, man. But it looks like, unfortunately, though, all the rest of his teammates are already taken down. Batika is now the last one up for NASR, and he has a long way to go. And it looks like 12-18, you know, they helped out, but, you know, they're not as nice with that. They're going to start shooting out those tires, making sure that this rotation is going to be as difficult as possible, you know, but maybe there's still a vehicle over there that Batika will be able to take to make this rotation. But now as a solo, that's harsh.
Going to go out on a limb and say we probably will not see a NASR back-to-back at the start of today. But Futbolist is looking to do scouting things, looking to get towards the top of some of these unplayables, and they do. All right, so what are you going to see? Because Conqueror is just over the ridge from you. They're not quite as high as you, but still deadly. Oh, saw one, I think.
Definitely. Immediately. Wow.
Brutal for Conqueror. Brutal. It's not often you get two teams up in these little hill areas, but now Conqueror are going to have to scramble. I don't really want to fight a team that's all the way up there.
And if they try to push, actually the other two members of Futbolist, they're all the way on, they're on the eastern hill. So if they try to take a fight to the east, the other two could go on ahead and get involved. It looks like they're just trying to get out of here. You can see that there's smokes currently on their vehicles, but one of them's definitely on fire already. I think Conqueror might be kind of stuck there, and they're just going to be raining down some nades right now. I don't know if this is what I'd want to use all my util for, but it's definitely creating a situation that Conqueror just has to sit and wait.
I almost feel like Conqueror is almost hopeful that the entire team is up there for Futbolist, or, you know, the team that they're fighting currently. But, like, unfortunately for them, they're not. So, as you say, if Futbolist does reinforce from the other angles where, you know, Conqueror could either just be kind of flushed out from this area, then that would be absolutely brutal.
If they just pull up on that hill right in front of them, honestly, so that they get that angle that they can't hide underneath that rock, that'd be absolutely huge. Oh, wait, I can see him driving on that little car on the southern side. Maybe that's what they're doing. Meanwhile, Silke, he's definitely trying to spot him up from above. I'd just be a little bit afraid I'd fall.
Yeah, there is definitely that fear. They're just slightly protected by that ledge. He jumps down another ledge. He might be able to see AZ. Yes. Okay, so he actually goes for the spray straight away. AZ knows where those bullets from comes. Absolutely. Another spray comes in, gets rest off, and priming a nade. Will it be a good cook?
I don't even see where we're in. Oh, it does damage, but not quite enough. But we can still see him on that mini map. I still think the rest of Futbolists are still coming in from the other angle.
No! Why would you smoke? No!
Oh!
Stop it!
He got him. There's just one left. It's just on AZ. There we go. Yeah, the flush is coming through. The zone is about to pop as well. It looks like they're not inside, so they gotta finish this up quickly. But oh no, Silke, he falls! So much damage, but it doesn't matter because we can see that his teammate Lutz is there to go on ahead and get the last one. Conqueror, they were just trapped there in that little hill, and they're taken out. Our team in 15th place, 14 teams still alive, and this is a hard shift, so we're gonna see a lot of people continue on with this rotation.
I hate nade-baked smokes. I hate them. I hate nade-baked smokes. It was just like... I mean, they were caught in a really tough situation. We're a Conqueror, so there's not a whole lot they could have done. If they didn't die to the people above them, they were going to die to the people wrapping around from Futbolist. Great play by from Futbolist there to be able to take them out. But now the circle has shifted hard towards Pozo's location. So we are going to have a lot of teams converging on this.
I'm trying to spot out where some of these teams are. Okay, interesting. Well, we already knew that GUNZ decided to play that western side of Pozo, and it looks like they're already setting up kind of up on top of these hills as well. Konina Power actually has the majority of it. We're kind of just popping around, and this is actually a bunch of teams outside of this next zone. On this more southern side, there's a ton more teams. So really, 12-18 SUDOR, they're going to have a little bit of a time to get a move on in, and it looks like Futbolists are aggressive before, and they're actually continuing that as Slime is trying to now make a rotation past them.
Not doing too bad for it. May take up residence in Pozo, and Slime will be safe with that if they actually find themselves a decent spot. Likewise, Destiny's coming in from the north of this circle. Futbolists all gathering on up and maybe trawling down these hills, looking to find a little bit of a lower ground position to then eventually move into this circle. Do they know that the Slime member is there? I think they might.
I think so. That car definitely looks like it's exploded. I think he tried making it through. I don't think it's quite going to work out. So he's going to try to toss the nades, but there's just too many of them. I don't think that there was any way that he was going to go on ahead and win that. And actually, I'm quite excited about this new zone because Pozo is still entirely inside of it, but there's still a ton of field, a ton of mountains as well. There's 3 different drastic terrains here that these teams are going to have to try to traverse. And also, I mean, the next zone could go absolutely anywhere, so we don't quite know where this next one's going to go. But still, all these teams on the southern side are already said that there's a ton of teams down here. They're still trying to push on in. It looks like Fate Esports are actually in a position to at least hold out one team as of right now.
12-18, RICO Infinity, SUDOR, Fate, all kind of congregating around those little ledges as well as the small compounds that do exist down here. I actually think that Fate doesn't have that bad a position, unless, of course, they have to eventually transition over that field in front of them, which does cause problems in itself as we now wait for the next shift. The 2-2 split from Na'Vi on the west is good, but where will it go? Ooh.
Wow. Okay, so we had not an entirely similar zone of yesterday, but kind of similar, a little bit more to the northern side. But this edge, we already kind of talked about it. So the left side, super out in the open. The right side, a ton more ridges. There's still a bunch of buildings and hard cover for these teams to be able to play, but just not enough spaces for this amount of teams. There's still so much space out in the open. The majority of these teams are going to start being stuck on that eastern side. It's just who's going to go grab the best spaces first.
And an issue is it being on a crossroads, right? The fact that it's not just one road that's intersecting this circle, it's two. Na'Vi is actually putting pressure onto Unique up towards the north. They already got themselves a little knockdown there on towards Mind. And now 12-18 is looking for this fight against RICO Infinity. Dislodging them and moving through these hills is probably going to be one of the best plays for them. But any move from this location now, as you can see, maybe on the map, for example, Fate is going all the way through Pozo to try and make an entry into this circle. It is difficult.
I mean, them doing that, oh my goodness, Guzzle actually scared me there when it popped over. I mean, them doing that, that's going to give them, I know, them going through there, that's going to give them a bunch of hard cover using the building. So honestly, they were so far away that doing something like that, I'm not quite surprised about. If you're super far away and the zone shifts around a city, the best thing sometimes to do is just to crash inside of it. Hopefully, at least just grabbing one building that you can play is usually pretty good. So they're going to be trying to do that. There are a few more teams that need to try and do the same thing, though. So there might be a bunch of fighting over there, and as of right now, it's just a bunch of teams kind of just fighting for each of these quadrants.
Time can't catch a break. Futbolist is bearing down upon them here. RICO Infinity been taken out by 12-18. The move will happen down on that southeast side from all of this, and now Futbolist is still putting pressure on towards Slime. The issue does exist, though, that Fate will be lurking right next to this. This could be a good opportunity for Fate to maybe third party down the line if this becomes still a stalemate as Fex tries to hold off Futbolist.
It kind of looks like they're crossing the road too as well, so I definitely think it's possible. Ragnarok, ooh, he's getting up inside one of the buildings. He spotted one out from an entirely different team, not even the team directly in front of them. There's 3 teams now trying to push into these shanties, and it's not looking good for him. SUDOR, a ton of nades coming through, but not quite catching any of them out just yet.
Noticeably, on some of the guys from SUDOR, they don't have any meds. So if they're going to take this fight, they're going to make it fast, quick, and hard. And that is going to be how they need to win out this fight. And then take the meds off someone else. They already lost one member in the back lines. And that you can see now, urgency is upon them. They're pushing on against this. Smoke goes down from Futbolist to try and save one of their members. An amazing! Oh my god! Soulk! What?
That was perfectly cooked. That literally just exploded directly on top of them. That is insane. I mean, that saved them for now. It looks like they might be able to get that res, and they have kind of won that area. So the rest of Slime, just one left, is nowhere near them, and that means Fate, they're trying to pick them up. Some nades coming in there will do some damage, but it does look like Futbolist are quite happy with now being able to grab that position up there. Next Rüya was also getting involved, though. You can see that they're kind of holding everybody else out. They have a little bit of a higher position right in front of them, and we'll see where this next zone shifts. It might be bad for the rest of these teams now inside of... Oh, or not.
There's only one thing I can say to Soulk today, and that's yes, chef, because it is cooked to perfection. Nothing is raw here. Soulk is popping. He is, oh, what a master. I'm so impressed. My hands went everywhere. It was crazy.
Wow, you got the whole physical reaction of that. Yeah. My jaw was definitely open. I was like, wow, because that was perfect. And it looks like they're going to need a couple more of those kinds of nades, though, because now they have to push in towards this area that they had kind of disengaged from. They have to take down the last member of Slime, potentially take a fight with Fate if they're hoping to get inside of this next zone. Fate, they ended up being able to perfectly grab a little bit of a location inside of the city that they're going to be fine for right now. This has actually shifted. I thought most of the fighting was going to be happening inside of Pozo, but with this hard shift over, it looks like it's everybody else that are on the outskirts. They're going to be fighting to try and grab these last few positions on top of these rocks.
Yeah, GUNZ right now, their position is just formidable. 12-18, of course, going to be the ones to try and encroach on that pretty soon. Konina Power and Na'Vi are going to try and come in from that southwest side. Meanwhile, Fate is on the opposite side of the circle, but it is difficult to cross from building to building for Fate, whilst teams are behind them. And next Rüya, who knows Pozo well, is going to be to their west side here as well. So it's pretty brutal to deal with.
Wow, already there we go. A bunch of fighting. Na'Vi actually taking a bunch of fighting with Destiny over to the edge there. So it looks like it has started. Slime went out there. So Futbolist, all they have to worry about now is the team directly in front of them, Fate or next Rüya. There we go, though. This is the fight I kind of mentioned there. Destiny, Na'Vi both trying to take this far western side, but obviously they can only be one. As right now, though, it looks like only one member of Destiny is still alive. Multiple for Na'Vi instead. Oh, was that an 8?
It was smoke that bounced off of him, so it's not exactly perfectly positioned, but who needs to perfectly position when there's about 20 smokes down here? A little bit ineffective in terms of usage as a whole, but effective for the job that it's kind of meant for, I suppose. Destiny is still being pressured. That's a molly. Beast will go down. It's Mazzaro left, and he is going to have to get out there. No, he goes down as well. The Na'Vi black and yellow train keeps on rolling.
Now they have that entire control of that western side, so that will give them an entire area for them to work for. Meanwhile, I mean, we knew Futbolist had to push into this territory, and it looks like Fate is really trying to hold them out at this point, getting a few members down. I'm surprised next Rüya, they still have that compound that's up on top of the rocks. They haven't gotten involved. Maybe it's because they don't want to go on ahead of it and overextend, but this could be a fight they could capitalize off of.
Oh, a shift comes in as well. Not too bad for Fate. I feel like if Fate is going to make something happen towards a first place in this tournament ever, it has to be right now. You have to go big right now. The points are just mounting up fastly in favor of Na'Vi right now. And they're still alive. It's going to be difficult. Fate needs to make something occur. But there's so much pressure.
They really do. And I actually have a chance. I was questioning why next year it hasn't peeked over them, and it's actually because 1218 is kind of holding them off on top of those rocks down on the southern side. We can see them in the distance. So this is giving this opportunity for Fate and Futbolist to just take this team versus team and no third partying as of right now. But Futbolist, they're definitely desperate at this point. They need to start making a move on. They're hoping to catch somebody up with this utility, but it just hasn't happened quite yet. All of Fate, they're just chilling out in the background as of right now, just waiting for the push to happen because they know it's soon. And there we go. Reef goes down. It's a 2v2 at this point. They need to go on ahead and get a trade, but it looks like it's not quite going to be possible. A little bit of retreat up to the upper side of this building.
So close. It's an elite circle, top 6 in the tournament right now, currently in play. Fate is going to be moving down against this. So has to go for another nade. Peeks around, actually takes him down. Futbolist is gone. Fate survived to fight another day, but it was close.
It's just 2 of them left, and even this building is inside this next zone, so they still have to try and figure out a way to get inside. They have to worry about these teams all around them at this point. Na'Vi, they're still alive. It looks like they ended up making a rotation more to the south because they know that they need to get up on top of these rocks, but 2 teams are currently holding them out. But right now, it looks like neither of them are paying attention. They're both trying to get these kills on the next Rüya. Totally bad for them, but that gives Na'Vi the chance to sneak up onto Konina Power here.
Yeah, already got one of the knocks on towards Pioneer. Now looking for that cook nade. How will this go? Is it Chef Ramsay or is it my style of cooking, which is usually quite bad? I burned down the whole kitchen. It's a really bad time. I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, hopefully we don't see Konina Power burn down. They're kind of far away from Na'Vi. I don't know if they're going to be able to get connections there.
And it looks like Na'Vi not entirely being able to get these reses onto their downs as of right now because they know that the blue zone is coming. They're hoping that he's going to be able to crawl inside before he commits to that. As of right now, hiding underneath the rocks. I guess they don't want to commit to trying to get up on top because at one point, we still don't know. This is kind of a 50-50. Is it going to go to the north on the ground or is it going to go to the south up on top of these rocks? They don't know quite yet. It looks like 1218, they're trying to set up to be okay with both of them.
It's so scary and precarious to come off these rocks. Like, they really do not want to have to, but there's going to be a world where they will, and the drop is quite sheer. It will cause them damage. Fate and GUNZ, I mean, for all intents and purposes, we said it when GUNZ actually did well, or potentially well, in one of the previous Miramars when we had an ending over here as well. It would have been justice if they did well there because they're so used to this position. But now, putting pressure on towards Fate, I said Fate have to do something. They've only got 4 kills in hand right now during this game, and it's not going to be enough.
Wow, and the shift as well, actually kind of continuing that 50-50 up on the rocks and down the open, but I feel like it's definitely in the favor of Na'Vi. They just have to hold off both Konina Power and 1218 up on top of these rocks, make sure that they can't make a rotation inside. Meanwhile, Fate and Frags, Guns, they're going to be fighting up on that northern side to try and grab that ground, but yeah, it looks like Konina Power 1218 is going to be fighting first, so Na'Vi at this point, they just have to hold out whoever is the winner in this situation. As of right now, though, nobody has touched that circle just yet. That's just because it's so out in the open on both sides that it really is just a wait until that blue zone starts touching their heels.
Gonna have to be CIS Civil War here up in the hills. Another nade comes in, catches Konina Power. Na'Vi does not want to move. They want to dislodge these members. Nomi gets another good nade on towards Chalika. And they just keep... How do these guys have so many nades? That's what I want to know. It just never ends. But Fate down at the bottom, really stuck in a rough spot. I think GUNZ has to just wait this out, if I'm honest. I think they're going to be in prime spot to win this out.
I think they're going to be fine. They're going to go up against those rocks, hold out Fate. Meanwhile, Na'Vi is holding off 1218 and Konina Power. I have a feeling that those are the two teams that might be going into this because they have the better positions as of right now. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see because Konina Power 1218, obviously once they're done. Whoa, what? Who took them down there? Oh my goodness, Fate.
It's Fate. Fate took them out.
Took them down.
Just before Ragnarok fell, he found the line of sight on towards Kitsune and he takes him. That's a nice scalp to take. A few points here and there. Not too bad. 14 points for Fate. But now we have Konina Power and GUNZ going head to head. We have Molly's being thrown up the north, up towards the top. But Freak's going to take a big blast here from Pioneer. Konina Power is ruling the roost.
GUNZ didn't leave the compound quite fast enough. They heard all that fighting above them. That was their opportunity to move. One of them didn't quite make it. That means Hamadi roofed the last two up for GUNZ versus 3 members of Konina Power. The thing is that the blue zone is still closing. It looks like the shift is actually going to go in their favor as well. So Konina Power needs to push them. The thing is that they have the high ground. They have that advantage. They could just peek on down. So GUNZ are going to have to play this perfectly, not peek anything, and be ready for Konina Power to start dropping on top of them.
Yeah, it's a huge information advantage as Konina Power still having a little bit of a peek over. Ooh, that was actually kind of surprisingly close to disaster there. As it walking across that.
This is great. I think Konina Power is going to go ahead and grab that roof going down. They left one above to hold that side. The others are pushing. That's it. Wow. Wow,
Konina Power. Brilliant stuff by them, controlling these hills, being able to kind of ward off some of the other teams that were going up against them up there, and then dislodging GUNZ, who, I mean, GUNZ had to have a very difficult move from that warehouse. Had the circle gone their way, could have been a whole lot of a different story, but no, Konina Power will be able to take this one, Spam.
They do so much damage once again. 12 kills. They were fighting on that southern side that entire time. It looks like it's going to go ahead and do them well. I felt like it wasn't even a contest at the end right there. Those rocks, that their ability to go ahead and jump on down and just spread it out, that was just a cleanup of the last 2 members of GUNZ. Just a nice win for them on top of those rocks as well. I mean, I was questioning it. There was so much fighting up there that I was worried that all of them would just be wiped out, but they were able to go on ahead and just continue that chain fighting and come up on top every time.
Yeah, and wins like this with the placements that they had, etc. When you're currently like in 6th position, for example, and you get a win like this is bumping you up in the overall standings of the tournament to 5-digit prize winnings compared to 4-digit prize winnings. So these kind of moves for Konina Power, very important, very powerful, and it was a difficult circle for a lot of these teams. So to see Konina Power win this out, it's very nice.
I don't disagree. I mean, it's just... I already said it as well yesterday. I really like those endings where it's either the ground or the high ground as well, because then it's really, you're not quite sure who's going to go on ahead and win in those situations. But that rock was honestly perfect, right? I mean, they were able to still go on ahead and get down, get around the edges as well. So that was a great ending. And even all those other shifts, we weren't quite sure where it was going to end. Was it going to go on ahead and pull out into the complete open, pull into the city? So everybody the entire time really had to make the move. I feel like the team that really was consistent with their placements is Fate were really good in finding a spawn Pozo, and then GUNZ were really good at finding those spots in every single shift.
All right, well, time for a break. When we return, we have Erangel on the way again here for our final day. Join us in a few.
The second match of the day has been finished and Konina Power grabbed themselves a win. The teams we've been touching on throughout the beginning of the day start to shine and find success. But have they done enough? Well, we're soon looking at the overall standings. But before we get there and before we count all these points up, we best thank Xiaomi, our amazing sponsor, making the EMEA PMPL Championship possible. You guys can grab yourself this phone and you'll be able to enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. I certainly will be doing so afterwards. Froz has already stolen one, which means it's completely fine for Copter to get his one in his hands as well, and we'll all be busting it up. But our fourth player on our PMCO team won't be so much because we can't hook him up, you know.
Or can we?
There we go. Froz is looking to duplicate phones at this point in some way as well. Why not? Let's take a look at the match ranking and see how these points were distributed on Miramar. There's Konina Power, another big win. So we started off with a 28-point game, right? That went the way of NASR, and now we get a 27-point game for Konina. The big numbers are coming out early on here for the final day. Team 12-18, very, very good game from them. Again, you touched on them, right, Froz? The Miramar Kings.
Yeah, the Kings of Miramar, and once again, they're showing up big time. They didn't get that win, but it's going to be enough getting those 19 points because right now they are chasing towards Fate, and as you can see, they got 5 points more than Fate, and that's going to be enough. If they can keep that going for every game here, get 5 points catch up, they're going to pass them.
Ooh, could be possible.
Yeah, in general, I mean, we can see now on the first match, on the second match as well, that the teams from the middle of the pack and maybe a little bit below as well, they are now performing. So we don't see those huge results from Fate and Na'Vi. Of course, they're on the scoreboard, but I mean, it's the other teams who are now making the moves, and that's going to mean that the whole leaderboard is going to be more packed from the top as we're going to be heading towards the following matches.
Well, let's have a look at the second page as well and see how some of our other teams did when it came to this. And only 2 teams struggling to get points in there. We watched Conqueror fall very early on. The Futbolist ran all over him from on top of the mountain. And again, SUDOR, man, after day 1, we were talking about, and we were like, oh, okay, hello, SUDOR. And then, well, they stayed at the bottom. You said they can't go any further down. Well, it seems to get worse. It's a second 0-point game for us. You said they can't get any worse. What did they say? Don't worry, Froz will show you.
Well, I guess it's possible then. Well, it can't get worse than this, can it?
You could just not join the lobby.
That would be a very bad thing to do. Don't do that.
Not recommended, no.
Yeah, there's still a lot on the line here, and I mean, there's still a lot to play for. So no matter, this game is over. Put that aside, focus on the next one, because the next one, you got to be able to grab some points. You can't keep on doing this.
Yes, you have to focus on the next one, but I also need to focus back on the start of this game. Na'Vi for, you know what, Fate, we're going to come for you. We spoke about it being in their heads. Well, Na'Vi are in Fate's heads because Fate instantly bailed. They weren't looking to go to the same spot at all.
And that is something that you expect from a team like Fate because they didn't take the fight in the first game.
Yep.
If Fate would have taken the fight in the first game and they would have won that against Na'Vi, I'm pretty sure Na'Vi wouldn't have gone for the hot drop again on them because they know, all right, they got us. We're not going to do it again. But, you know, you got to be worried at least. But now, since Fate started running in the first game, now Na'Vi has the upper hand, not just on the leaderboard, but on the battlefield as well from the start of the game.
Yeah, that is definitely true. The whole, I mean, Fate's game, I'm not gonna say that it's like completely lost, but I mean, they're definitely in a difficult place. I mean, they are now dodging Na'Vi, they are afraid to take the fight, and that's costing a lot. Even if they're gonna be surviving from Na'Vi, gonna be dodging them on the start, but still that's gonna mean that the game is not the same. They can't execute the same strategies, and yesterday and the day before and today as well, I have mentioned multiple times that I don't see the Fate as aggressive team as Na'Vi.
Yep.
So it also means that if they're going to be playing differently, going to be choosing a different spot, they don't have the strategical advance, I would say, more or less, which they have been like when you play your own game, you have like laid everything down as you want to have it. But now when they play from the different spot, and usually when you play from a different spot, you gotta be trusting on the frags as well. Okay, we gotta be coming from here. Okay, we haven't done this so many times, but okay, if there's gonna be some team, we can always fight them. But I don't think that Fate is one of those teams that can fight that much through the other teams. They are good on holding the situations. They're good like welcoming teams, but when they need to make way for the rotation, for example, they are not the team who like shines on those moments.
Right now, the biggest problem for Fate is not Na'Vi, actually. I'd say it's 12-18, because 12-18 is chasing them down on the leaderboard, and if they keep on having trouble, if Fate keep on having trouble with Na'Vi, that means that they're not going to get as many points, and 12-18 will surpass them by time. Like, it's just a matter of time. We still have so many games to go here.
We do still have so many games to go here, but I want to look at this game in a little bit more detail, look at the top players we had here on Miramar, because it was a lot of fighting going on. And, well, there was a term that Imperium just let me know about, and it was Sulky Sunday. And it is Sunday today, because supposedly when it came around last time, back when it was PMPL for the Western Europe, Mr. Sulke over here was doing damage, was putting up the big numbers when it came to his Sunday performance. Can he do enough this time around to help his team jump further up this leaderboard?
I mean, 8 kills to start it off with here on Miramar. That's a good start, I'll tell you that. But we also saw him, of course, on Erangel just before this, them having that 6th place but 9 kills. They've been super aggressive now, trying to do a lot, getting a lot of those kill points here. And of course, they won this game, so that's going to put a lot of placement point on top of it.
And there's a lot of aggression on the game from the Futbolist. So the situations where the Solke was doing the damage, and we had the Conqueror who was there down below on the hill. He was just putting all those nades in and doing the damage from there. And then we had SUDOR also dropping down to Solke's performance. So definitely shining on there. Of course, Konina Power, Nomi, and Azure, they were in the end actually getting those nice flanks and kind of like sealed the deal with the chicken dinner.
Look at Ragnarok though, on the right side there. One very important thing that he did towards the end was when he was out of meds, we saw him out in the blue there. There was no way he was gonna cross that road to get to that mountainside there. So what he did was when he was out of meds, he knew I need to focus on the Navi players and took them out. So not only did he get that kill point, but also a few more placement points on top of that above Navi.
And that's what we got to see, right? If Fate do want to stand the chances, that they need to be doing things that's going to put them ahead of Navi, not behind it. So at least in the later game, Fate got their act together, but it's now about going into these early games and making sure you can be a step ahead. Because we have to understand whether there may be any chance of these more hot drops to come in. Like you mentioned, maybe now the focus turns to 12-18 and what they can do against Fate. Fate don't want that story. Fate need to be sat there right now thinking, no, it's our time to grab this fight. We want to be the first place team.
Yeah, this is going to be troublesome for Fate. I'm actually not sure what they're going to try to do here. I would love to see them try to stand their ground on their dropping spot.
Same.
And try to just fight it out instead. Because if you can do that, you can win that fight. You're going to have the upper hand against Navi coming into the upcoming games instead. Because they're going to be a little bit more afraid about the hot dropping. Right now, when you're running away, you already lost the game against them straight before it even began.
I think Fate is very good when they get the kills usually when they're like comfortable with the situation. They want to be settling down, like I have said multiple times already. And I think that this hot dropping from Navi definitely gonna change the things. But I think we saw some maybe impact from that on the end game as well, because we had Fate there on the northern side of the circle, and then we had Konina Power, we had Navi, we had 12-18, a lot of these there on the southern side on the last circles. And then we had Fate there. We had one single player from Slime who was actually on the backside of them, so he was like more farther away from the circle. But instead of like trying to get that one solo player, which they knew was going to be hiding behind the next building, they decided to go and just move on. Of course, they need to get the place in the circle, but still I saw that there was some moments on the end game when they were not getting into the aggression, when maybe I think it could have been worth it to get those points.
I want to take a quick look, though, back to Fate and Navi being compared head-to-head again when it came to the stats we saw here on Miramar, because the interesting part for these two teams when we're looking at this is that, okay, Fate may have got more placement points in it, but Navi's never far behind them, right? It doesn't matter what Fate try to do, you're not getting away from him. You can't run away from him in the map, you can't run away from him on the leaderboard, and you're certainly not able to run away from him on the points just in an individual match.
That is why it's the best thing for Fate to do, to take the fight straight out in the start there against Navi. Because if they can take them out, that's their biggest threat.
Yeah.
And that's what you need to take care of. Every time you're not taking care of them, what is happening? So far, we see Navi getting a 4th place, 5th place. I mean, like, it's just the top 5 all the time, and they're just gonna keep on grabbing those placement points. And you can't do anything about it. Actually, you can, because they're dropping on top of you, so do something.
Imagine if Fate would be dropping on North George Ball.
Ooh. You reckon that could be an option?
I mean, why not? If they want to do something about the aggression that the Navi is showing, they can just turn it completely the other way around and kind of like, yeah, get the hang of it.
There you go, I like it. And the thing is, maybe Navi don't decide to go there when that comes around, right? That could be an option overall. Let's take a look at our overall standings, though, guys. It gets more and more exciting as we get a chance to look at these overall standings to see where teams are in terms of points. Now, Fate had a slight jump up in it, but like you mentioned already, Frost, look how close already 12-18 are. This is where they should be looking and going, okay, we're doing the maths, we're looking at it, we're seeing 12-18 are getting close. What can we do about this? Because if 12-18 wanted, oh wait, oh no, I've just had this horrible thought. Imagine if you're Fate and you get 12-18 and Na'Vi chasing you down.
Ooh.
2 CIS giants just coming at you, ready to finish you off for very different reasons. That could be some mad chaos in a 3-way.
That could be really bad for them. But at the same time, if you think about this, Fate is just running away right now, so they're not playing their own game. Meanwhile, 12-18, they're totally comfortable. They're playing their own game, playing a little bit passive, you know, like they used to do, like they like to do it, like they always do, and they get those points. They're always going to be towards the end there. They're always going to get those kills, and they're going to secure themselves those points time after time after time. Meanwhile, Navi's doing all the work for them because they're taking care of Fate, which is above them.
And look, there's only 1 point between Konina and GUNZ right now as well. Still, there can be a lot of change across this. This is only game 2 of 6 Copter. There's a hell of a lot that could be going on right now.
There's a lot of things going on, but the 12-18 situation, I mean, yes, they are catching up on Fate, but we have also seen that 12-18, they might not be consistent through the day. We have seen some days when they have been just succeeding on the first 3 matches and going to be getting just a few points on the last 3. So if they want to be catching up on Fate, because I feel that Fate is still more stable than the 12-18. So Fate, even though they haven't been getting those huge kills and the huge amount of points, they are still getting those points. And 12-18, depending, of course, how they go. Of course, now we had the Miramar, which was a very good map for them, as we know. But the remaining of the maps, we still have 1 Miramar to go, but they will have to excel on the other maps as well.
We've seen Konina Power, of course, winning the last game here, and they grabbed himself a lot of points. But at the same time, I wouldn't count Futbolist out yet because they've been super aggressive. And what we saw from Sulky in the last game there, for example, with that nade, with those nades, if they can keep on doing that, 10 kills in the previous game here, 5 kills in the first game, and a second place. If they can keep on racking up those kind of points, and they come to the late game with all those kills, they're gonna catch up to both Konina Power and GUNZ.
Yeah, Konina Power and GUNZ, definitely those teams which are challenging. They could be challenging the 3rd place as well, because they have been doing very well. Both teams, they found themselves on the end circle. So I think that these teams are definitely worth looking at. And the whole gap like between the teams, as we saw, there's so few points between the teams. And the situation of Fate, yes, it's vulnerable, but I still think that the biggest battle will be from the places 3rd, 4th, and the 5th.
Well, let's see what happens in the next battle. It's already game 3, and this is going so fast already. And for one final time here at the EMEA Championship, we've got Kyle Harris, we've got Spancargo to guide you through the action and watch this all unfold. Guys, this is really getting right to the wire, and I honestly just want to see more madness unfold, more craziness, and watch the whole world burn.
Well, I mean, earlier I was saying that it was going to be Erangel for some reason, but it's Sanhok, so you will get madness, which is quite nice to see, of course, as I am here with Spancargo. How have you enjoyed your time here so far, Span? It's been great.
Yeah, oh my goodness, it's been wonderful. I'm so excited to have been invited to this. You guys are awesome. Watching everybody in the studio is absolutely awesome. And these teams, I mean, I love watching every single game because, I mean, that's what we're all here for. We love PUBG, and it's been really exciting.
Yeah, so we get to Sanhok for the next one. And of course, yes, there can be all these shenanigans. We could see people chasing each other and whatnot and stuff like that. However, for me, for my money, unless somebody does something insane, unless somebody goes to where Na'Vi usually drops, unless Na'Vi goes to Fate, for example, somebody has to eliminate Na'Vi early. Surely they have to eliminate them early, Span, to really make a dent in their lead here.
That's the only way. I mean, the lead has kind of closed. I mean, earlier it was like 50, now it's around more like 40, but still, that's still 40 points. I mean, it is achievable, I feel like, with the games that we have left. But honestly, if Na'Vi just continue to play their game, they should be fine. The thing is that they are going on ahead and trying to, as of right now, hot drop on some teams. I'm curious to see if their target is going to potentially shift away from Fate, maybe 12-18. I'm not quite sure because those two teams really are so close to each other. Do they just continue to play the game and hold on to their lead, or do they continue to try and mess up the teams right below them? I don't really know if there is a correct answer, but it's definitely creating something for us to watch.
Navi's drop is already kind of looking interesting, unless Kasuna is going somewhere else. Anyway, we will see, because right now, Na'Vi, for the majority, is going to their usual drop location. And, well, 2 of them are, and 2 are not. Smack. Are they moving now?
They're very split. Now they're moving, yeah. They're very split. Were they trying to see if maybe something on the mainland was open there? I'm not sure, but Conqueror is right above them. Maybe they'll take that fight, but are we surprised? Not really. Panda again, RICO Infinity team versus Destiny.
Yeah, very quick. Let's see what they've got. We've got an ump as well as... It looks like, what is that over there? It doesn't matter. We have ourselves Tommy Gun on the side, as well as a little Uzi action, SKS as well. So Destiny already draws first blood from RICO Infinity. Ooh, a Saiga. Ooh.
Yeah, looks like both members of RICO Infinity team are now kind of in the same building as of right now. Destiny, though, they have them completely surrounded. At this point, do you kind of play this together and wait for the perfect opportunity? But even looks like, oh, Mazzaro, he's actually up on top of the roof. He's just waiting for the RICO Infinity team members to start running around inside that building where he could just pop up, and there we go. Looks like one attempted, but okay, so far Prestige is completely separated as well. They actually get a trade.
Trade for trade. Mazzaro's got a hunt down in that side, that building right now. He actually takes a bit of damage himself. He comes back out of the building knowing that he's got something to deal with. And RICO Infinity doesn't exactly know where he is. Maybe get on the finish on Beast. No, actually, oh, he's going to bleed out anyway, so that's going to be done. Goes out for good measure. Meanwhile, looks like Destiny's losing this one out after a good start. Ooh.
Oh, the push comes through though. No, and he gets down. So that means RICO Infinity team only is down to Prestige left. He was the one that was separated the entire time. Mazzaro now inside that building. Probably hears footsteps pushing. He has that angle. Oh, and he goes down. Destiny do in fact win that, but at a huge cost. It's just Mazzaro left.
Soren, because of the third-person perspective around those crates. Perfect stuff from Mazzaro. He was clutch in EU West when it came to some of these crazier situations, and he will be clutch now. And where are they at the standings at the moment? I think not too high, unfortunately, for Destiny, but
no.
Yeah, scary as a scarecrow for them.
Now, right above them is RICO Infinity team as well. So maybe they're just happy about that performance in that situation. But I'm kind of surprised they've been fighting there this entire time. So it looks like, I guess, Destiny has that last foothold there because this is our last Sanhok game of this league. So I guess Destiny wins it in this situation. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just surprised that it went on for so long. Both of them not backing down in that location.
Yeah. Pretty good stuff all in all in the end. They will, as you say, it is the last Sanhok, so they don't even need to continue it. But I guess for the next tournament, they'll be like, yeah, you again. But, you know, a lot happens in esports whenever the next EMEA comes along. But come on.
I was gonna say you made that noise with the you again, and for some reason I pictured that Spider-Man meme where they're like pointing at each other. I'm not quite sure why, but I felt like I had to share the visual, you know.
Painan, that's right. Yeah, but as we take a look at Fate and what they're doing currently, they are just running and gunning to the middle of this circle. I feel like, okay, so Sanhok is one of those, it's that battleground where like you will have people win eventually, but third parties come in and you eventually get to the situation where like top 5, top 6 teams have sub 10 kills each, maybe sub 2k damage each. But there is still a world where Sanhok can be that battleground that you go out and just blast on. If you start roaming early on Sanhok and finding fights quickly against people, you're less likely to be third party because there's so much room to use. And then maybe you can rack up a big number of kills, but we'll see.
I feel like, I don't know, I feel like Sanhok is really back and forth. It really just depends on all the teams around you. You just got to grab a really good position that it's really easy to defend, because otherwise so many teams could just start appearing around you. And I Sanhok, it's kind of difficult to really spot people out in this situation. I feel like there's just so many opportunities for team to be walking up on top of you. I feel like some of these teams might not even know that there's a team in front of them until they're seriously on top of them. We've seen that happen a lot. So Sanhok is just kind of like a weird, unusual case. I feel like it does look like there's still a weight to scouting, though. You can still attempt to definitely see people out inside of compounds, but it's really the terrain, like that outside of compounds, where it's really that wild chaos.
Yeah, here comes the spray in from next Rüya on towards Fate. They don't quite know who's over there, but I was trying to take down some of the tires as well to hinder any kind of rotations they would want to do. And you're totally right. I mean, that's all my Sanhok games. I'm running over a hill, and all of a sudden, oh, somebody's in a bush there and they've killed me. Damn, well, go again.
So there's like 500 people right in front of you. It's like, where do we come up on top of?
Yeah.
Or you see nobody the entire game, and then suddenly there's like 5 teams around you and you get taken out.
Yeah.
Multiple times it's happened, yeah. Well, it does look like the majority of these teams now trying to find these center locations. I mean, they're trying to find the hard cover. I feel like it's kind of a back and forth. Early on, I'd kind of like a compound to definitely be getting that hard cover, making sure nobody will come near me. And then later on, it's definitely advantageous to go ahead and grab some hills. It looks like NASR is kind of doing that same thing, though. They're grabbing the little moped thing, making sure that they're going to find themselves a little bit of a location to play off of. One of them will fall, but I mean, the rest should come through. Unique, though, will probably be a little bit of an annoyance in their side. Same as SUDOR, actually, it looks like.
I've never seen that thing move so fast. But there you go. That was amazing. Yeah, you got to get into that compound fast. But anyway, we have Unique still kind of holding off this spot at the moment and trying their very best to chill. There's not much for them to do right now. They're just going to be waiting for this next circle shift to come in because for all intents and purposes, some of those compounds next to Quarry, whilst I'm not a huge fan of the ones right next to Quarry, this one, as well as the one a little bit west of them, is actually pretty decent for this circle. So we'll see.
Well, I like NASR's compound because it also gives them like a direct move up on top of that hill if they need to. And that'll give them a lot of sight lines or just the potential to hold whoever's up on top of the hill out of the next zone. So yeah, I definitely like that location. It also gives them both a pipeline up to the north because of the hill or potentially the south. So I think it's a good location to really be ready for any sort of a shift to make a rotation.
There is a world where Conqueror runs into Na'Vi here, as Na'Vi is taking up that kind of trifecta location. Panda at the moment is meeting their old friends Destiny pretty soon, but they'll be like, there's only one of you? This is some questionable driving, to say the least. Take the license away from this man. And they are going to just check this out. Okay, so they already see a fight has gone down here, so they know exactly what has gone on, to be perfectly honest.
I mean, if they were paying attention to that feed early on, especially while they're eluding, they should probably know that there's only one person left, right? So if they're just like, there's a solo, why not just going ahead and go 2-2, try and run around, see if you can spot them out, clear these buildings together, you know, all that good stuff. I don't know. I don't really like messing with solos because there is an opportunity for them to really go ahead and get a good surprise attack in and take down 1-2 people. But it looks like Panda, they're confident they want to try and sniff him out. But as of right now, they don't quite know where he is. Mazzaro is kind of safe on the edge of this wall for right now.
Yeah, extended mag on the Tommy gun as well. That is, as you say, messing around with solos, especially when they've got something like that. It's prime real estate for getting knocked and flushed instantaneously because they don't care. They just want the point, right?
Yep.
So, or as many as possible as they can get in that spot, I suppose. But now Conqueror just sitting idly by across from Na'Vi. They don't really want to make the cross just yet. I mean, I don't mind if Conqueror sits there and all of a sudden you get like a random north shift and then they can just cross a bit more northernly, right? It's totally fine.
Well, usually around this time, everybody kind of just stays still for a second. They're just waiting for that zone to pop, and then they'll start moving into action. And it looks like, honestly, I don't even know what I'd do in their situation. Maybe make a move on back to the northern side, kind of get in there. We obviously know that boot camp is completely open. Maybe they don't know. I don't know if they spotted out Na'Vi. Maybe they'll think it's safe kind of a situation. So I just know I would want to get off that tiny island as soon as possible. Just try and get up onto that mainland. Honestly, just making a rotation up to the north to get into boot camp might just be the best idea anyway, because that's where the majority of the circle is.
Oh, Mazzaro's gone. That's Destiny out, unfortunately for them. RICO Infinity going out before them, of course. So Destiny will take 15th place from this. 4 points, you know, it's not that bad. But actually, where they sit right now, because obviously you were speaking about the fact that they're neck and neck with one another in the standings. The difference, I think, between 13th and 12th is like $1,000. So if you actually do take, you know, that fight and actually win out that situation and get a decent amount of points, that's a big deal. So, of course, there's still a lot to play for.
And it looks like Panda, I mean, they got that one, and it looks like they want to continue now pushing up onto SUDOR. I'm pretty sure this is just where SUDOR actually loot, so they've been here for a good while now, and obviously the fight's going to happen. I like this actual push out from Fight. He was able to go up on top of the hill, and now he spots out Panda from afar. There we go, and it actually works out. One of them getting knocked, the other one super hurts. He catches another one as well. I like this push out, this protection of their little compound.
Fidan, brilliant sprays. Yiz has got this slight angle against him, though. If he peeks a little bit left, Fidan will take out GK first, but Yiz trades off likewise against Safe. Fidan from the distance. We're still seeing SUDOR trying to take that off angle against all of this as well. He's still trying to find this, but here comes the off angle, I think. Just across that hillside. Yiz is in a really scary spot here. He is all but done. Ooh. Nice
Oh,
nade.
it's just, yeah, that was some nice damage. You can see he thought it worked, trying to stand up to get involved. It looks like World of Wonder also on the northern side might be getting involved, shooting SUDOR in the back. So this could completely change this fight. And it looks like it's going to start off with a flush onto Safe, actually. Oh, Panda.
Save by the bell. Oh my, those were some insane sprays coming down from World of Wonders up on the hill. And now somehow Yiz still about. I cannot believe it. Fidan here now caught in a terrible spot, trying to shoot through the little bit of this smoke and find himself the angle he can, but now he's got to retreat. This is turned around completely on SUDOR.
I'm kind of surprised, honestly. I mean, I thought that Fidan was the one with the worst situation because the rest of his teammates were kind of safely inside that compound, but it looks like they tried to bring the fight to Panda and it just completely backfired. Looks like he realized they might be able to get this res onto SK Ton, so he's trying to go for it, bringing that car for a little bit of cover, but of course, I mean, Panda, they have nades. That one doesn't look close enough, but if Yus gets a little bit closer, it's not going to be the best situation. But back into the compound, hopefully they'll just stay in here because this is where it is safe. Panda, I mean, they're also pretty hurt now as well. Maybe they'll just back off too.
Yeah, the fact that Yus is trying to take these fights while K2 is so far away is pretty reckless.
Gone.
But I mean, he is having Hail Mary nades. He doesn't quite know exactly where they are. But Panda, I think, with this point, is kind of having some good fun, trying to find themselves some fights where they can. So where is this circle going to go once again? Na'Vi moved and descended south towards Painan, which they know will potentially be a hotspot. It's a good spot for them as an anchor to be in this circle. And now we will see Conqueror having to make their way across, as they were in Navi's trail, unfortunately for them, for a long time, and there wasn't much they could do.
Yeah, but it looks like Na'Vi now made a move on down. They're on the side of the river where they don't want to be. They want to cross, and it looks like they're going to choose Painan to go on ahead and do so. Maybe one of the best situations to do so because there's so many buildings and bridges that it could be a bit easier. But we can see in the distance, I mean, the remainder of Panda is there. We can see GUNZ actually taking that more southern side of it as well. All three of these teams, they're going to want to try and take that eastern side to play off of. Whoever is going to win is going to be taking the hill that I need to point it out. We saw a glimpse of it. NASR, they're still inside that compound. They have that center zone. It's really a perfect spot for them.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's see now if GUNZ can take this fight. It will be difficult, of course. The SMG meta, very much so prevalent now. Seeing a lot of UMPs coming in, a lot of Uzis. As I've already been mentioned many times by Imp and Max, when it comes to the Chinese region, we see it a ton. But still, barrels in hand. Will GUNZ be able to hold this off? It's a bit of a stalemate. It looks like Na'Vi doesn't really want too much of this. They know it's a pretty decently entrenched position by GUNZ, so it's just strolling away for now.
They got to choose soon, though, because we saw in the distance, looked like Conquer was getting a little bit closer, but going on ahead, jumping all the way to the other side of the zone, 12-18, the only team now not inside of the zone up on this northeastern side. They need to go on ahead, push into Fate. Fate is the team kind of holding them out as of right now. Maybe they don't know of each other's existence, but Fate, they're super spread out on the very top of this hill. 12-18, they're going to have to be making a rotation somewhere, and as of right now, everything's filled in. Like, maybe they'd be able to make rotation around, send it into Quarry, but obviously that's not a good situation to get out of then.
I mentioned before, Conqueror was in the trail of Na'Vi, and now they are perilously close to running into them. Na'Vi was already sending preemptive nades whilst hearing the buggies at the top of the hill. That is such smart play, because you expect them to stop at the top of the hill, not necessarily come down a little further as these cars move on forward. So I think Na'Vi, though, once again, a disengage is on the cards.
They're just tossing those nades to give themselves a little bit of a chance, because otherwise they're super out in the open this entire side. I mean, just look at where some of them are, super out in the open. And because of that, Reeves spotting them out, gets a knock into one. The other one's super low. This is exactly the knock that Conqueror wants if they want to start this fight. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and potentially push off of this, because where else do they really have to go unless they decide to rotate back to the north? But down here, they got a knock into one. Maybe they'll take that fight.
Yeah, this has been a bit brutal for now. Don't you think Navi's been a bit indecisive about their position during all of this? I mean, they rocked up to like Painan, right, and didn't really go in, and then Conqueror backfills on them. What do you think?
They could have even came in. They were out that crossroad compound up to the northern side. They could have been right above SUDOR right now as well, but it looks like they just decided to run down that hill, and it looks like it'll work out for them right now, as now their compound on the southern side is actually inside of this next zone. This is a hard shift of hard shifts. Wow, so much water in this as well. Everybody over here on this western side might be happy about this because they can kind of just chill out while everybody on the east is now having to fight to get up on top of this hill or into Painan. There's not that many locations up on top of the hill for those players to play.
It's so funny to me that whenever we kind of get these circles that actually include Painan down to, you know, the later stages of the game, there's never an actual Painan team left alive to see it. It's always the case. Destiny's gone, RICO Infinity's gone. I've seen it many, many times in other tournaments. It's brutal. Nobody really wants to stick around in Painan. They loot it and then they kind of get on going, or have fought the other team that's in Painan.
I mean, the thing is, I always feel like there's always multiple teams inside of Painan because it's definitely a spot that is safer to make a cross. I mean, there's so many bridges, but for some reason, so many teams want to use it as their crossing spot, and that just there's just such high traffic in Painan because I think that's what people try to use it for, and because of that, it just creates multiple teams running into each other and taking fights. Specifically, it looks like one starting between SUDOR and Panda now, as SUDOR actually decided to leave their compound on the north.
So many people getting involved here in Painan, as you see SUDOR still trying to dance around against this. But wow, Fidan finally finishes off Panda here. They had the conflicts before where Fidan and SKTon had to disengage, and now finishes it off. Fate, though, looking for more kills, looking to rack up some more points here. Yeah, I don't really have much to their name at the moment from this game, but they're going to have to fight their way into this circle, and that is difficult.
Wow, that's a great fight from 1218 as well. 1218 was the one that was catching up to Fate, but it looks like Fate will be the ones that are still alive. But of course, they're going to run into World of Wonders. At this point, so many teams are having to make a move. I'm not surprised that some of them are just stopping to hold out everybody else in front of them. So Ragnarok, he's going to find himself knocked. Leif, he's down to half HP. The rest of them just trying to run because at this point, this blue damage is not something you want to be inside of. This is just a med tank.
Definitely is. This is brutal to deal with for Fate. Getting in, very difficult. Yeah, it's going to be hard indeed. I don't know how you do it. I don't know. With World of Wonders kind of entrenched where they are right now, I mean, you actually have to just tank the blue, right? And just chill and maybe find a Y rotate or even go for a heal strategy here. This is not going to be Fate's game.
It is not, especially with this next zone shift down to the southern side. It does look like World of Wonder, though. They're trying to push out of their compound now. They're going to be running straight into Unique, getting a bunch of knocks into them as of right now. NASR actually goes down. I'm so surprised about that. But all these teams, it looks like they just have to continue their huge rotations. It's not getting easier. And also, this is finally starting the fights in Painan soon as well. But everybody up here on this north side, they are already making a move. They have to continue it.
The circles want Na'Vi to take this tournament. This south shift to Meku is just ludicrous. But anyway, we'll take a look at that in a moment's time, as World of Wonders is doing fantastic stuff, holding them out. We have Konina Power through in Painan, now pushing on SUDOR. The heals are going down from Fate to try and salvage some points wherever they can. Latest going to have to leg it. The Team Unique has gone down. Futbolist has a brilliant spot on the other side of the river. But this is scary, right? Like, with that kind of river cutting this kind of circle up, I don't know where you take. You just take wherever you can get.
Exactly, and so many of these teams are going to be on that northeastern side. Meanwhile, in Painan, there was 4 teams in there, and they all have to make a push. There's just one after SUDOR, but there's still 2 other teams here. Next, Rüya and Konina Power. Each of them just trying to third party in this situation. And it looks like a bunch of them are down onto next Rüya. Just one more left, and because of that, they're going to be found out and taken down. So 2 teams take it down in a matter of seconds. Konina Power being the one that come out on top. Now all they have to do is worry about the other teams on the other side, but they have the northern side of Painan all to themselves.
And Conqueror's going to be pushing on to GUNZ now here. This fight has been kind of brewing, considering the distance and direction that they were coming into the circle. GUNZ going to be priming up some more grenades, maybe throwing this forwards from Freak. Will it connect with much? World of Wonders is dying out in the play zone, and that is not exactly the easiest for them, but here comes more nades from Freak as well as some Molotovs. World of Wonders gone. Can they find the angles they need here against GUNZ? GUNZ are not really giving them any angles. There comes a grenade. Freak's been tossing them left, right, and center. Finally gets one big connection.
Yeah, it looks like now they're trying to play on the other side of the building as well, so they might be able to catch some sort of sight lines on these guys. They know they got a knock into one, so they're trying to be aggressive, but oh no, Freak is going to run straight into the Molotov. Yeah, he's on fire. Now both of them trying to get the res into their force, so it's still going to be a 4 versus 4 strong. Conqueror also now taking the moment to heal on up. The zone popped again. Conqueror has to continue this fight into GUNZ. Is Konina Power getting involved? What was that?
Rauf cancelled the res, so this is wasting more time. I think he was scared about the footsteps coming in. So not exactly the best situation, but they still do get Freak up here. Conqueror's got to move. Conqueror has to move. They're slowly going to get pressed by this blue.
It looks like they're attempting to. There we go. A little bit of a wraparound onto GUNZ, but I mean, GUNZ, they're just backing up. They're just slowly moving away. It looks like Freak is not in the best position again whatsoever, but there we go. So many smokes out trying to make the move now. They have a little bit of a hard cover. It's going to be Conqueror that's shoved out into the open. Meanwhile, on that eastern side, we saw a bunch of fights happening. Konina Power and Futbolist, the last two alive, and oh my goodness, both those teams are very happy with this situation now. It looks like Conqueror might be trying to look over them, but Konina Power, Futbolist, 2 knocks. That's absolutely insane. Whoever wins that will have a beautiful spot inside the zone.
Futbolist getting absolutely mullered by Konina Power and Conqueror through the smokes. Here comes GUNZ though. They're pushing so hard against this. Are they going to take them on? Oh my God, Lord. Yeah. I cannot believe what I just saw.
And now they're going for the reses now. If they get these reses and they heal up quickly enough, they may be able to push through Painan into Konina Power's position here. It's really Konina Power that holds all of the power inside of this zone. They're holding the building as long as they can on the slow side of that zone move. And all they have to do is just move slowly inside. But as of right now, they just have to kill everybody else trying to make a move. And obviously right now, GUNZ is their biggest threat that they're trying to keep an eye on. Otherwise, there's just 2 solos left for Futbolist and Navi.
It's such a shame for Futbolist the way they got caught up through and all of that, but I mean it's understandable as well. The fact that Painan's been in for so long. There you go. Solke will kill off the remaining member of Na'Vi. They go down, but again it's a 4th place with 8 kills. Nobody is going to be able to challenge the kings that sit atop this throne right now. But GUNZ is going to push out here against Konina Power. Konina Power with some brilliant sprays through this smoke and across the water as well. Not a bad start for the fight for them, but Nomi goes down.
Nice find from Hamady, but we obviously know that they're super hurt. It actually looks like some of them might have made it inside here. GUNZ made it, actually. Futbolist Solke, though, he's tossing in a ton of util. That could hurt them. Still, though, Konina Power. Another one goes down. I think there's just one left.
Solke might win. GUNZ, they're up still. Okay, no, wait. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself because I thought he'd done loads of damage with the util there, but they were all just kind of low in the red. Solke is going to be peeking around here. It's going to have to be a miracle attempt.
Oh, they got to be careful because one of the members of Konina Power is still in the blue, actually. They could peek on over, but no, they catch out the member of Futbolist. This is completely turned around. I didn't expect this whatsoever. GUNZ somehow making it across. There's just one left, and we can see that it's Pioneer trying to just tank this blue. Will he go on ahead and try and get a kill is kind of what I'm wondering as of right now, but he's still just healing, and it looks like Roof is actually going to be running for it.
I don't...
What was that?
Yeah, he was looking to try and get some information, and he hasn't seen him yet on that box.
He got knocked.
Yeah, so he got knocked to try and get information as to where he was, but he has 10. I think they could easily just... I don't think he timed that right. No, he's gone. Oh, and that is it. We have ourselves our winners. What a game of Sanhok. I did not expect it to come down to quite how it did in Painan here, Spam.
I did not. That was... I didn't even know who's going to win it then there. I really thought it was going to be Konina Power in the position of holding everybody else out, but GUNZ somehow being able to make it in. I mean, just look at the damage. They were able to really do a lot with all the utility and smokes and just their shooting that they were able to find. They even found a bunch of Konina Power members inside of that smoke, so 6 kills with that win. Great amount of points coming through them. They're kind of a team that we're slowly rising on up, and that might go on ahead and launch them even a little bit further, but them being able to stay alive on that, I'm surprised about.
Yeah, I mean, a big game for GUNZ. With them getting this many points off the back of it, I mean, it's not a huge amount of kills by any stretch of the imagination, but they are really up there now when it comes to the overall standings, the overall placements. So very, very nice to see. 12-18 might have a little bit of a target on their back for these next coming 3 games if GUNZ has anything to say about it. And to be honest, again, it's great to see GUNZ doing as well as they did, considering how well they did in their region span.
They were the team that came in first, from the Arabia region. So I was really expecting a lot from them. And they kind of didn't start off on a good foot, and then they're slowly coming back. I don't think we've seen anything absolutely explosive from them, except for like a handful of situations. But in that one, that's definitely one that I will be remembering. That's a good situation, because that's kind of the play that I'm used to coming through from them. So, and maybe there was a little bit of a slow start for them, but it looks like in that last day here, it looks like they're really trying to gain a few more spots.
Yep, a good opportunity to do so as well, as say, with 3 games remaining, 2 on Erangel as well, bear in mind, where everybody knows the terrain very intimately. If they don't get any field endings, then, you know, happy power to them, because that at the start of the day was very difficult, I think, for a lot of these teams to deal with, and they're going to be looking for other finishes, I think, here, Span.
They are.
Okay, well, it's time for a break. We are going to that. Thank you very much for joining me, Span. We'll go be back to the desk, and we've got 3 more games remaining.
Xiaomi.
We went into Sanhok, and it wasn't Erangel, Carleros. Come on, man. You've been in this position before. I know you're taking the commentary duties. You got to get this thing right. One thing you guys at home can get right, though, is thanking our amazing sponsors in Xiaomi. They deliver these fantastic phones for us, for you all to enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. That's what you guys at home can grab yourself if you want to play the best PUBG mobile you can. And that's what some of these teams are doing right now, as we got 2 teams up there rocking it with points this time around, right? Konina and GUNZ, 2 teams we've been touching on, saying there's a chance, there's a way in for them, and they certainly found it.
It was a little bit of a switch around. We saw in the previous game how it was Konina Power who won the game, but this time it's GUNZ who won the game and Konina who got the 2nd place instead.
Yeah, the race is starting there on the middle. I mean, these guys, they will smell that there's a now opportunity to get some placements and, of course, some more money as well. So now they're racing for it. And I just love to see when the GUNZ and Konina are fighting there on the end, like together, because they know that they are very close on the scoreboard. And just, I mean, GUNZ getting the chicken dinner here, I mean, that's very good for them, of course. But how they did it, that was also very nicely done.
It certainly is. Now, I smell not just chicken dinners and money. I smell the match rankings for this game as well. Let's see what we got. because it was even at the top. 21 for both GUNZ and Konina here. Futbolist up there is 16, and just got to come back to this, you know. I know Na'Vi are at the top, and we'll just briefly touch on it. Of course, solo player, you know, chilling for as long as possible. No matter how bad it gets for Na'Vi, they find a way to be right up there.
This is 6th game in a row that Navi's getting a top 5 placement in the game itself. It doesn't matter, as you're saying, if they're down to one guy, they're always going to be up there. You got to take care of them right now.
Yeah, I mean, they made the move towards the Painan, and then there was a lot of teams coming in on the area. I think they pretty quickly understood that there's going to be very hard fight happening at some point. So it's like completely disengaged from the situation, went to the side with the remaining members and just maximized the points.
Well, let's see where the other points were distributed as we move on to page 2. And we will start to discover that SUDOR, not bad for them. We'll give them 5 points on that one. They won't be complaining too much, but guys, there's only one team we really need to touch on here. Well, 2 of them technically. Yeah. Fate 1, 12-18, 0. And guess what? It was Fate that eliminated 12-18.
Yeah. I mean, that is Fate, I guess.
You had to do it, didn't you?
I had to, yeah.
So it's been 4 days. You've done well. 4 days of not using that button.
Well, you put it up there for me like that. I just got to use it, you know? But no, these 2 teams right now, the rough part is not that they're chasing Na'Vi. The rough part is that GUNZ, Konina Power, they're coming in hot. Once the 1st place and 2nd place each for those 2 teams, and they are chasing down Fate and 12-18 right down the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's, I mean, the battle is different. I mean, we are in the halfway of the last day, so we have done 3 matches. We only have 3 matches remaining. I think Na'Vi is... They're pretty far away from these guys, so I think they have to be concentrating on the other direction, and getting 1 or 0 points on the scoreboard, that's not going to help. Of course, they didn't have the easiest game. There was, of course, a circle shifting towards the southern side, towards Painan, and these both teams were playing from the northern side, more or less, but it happens.
You know what was funny, right, when we're looking at this game as well, is that the fact that Na'Vi again do this rotation where they like move around, you know, even when they haven't got many players left, they stay down towards, and they just predict perfectly of where, okay, teams aren't going to be here. They let the fights go on around them. They let all these other actions and battles happen, and you did a bit of Mr. Miyagi in here. Look at it. Here we go. Hey, I like it. I hope we caught that on camera. Copter swatting the flies out in the studio as well. We give you some chopsticks next time.
Yeah, that's got to be too easy. I mean, I'm going to need something like a needles or 2 of...
Needles, damn.
Okay.
All right, look at the precision over here. But what we also need to see from some of these teams, right, especially a team like Fate, is to be more precise with their opportunities they've got in front of them, because we mentioned the fact they eliminated 12-18, they got that 1 kill at the end. Great, it's 1 point. But like you saw it, they were stuck in the blue. We started to worry for them, like, why are you so far behind on this? Like, you need to have your wits about you. They understand by now, surely.
But being held out like that, you got to straight away realize that, all right, this is not going to work for us. We need to do something about it. And Killeris was on a little bit. Well, you have 2 choices. Either you just start healing and tanking the blue and coming late, or you start with a med strat and just give all the meds to one person and leave it there. Yep. But we didn't see that coming out, and then they end up with about 0 points. So, I mean, you got to think fast. You got to adapt on the fly to make sure that you get those points. That is what's making Na'Vi the #1 right now. They are doing this, and they're constantly, even if they're down to 1 person, 1 player in the middle of the game, in the early game, they're still managing to get a top 5 placement.
Definitely. If we want to talk about one player, Solkay again. He got the last kill from Na'Vi as well.
Again,
so he was again on the fire. I mean, he just took the last player from the Na'Vi down. He was the last remaining player from the Futbolist there on the northern side. But I mean, how the game ended, the circle was completely crazy, to be honest. I mean, it was going towards the Painan, and it was all the time on the B island, or the Camp Bravo island. So it was on the largest island. And then I think the phase number 6 actually first circle that shifted like towards the Charlie Island, and the majority was there. So yeah, people were thinking, okay, we have to cross the river from the northern side, but then it actually went back there, and then of course the GUNZ needed to do the attack there on the towards the team inside, like Konina.
Now, I love that you mentioned Solkay, because I want to take a look at some of the top players, because it's now back-to-back games that this man has been large and in charge. Okay, it's only 3 this time around, but Solkay, he's getting honorable mentions across today, and maybe he can be the reason that Futbolists have this chance to come back in and grab some more money.
Hey, he's definitely one of the key players. But if you look at it, only 3 kills to be on the top here, only 2 even. That kind of shows you how even it's been throughout the whole board on this game alone. Not just between the players, but also between all of the teams, because they're not going to be racking up a lot of the kills. that means that it's going to be very even coming out from this, and it's going to be the placement points that will be determining who's going to push up or down on the leaderboard.
Yeah, of course, Sanhok is a very hard map to get a lot of kills as well. I mean, sometimes you can go for the killing spree, but usually in Sanhok, if you want to get more kills, you're going to be fighting from the closer distance. And we know how the guys can be hiding behind the rocks and the trees and all that grass. So it's usually, if you start being very, very aggressive, somebody's going to be caught you out of the guard, and then you don't make many more kills.
Now, I'm super excited, and I just can't wait to see how this is panning out now in the middle of the scoreboard. Because at the beginning of the day, right, we were so focused on Fate, Na'Vi, and what could happen here. 12-18, maybe in with a shot. Now we've sat there, and it's very wide open that actually 12-18 could be overtook by some teams.
Yeah.
There's plenty of teams fighting for more points in here now. This has not just been domination like we saw from yesterday, where it was just Fate and Na'Vi. This has opened a whole realm of possibilities up now, and this is too hard to call.
I mean, this comes down to the nerves, right? Can you keep your nerves? Can you keep your cool when it comes to this kind of situation? When you are towards the top, you know that you want to keep on pushing, but at the same time, you don't want to drop down. You start getting nervous. You start messing up. You start making mistakes. You start losing people because of that. You start losing the games, and you're not gaining any points. Meanwhile, you have those teams who are experienced. They know what the pressure feels like. They know how to put that aside. They know how they're going to be gaining their points. And that's why we're seeing the more experienced teams right now. They're thriving in this environment.
I think Fate, there was a lot of pressure when they came today. And of course, this whole situation with the Na'Vi, they are a little bit off, as we can say for now. And 12-18, I think when they noticed that Fate is underperforming, I think there's a slight amount of pressure on them as well. But GUNZ and Konina, I mean, they are kind of like, they can only get better results. I mean, I don't think that they currently have the pressure. Of course, now when GUNZ is like finally returning that chicken dinner which Konina got on last game, but still I think that these guys are more or less free to play as they want.
And I'm glad you're saying that, right? Not just free to play as they want, but I think a key part for these guys right now is that they came into the day with not like, okay, we can gain a bit more money, right? But we were looking at the top and thinking, okay, it's not so possible. We might not be able to overtake these teams. Now, they had this looser style, they can play a bit more chill, but now they're going to have the momentum, right? You're going to be like, wait a second, I can jump up, I can do it. There's real chance for them now. And now they're going to be extra pumped up. They got to hold on to that adrenaline, though, because there's still 3 more games to go. But that just makes it more of an interesting situation to see what fights can be taking place.
Yeah, it's all down to yourself. You dictate how you want to play it. You dictate who you want to fight against. It's all up to yourself, but you just got to realize when is the time to strike, when is the time to back off, when is the time for us to actually just leave that fight alone and keep on going instead.
I think on the last circles there, I mean, I think there was 2 moments, okay, 1 moment, 2 great feelings. When the circle finally shifted there on the northern side and back on the Bravo Island, we had Konina on that side of the river in Painan with the hard cover and everything. So I think at that moment when the circle shifted, I was, yeah, let's do it. We can do this. I mean, we have the circle. But then in the end, I mean, they just didn't execute it that well. And then GUNZ, who came all the way from the Charlie Island side, they needed to cross the river. I think when they finally made that push on the other side, got the ground from the northern side, I mean, they must be feeling great at the moment. And I think that the rest was just like, going with that moment and getting everybody dead.
Well, let's have a look at some damage numbers in here across the teams as well. Right, we've got our top 10 damage that I want to take a look at now. Obviously, we're going to see Na'Vi right at the top. But surprisingly enough, right, because of how many placement points we've seen from Fate, there's a lot of teams now above them and how much damage is being done here. And look at Konina. Although coming into the day, you may have not expected it, right now they're sat in 2nd place.
Yeah, sat in 2nd place, and they've been playing phenomenally. And, I mean, if they can keep on going, they're going to go far ahead of the other teams there. They're going to catch up to teams like 12-18. Because right now, what we saw from 12-18 in the last game, of course, that is a disaster for them. And you can see here, of course, that they have the fragging power. They know exactly what they're doing. They know how to shoot their guns, and they are willing to do it.
Let's get into the numbers that we love, guys. 3 games in, 3 more to go. Let's see this overall ranking. Na'Vi closing in on 300 points. Way up there right now. Team 12-18, they're only now 5 points ahead of GUNZ. And guess what? It's only 6 points for Konina. These teams are hot on their heels, like you guys have been saying.
This is what I'm saying. Like, you can't just slow down like 12-18 did and just go out like that. This is what's gonna happen. But the thing is that GUNZ, Konina Power right now, with how good they've been playing, not only are they going to surpass 12-18, but they're going to surpass Fate as well.
This is so close. I mean, these teams are so close to each other. I mean, 3-3, 12-18, GUNZ and Konina inside 6 points from each other. So the battle from the third place is definitely on. And I think that meanwhile, these teams are fighting from the third place. I think they're going to be at the same time catching on Fate if the Fate is like suffering from the same fate, as Frost would say. But yeah, it's going to be very tight. And Konina Power, I mean, somehow it reminds me from a good old Russian steam locomotive. I mean, they have been slowly gaining the speed, and I don't know why, but it just feels to me that they are not going to be stopping for a while.
If you look at it, though, you see the big gap. It's going to be from Futbolist on 6th place down to NASR on 7th place there. A big 40-point gap there. Futbolist, of course, they can still catch up to the top 5 there as well. They're only 20 points behind right now. And what we've seen from them today so far, it's been very aggressive. It's been a lot of kills, and I expect them that they can keep on pulling that off. They can actually be on the top 5. If you look at first game, 2nd place, 5 kills. Second game, 7th place, 10 kills. And now in the 3rd game, they had a 3rd place with 6 kills. 3 more games to go. If they keep on pulling up these kind of numbers, it's going to be a fight for the top 5 as well.
There is a fight on our hands, and it's not just for the top placement. Guys, thank you so much for this breakdown once again. It is time for us to move back into Erangel. 3 more matches remain here at the EMEA Championship, and it is still very open. And we're bringing in our last pair of commentators to take you through this action. It is the hype, it is the amazing, it is the talented Maxman and Imperium. Boys, I damn well know you're ready.
Oh man, you know, we're ready to get right into the action here, Banks. Thank you very much, guys, on the desk. A lot of analysis coming on through, but we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of it all this time around with our only 3 games remaining. And Imperium, after these 3 games, we're about to crown a king and see who's going to be number 1, even though it should be Na'Vi normally.
Let's be fair. It's most likely going to be Na'Vi. I said it within the first 2 games of day 1. That check is being written as we speak. But it is safe to say, as the guys pointed out on the desk, the battle for second is well and truly open. Yeah. 49 points between Fate in 2nd place and Futbolist down in 6th. The performances that GUNZ, Konina Power and Futbolist have pulled out in the first 3 games have been immeasurable.
Yeah, I mean, between 3rd and 4th position, between 12-18 and GUNZ currently is a 5-point difference, and only a 1-point difference between GUNZ and Konina Power that are in 4th and 5th respectively. So literally, we're getting back to that moment in the tournament where one singular kill could mean the difference between being 3rd and being in the, unfortunately, not even on the podium at the very end of this event. So every single kill, every single frag, every single rotation you can pull off that gives you just a little bit of a better edge coming into these games might make the difference at the very end of these games. So
for sure,
we still got 3 more games to come on through. Double Erangel and also a Miramar game. And you know what? You're the stats man, Imperium. You typically check them out quite a bit. Which team has been standing out the most in terms of number on the Erangel? Because I think we got a few teams that really stood out heavily.
On Erangel, it's definitely Na'Vi. 14.4 points per Erangel game coming into this day's set of games. Then followed by Fate, Konina Power, and GUNZ. So let's be fair. Futbolists have been very flat in Erangel on an average of over 5.4 points per game. So that's a massive deficit. But at the end of the day, right, does it really matter what the stats have shown in the past? It's realistically all about the present. It's all about the now. It's all about what these teams can do in the final games of the day.
Damn, Imperium, motivational speaker. I did not know that, man. You got a potential career other than casting in that one, man. You got to keep on going. But yeah, it's going to be about what you can pull off coming into these last 3 games. 2 Erangels, 1 Miramar. That is what we're going to be looking to see how these teams can perform. Other than that, these drops, Fate are like, you know what? No more, no more military base drop. We know that Na'Vi are going to try and with us, and I think that Na'Vi are like, they know we're not going to try and hunt them down because it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. So we're going to go back to our usual drop in Northern George, and Fate are going to be chilling over to the west. But you got to be careful. 12-18 and RICO Infinity typically go for a very wide spread towards the quarry position and also Gatka fields for 12-18. So if ever you have an eastern circle, which is happening a little bit from them, a little bit further away to the east of their location, you got to be careful because those 1 players in a very unusual location might just cause you a lot of trouble later on.
I got to give a lot of respect to Fate, to be fair. They've changed your drop spot every single game so far, and there's been a couple of hiccups, but for the most part, they've been able to pull something out of the bag in at least one of the games, and for them to deal with the resilience that is a natural part of the game, let's be fair, is pretty credible. But not only are they trying to deal with
a certain CAS dominating team hunting them down, but they've got to deal with the fact that they are edging closer to losing that second spot. Luckily for them, in that last game in Sanhok, 12-18, got 0 points. So the 1 point that Fate did secure was at least a little bit, just a tiny minuscule extra little bit of a cushion on board. And when you said it can come down to that extra point, it could be the reason Fate finishes second or third.
Yeah, and you might just be very salty because of the extra point. Because once again, I think it's interesting at this point to talk about cash prize distribution and how it comes out. If you're first, you get $40,000 out of the $150,000 total for the entirety of this PMPL EMEA Championship. Second is $28,000, then $18,000 for third, and fourth is going to be $10,000. So very significant $10,000 drop-offs from second to third into fourth, and even more than that, it's going to be $12,000 drop-off from first to second.
Yeah.
So that 1 point difference, and it already is so close, would mean a lot for these teams because we're talking, 5-digit numbers. That is not something you see every day in PUBG Mobile Esports.
It just adds to the pressure, adds to the stress, right, Max? These players have worked their butts off to get to this point. They've worked their butts off across the previous 18 plus games to lead into this final day, the final 3 games of this day. And yeah, it needs to be continued in terms of high level performance, 0 mistakes made for you to grab as much of that cash prize pool as you can. Looking at phase 1, to be fair, my friend, it's a good central start for this map. It does tickle around the military island, but I don't think it's anything the teams will be in any way afraid of. Position yourself towards a coastal line like SUDOR have to begin with is definitely not a bad way to go, but don't commit yourself too early to the high north or south edge of the circle to begin with. Play for that variable shift across the phase 2 and phase 3.
Yeah, very straightforward, of course, coming to this game. So it's not going to be we're not going to have a finish based around, the circle is in your favor whatsoever. No, this is actually a game where anyone can take it as long as you rotate accordingly and you also done your research. Research is going to be very important to make sure you don't encounter teams in the early stage. You want to try and avoid that as much as possible. What piqued your interest? What did you see? Tell me, boy, tell me.
I'll tell you what I observed. NASR and Panda didn't drop on each other. NASR actually dropped away from both school and apartments. They've gone for a split drop. I just noticed that because I think this is the very first game, at least in the last day and a half, that they've done that. I commend NASR for going, look, it's not worth it. We're kind of fighting for 7th spot. Conqueror only 2 points behind us, whereas Panda, they're kind of lying down in the bottom half of the standings. They've got nothing to lose. They'd already won most of the fights against NASR. So both sides working well, but NASR separating is definitely more advisable. Fair play to them.
I mean, when you talk about that, at the very start of the tournament, especially the 2 first days, NASR would win that fight most of the time. And Panda, especially on day 3, started winning a little bit more. I think NASR like, okay, you know what? Panda has improved. And we saw them improve, especially in very significant ways in the Western European PMPL. So they know that, okay, you know what? They're going to be learning over time. Every single time they're going to encounter NASR, they're going to get better at taking those kind of fights. So NASR just like, you know what? They got too good. We're just going to leave it. We're going to go for another spot. And now they're just a little bit further over to the east of Potato Hills. That's where they're playing currently. A pretty widespread too. Team Unique is already going to be starting to move forward. So we might have a little bit of back and forth happening so far. But we're at the stage where very clearly these teams know where you drop. If a team dies at this stage, it's clearly intentional, right? So because it's so high level right now, and we talked about the prize pool distribution being so important, $10,000 once again for the top 4 from slot to slot. You do not want to take these early fights because you're heavily hindering your opportunity to get a top 3 or even a chicken dinner at the end of the day.
Yeah, one of those teams that does need to be very much aware of that in their current position is GUNZ, right? They dropped in Pachinki. It's where they've called home. It's theirs for the taking, but there's a lot of traffic currently somewhat around them. They have disengaged to that more northern edge, the high ground above Pachinki, which I think is very valuable. They didn't stay within the city for too long, but I still worry about their position. 12-18, a little bit to the southwest of them. Slime 4KT, a little bit to the northwest of them. Then when you look on towards Potato Hill, Unique, NASR, you got Panda, next Rüya, all around them right now.
Did you see Analyst's Z skin?
No.
That was the weirdest skin I think I've ever seen in a game. Hopefully we'll see it very soon. Don't know if you're familiar with the Baba Papa. It's like a French show actually, but now I say it out loud. No, you do not know that. I'll show you later on. But
yeah,
looks very familiar to it. It's a really weird skin. But they get themselves
from Ireland.
Yeah, it's true. Hey man, I don't know if you got your own Irish shows. They're maybe a little bit weird. They're like shape-shifting monsters, and it became a car. It's kind of weird.
Okay.
Yeah, but unique though. Despite the weird car skin, they got himself in a pretty strong spot here. They're going to be on Potato Hill. That's going to be Imperium's secondary location that he lives in.
What's my first location?
Ireland. That's where it is.
Okay. But he's in Potato Hill in Ireland.
Actually,
outside of
I don't know. I'm unaware. I do not know. The only time I went to Ireland was to golf. It's pretty good for golfing.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
You golf?
I did for some time. I was pretty decent.
Okay. Okay. What was your handicap?
Me.
Oh my god. Okay. We move on from that one. It's time for KT taking a couple of shots towards next Rüya on the headshot hills. It's a tricky area to play around so early in the game. This is only phase one. It's a good spot, but when you're there too early, you can get backstabbed, right? Depending on how this circle shifts. For the time being, they're looking focused. They push back next Rüya. Good aggression coming out from the African representatives.
Yeah, a little bit of a nice aggression. They did drop this time around, by the way, in crates of George Bowl. That is, I believe we'll have to check out with Banks too, but back in the African PMCO, I believe that was their main drop location where they would play, and because there's the likes of Futbolist to drop there, also is Na'Vi, they just don't really see the opportunity to go for. Big circle shift here. 50% of this is going to be almost unoccupied. Of course, Milta being the drop spot of Konina Power, they don't really have to move too much, but there's a lot of really strong compounds, and I'm thinking the compound right up north of Milta in that little valley area is really valuable, and I do think Konina Power already on the move to go there, but there's a lot of compounds, so that's not the only team that should be able to get a good spot. World of Wonders, or even potentially Conqueror, could actually go in that position very early.
And more importantly, Konina Power are the only team within that kind of bunch of Fate 12-18 GUNZ themselves and Futbolists who are actually kind of safe from that cluster. They're the only team that's on the eastern side. All the other teams nearly have to, in some way, shape, or form, run through each other. I'm not saying they're going to clash, but that potential is there across that shift to the east. For the time being, Unique have gotten onto the shelter region without any real trouble. NASR are getting close to the likes of GUNZ. GUNZ are rotating past Potato Hill, and you can see Fate on our screens are sticking to a very passive, slow rotation through Ferry Pier.
They're going through Sanhok, actually. Arif is already over, and I think he's going to be there to scout information, maybe to create an anchor point.
Okay.
I think that's a good play. I think that especially I
disagree with
maybe know that Na'Vi is not chasing them down anymore, especially because of how the drops have been working out last game. So they might be a little bit aware of that, and they're going to go for the wide rotate. Though, if their intention is to go for the Eastern Bridge, Konina Power are strong at defending that. They typically stay there for a really long time. Even though we know as a fact that Konina Power already started moving away relatively early, it is a risk. Though, if the play is to get into Novo, pick up a boat, it's still early game, it's phase 1 into phase 2 conclusion, that could work out. Though, what's not working out is this fight for RICO Infinity, as Futbolist just completely jump on through, and 2 easy kills already come into their name. I mean, Futbolist got close so many times in Imperium to getting the win, this might be the one.
21 kills Futbolists have gotten in the first 3 games of the day, and it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon. However, the noise they made has attracted the teams up around them. In this case, it's 12-18. They're on top of the hill outside of Vichinki. It's a strong place for them to hold on to. It's a little bit of a typical battle between Compound and High Ground Hill. Both teams are in a solid spot. Just look to trade a couple of shots towards each other. Make sure you're aware. And for now, Futbolists sending a Levazin to the coastal line is incredibly valuable, because on that coastal line position of the mainland, he's actually able to get information towards the kind of farm region where RICO, Infinity, Conqueror, and SUDOR currently lay. So I really like that awareness from the Vazin.
Yeah, it's a really good scouting ground. I really like it. Though I'm thinking Imperium, One day I would like it if, with our producers in future events, if we could have like a button where it's Futbolist being screened by Mustache Dave. I think that is necessary, and it would enhance the viewing experience by a significant amount.
Can I try to imitate her?
Do you have a mustache?
I have a mustache and a beard.
True, you got both, actually. Yeah, give it a shot.
Futbolist! I think that's pretty good.
It's actually pretty close. A little bit too much Irish in there. Okay, a little bit too much water into this one. Okay, that's a hard shift and a half. That's going to be going straight on top of the bridge. Great for Fate. Luckily enough, we're not gate kept away by Konina Power. SUDOR will not have to move, but there's going to be a big movement of teams from the north and also from the west. Now things are going to get really spicy. That water is going to be horrible to play with.
I said initially I didn't disagree with Fate's rotation, but
now you agree.
It's turning into a big brain move. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Max. They have to deal with all the pressure around them, right? They're going to be target number one in terms of position. So are they going to be able to deal with... Okay. Why, are you wearing sandals or something like that, my friend?
I literally am. I'm literally wearing flip-flops, Imperium.
Fair enough.
But also because you're a flip-flopper in this lobby. But no, I agree. It's something that's pretty hard to guess beforehand, unless you pay the purple gods with your PayPal beforehand, which I don't think is possible. We'll know that Ocean Sharma is not working on this event right now. Konina Power, though, they got themselves access to the ridge line. Fate with the compounds, that could be decent, but you know that it's not a fight dish result in any kills getting confirmed too easily unless you have a full commitment, so I don't think this is going to go really far away. I love that Axa, you can see on the minimap on your right, went for the gas station position, though I would like that to have a 2-2 split. I think that will be a lot better. If you do get breached, you have more time to defend it and more leeway against the offending team. So I think that sending an extra player with Axa would be the go-to play for them.
I also think it's too early to go into that position for Konina Power because they're at risk of getting backstabbed from a team that choose to go into Milta, such as Unique's current rotation towards that pathline. So I don't agree unless they actually full-on push in onto Fate. Otherwise, they really possibly will lose one or two players. One thing I've noticed, Max, 12-18, they're going for the same rotation as Fate did across the Western Bridge as East Y does get a knock onto GUNZ. Good start for Fate Esports. They played more on the edge in the first 3 games, whereas this central position is a big test for them to hold their ground, stand their ground, and stop any potential breach coming through.
Not gonna lie, if I'm 12-18 currently rotating through Somnovka Island, I would stay on Somnovka until the circle moves, because you know there's going to be a lot of action unfolding, and I think that they're going to start reading the kill feed lighting up normally very soon. And they're like, okay, we don't want to get involved. There's no reason for us to do so. We'll wait. If we're lucky, the circle goes right on top of the bridge. And we might have a little bit of an opportunity to play around it, but here you want to try and delay it as much as possible, because that cross was how Konina Power is currently positioned with also Fate. It's not an easy cross, so you need to try and be very prepared, and you must be ready to commit when you go for it. As Unique, they're going to have a little bit of a clash back and forth with Natus Vincere. Just going to be, once again, Unique struggling a lot in this lobby, I have the impression.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They initially had a good start to that fight, right? They got the knockdown onto Matic, and they got a little bit too bold for the boots, in my opinion. Tried to confirm it, got counter-knocked, got traded instantly. And Navi, their rotation was incredibly wild. They dropped in North George, right? And they went all the way across the north, down into the northeast of this circle through Milta. So good from Navi. They're able to sweep around, play on the edge extremely well. But as the next circle shifts up and moves over to the west, so they even have further to go if they're making it into the circle.
Yeah, Navi just proving once again they're such a good team when it comes to reading circles and playing path and how to find the path of least resistance to enter in those kind of circles later on. Next, Rüya taking a 5 versus Destiny, though, still up as a 4-man crew. Kuduk's trying to go for a little bit of a backstab. He took the shots with the Thompson and will give some information over to the opponents of Destiny. Kuduk taking a pretty big beating, and he's going to get knocked on his knees in submission. The rest of the team's going to fully commit to this engage. Now, Frozen X and also Yekta are going to get pushed upon, and Destiny losing nobody in this engage, Imperium, as only Frozen X is going to be left stranded once again. This was the MVP of the Turkish PMPL. Can he see if he can live up to the expectation? Now, he's currently going for the res onto Nihat. There's some more fights unfolding, and man, we got some continuous action happening right now on this map.
because Konina Power didn't really get backstabbed from the side. They felt confident pushing in across the way. They got one knock, although Axer is knocked in return. That second one came through. Ragnarok's healing up. Harif is across the way, and he's in a position where he can't really do anything for his teammates for the time being.
Yeah, gotta make a decision here. That looked like a really good nade, a little bit more cooked, and that would have been a banger, potentially a triple kill as one nade. But he's gonna get the res. Isawi's still on his knees, and that's going to be the kill confirmed. And another knock once again onto Leif, and Ragnarok is just forced in a corner. He just can't escape from this fight whatsoever. And he's going to get pushed up and actually moving out. He jumped straight on over to join up with the likes of Arif. That's a good idea because you do not want to get clustered up by Konina Power. Unfortunately, they do lose 2 players in the process, but at least they still got 2 players up and ready to go, and they need to survive to be high in the standings.
Plus, if you notice, Navi were eliminated by Team Unique. So the PMPL CIS winners do at least show a bit of a sign that they have something to offer in the final day of the EMEA Championship for their other CIS brethren. Konina Power, they're looking strong. 12-18, that deep rotation through Military Island, very heavily worked out. And they did exactly what you suggested, Max. They waited for the next circle to shift up. Then they went across the bridge because they knew at that point nobody was realistically going to be looking in their direction.
Yeah, and also if the bridge cross was not going to work out for 12-18, they could just straight up send the buggies into the water, then just swim their way down south of SUDOR Esports and maybe try and go for the compound breach. That was going to be an opportunity. But yeah, they gave himself also the vehicles, which is going to make their later stage a lot easier to deal with. Going to send Zakonivor forward with a McLaren, once again making me extremely jealous because I did not get it, and I will never get it, unfortunately, because my luck is indeed that bad. Circle's about to move, and Panda, we haven't talked too much about Panda. They're in a great rotation, but Reef, he's going to be perfectly cooked. It's going to be Ragnarok once again forced up, and they just surround it so heavily. Konina Power out for blood here, Imperium.
They are looking good. 4 kills on board for the time being, but Destiny, who pushed in onto next Rüya's compound, took it over, got the squad wipe on 4 kills themselves, stand up and make EUS proud as the representatives in the EMEA Championship. It's not over yet. They either can't get the revive or they can disengage away as 3 players left. To point out, though, with this circle shift on phase 5, centering up quite nicely outside the farm region, GUNZ, Futbolist, they're into very strong compounds inside this circle.
I would even say the strongest compound in this circle. True. They are looking golden as to being on the top 3 podium. He's going to send himself forward once again with another McLaren. Oh, no. That's going to go for World of Wonders. I mean, they saw the kill feed. They saw the knocks coming on through. They are fully prepared to go for the send it. And they're already up to 5 kills. And they're looking to clear out this compound. If they can do so, that will be amazing. Fashion Pioneer will be just going for the little bit of a sneaky re-engage from the back end. And Son HP will be left stranded on the rooftop, on the balcony. And he knows he's about to get pushed up. Might get enough time to go for the engage onto Zessi to go for the res, but he just has no escape potential in this fight, Imperium, and we're just looking at the undoing of World of Wonders. Get himself 1 knock, but that's all he gets, as Naomi shall be known as the killer of the World of Wonders.
Oh my lord. This is what I love about Konina Power. They're always there, right? They may struggle sometimes. They may kind of look downtrodden, but in a major tournament, they always manage to show up on the final day, and this is it in the EMEA Championship. NASR, they're going to be compounded. 12-18 are putting them under pressure. Zakonivor is low in health. TT Cooks is knocked down. Zakonivor, as far as I know, is the only one that's left standing.
Yeah, so little amount of compounds. Currently 3 in this circle, and actually 1, 2, 3, 4. You need to go for the breaches as everything connects, and that's it. NASR Esports clear it out, but Konina Power, they're going for third party. Are they going to get to double digits at phase 5? That might be just about to happen for the CIS team of Konina Power, though 2 players knocked away. NASR Esports, they need to find this opportunity. These are a golden chance to take down Konina Power as they were trying to take you out of your own compound. The nades are going wide, the utility does not connect, and NASR are going to send Nassan to go for the res onto Batika, giving Konina Power enough time to get back up as a 3-man crew.
He hasn't gotten the revive in time. The molly goes through.
The molly.
It goes into the shack. It gets a knock and it leaves Miracle left on his own. Can he create a miracle? He comes around his side. He grabs 1 knock, but with 2 players up, he's looking for down on the side of the building. playing the steps wonderfully, Max, as he gets the pre-fire shots off, but it's the third party from Futbolist that get the squad wipe onto the NASR boys.
Okay, I'm sold. This game is a banger, Imperium. I'm loving every single second of it, and we even got more action to come on through. As Futbolist, you said it, they're taking a fight. Grenade from down below from SK Tom. He's going to be the one to initiate, but you do not have the team. The Molly connects onto Fidan. Everything comes on through so well for SUDOR, but unfortunately it goes wrong as one of their players gets knocked out. Rom on his knees will not be able to give any information because of that smoke, so Futbolist is still completely blind as to how this push might unfold.
That's a grenade!
That's a banger, that's a win, and that is Futbolist out of the game as SUDOR Esports once again going hella aggressive on that push.
Oh my god, and that's the compound that's inside the circle. But Konina Power aren't over yet as Panda looking on in between the shack and the wall. They're going up against GUNZ, but GUNZ, they have the better of them for the time being. Yiz is still up. He's the last one standing in around the side of the wall. Freak is pre-firing through the smoke with the Thompson in his hands, and that is beautifully played by the GUNZ players. Still Yiz not to be taken out for the time being.
I like this coming out from GUNZ. They know that they...
Oh my god!
How did that take so long to kill him? I have no idea. But it's really cool from GUNZ because they knew they only had knocks, so they knew there was still a player, there was a smoke, there was still active, so they were just taking a very slow and respectful approach. I like that from GUNZ, and now they got full control and ownership of the north. They're the 9 circle. They need to keep on pushing forward, and the road is in play too. A lot of teams currently down south, and only a few will come out on top, Imperium. This is going to be one game for the books, as 5 teams currently are still into this one. SUDOR Esports, GUNZ, Conqueror EU, Konina Power, and Destiny.
Zaro, what can you say? Last player up for Destiny. The solo play. It's what he does best. Now, the good thing for Konina Power, Max, is that Conqueror are pushing a little bit closer to SUDOR, so that distraction might be made to allow Konina Power to push in. You can see Nomi, he's crawling his way closer to that wall, but I don't know if they know that Conqueror are there.
I think Nomi has a giddy suit too. I think I spotted it for a second, so that is going to make it a little bit easier to not get spotted out by SUDOR or Conqueror. And if they can go for the third party, that 2-man team up might just be what they are dreaming for. Mihi and Mazzaro, a little bit down below, very prone to taking utility damage, especially grenades, and GUNZ know that they currently have the priority. That nade connects onto Mihi, puts him extremely low. He's in jeopardy right now, and that extra bullet will put him straight in the knock state. Might be sent straight to the afterlife if Mazzaro also goes down himself. Ralph is going to be the one pushing there with a McLaren, and that's going to be all said and done as Destiny get eliminated in 5th position. 6 kills to Gun Imperium. Can they make the back-to-back dream become reality?
Man, you say that's jeopardy. I say how to win this game for 500. Bob, GUNZ are doing a wonderful job of controlling the north, but Konina Power under pressure. Conquered their rivals back in last year's EMEA finals for that golden PMGC spot are keeping Konina Power at bay.
They're coming in hot. Conqueror, Vito already made it over to the walls. They could be prone to taking nade damage from SUDOR, but SUDOR, they want to let this fight end so they can maybe capitalize on the opportunity of the fight as it goes and fizzles out. There's the smoke. I don't know who chucked those smokes, but it does take a lot of information away. Nade connects onto Nomi. He's going to be confirmed out of the game. Only one player remains for Konina Power, as now he has to take care of himself, but that's not going to be going any further for them, unfortunately. Imperium is still a bang of a game for them. 17 points. Konina Power were in 5th. And with those, they are over GUNZ and they are over 12-18. But GUNZ still in this game is not going to be an easy spot to hold on to.
Hell of a game for Konina Power. 78 points in 4 games. You cannot argue with that one. But the final 3 teams of this game are left alive. And GUNZ, they really have the control, right? Because Conqueror, SUDOR, they're battling it out.
I mean, that circle, man, there's not much you can really do. You got to win the fight versus Conqueror or SUDOR, and then you got to cross over the road versus GUNZ. There's no way. This has to be a GUNZ winner chicken dinner, and if it isn't, I'm going to be genuinely surprised this time around, Imperium. As he's going to go for the wraparound, SK Tom will be able to win that mini one-on-one, and Conqueror, they're up against a 4-man crew of SUDOR Esports, going to go for the pre-fire, but Reeves will be losing that one instantly. As SUDOR are looking just so strong as of recent times, but the blue zone is adding an extra time factor to this engage. Conqueror and SUDOR Esports, you have to end this fight ASAP, or otherwise GUNZ are going to third party and steal all the kills away. As Gaeton going to jump on over the wall, and that's it for Conqueror, eliminated in 3rd. 12 kills over to SUDOR Esports. The hardest has yet to come, as now they need to cross up against a 3-man engage of GUNZ.
Yeah, but unfortunately for GUNZ, SUDOR didn't really lose any players in the fight, but as one player is knocked down, Frags start to have the body advantage.
Yeah, grenades would be big. You know exactly what kind of angles and what positions are being held down by the 3 players of GUNZ. But the blue zone, we said it, that's an extra time factor. It is so hard under pressure with the blue zone on your heels to make these kind of decisions, to make these push actually happen. And Ralph behind that car too, that's great. Cannot explode, it's not a real car, so he's going to be able to get himself some sneaky angles underneath though. He's going to have his feet get shot up by the other side of SUDOR. Let's get Tonga to try and jump over. This is a great smoke roll. Gets the information, and with that third-person perspective behind the wall, gets it done. But no, GUNZ will be the one to take himself the 4th game of the final day of this PMPL. And that's the back-to-back, baby. We're getting it once again. Let's go.
That game was insane. So many standout moments, of course. Controlling the north, GUNZ were blazing through. One of their compound was in play very nicely inside the circle come phase 5 onwards. But here's the thing, what I love about that is that they recognized that they couldn't rely on that compound, so they started sweeping around. They cleared out Destiny, they cleared out a couple of players, pushed back even the likes of SUDOR and Conqueror across the road, right? So that element of proactivity from GUNZ was really a big significant factor for them claiming this chicken dinner in Erangel.
And one word to describe, well, I guess 2 words to describe this game, bloodbath. That's all that really comes to mind. This game has been aggressive from start to finish, and I really enjoyed how a lot of teams tried to play around it. Konina Power getting himself so many kills, and kills alone might be the reason why they jump an extra position or 2, but GUNZ, they were in 4th. They were 5 points behind 12-18. 12-18s, we know they didn't have the easiest play of the game. So I think the will might have actually GUNZ dropping up in 3rd. We'll have to see on the desk later on to see if that is exactly where they currently stand. But it's still so close. We still have 2 more games, one on Miramar and one on Erangel. And it's still anybody's game. And I'm especially really happy with SUDOR because they were in 15th before this game. And there's such a small point difference between all the teams on the 2nd page. That one game alone for SUDOR might allow them to jump an extra 4, even potentially 5 or 6 positions purely based on how many kills they got.
Exactly, and a little bit similar for Conqueror as well, because they got a good result. They should overtake NASR either way. I cannot wait to see what comes in the last 2 games of the day.
Yeah, I cannot wait for the 2 extra games at the end, that's for sure, Imperium. But with that said, we're going to go for a very short breather, and then we'll be back onto the desk with the boys to try and break down this second Erangel game of the day.
Xiaomi.
Erangel proved to deliver on our 4th match of today. There's still 2 more to come, but before we get there, before we discuss everything we just saw, we got to give a big shout out and thanks to Xiaomi. the amazing sponsor making the EMEA Championship possible here, where you guys can grab their phones and enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience. Using Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G phones, you'll be able to conquer on the battlefield, destroy all your opponents, and potentially be here with us one day, as you're getting talked about, and owning it up further throughout championships, throughout PMCO, throughout everything else that PUBG Mobile has to offer. Because right now, PUBG Mobile has to offer a hell of a lot of hype, because this was crazy. Na'Vi went out early, Fate not getting the points they would have wanted, GUNZ still delivering, Konina dominating with kills as well. There is so many little details here, and now, quick maths, it's not a thing I'm very good at, Frost, so I'm leaving it to you.
On what?
Everything.
No need for overlays.
No overlays, just his brain. Let's take a look at the match ranking, though, before we go further. I'll save your brain in having to do all of this, because GUNZ grabbed 25, but SUDOR, when we've been saying, where have they been? They've been asleep. We didn't have to get a stick for them, but they did go in to grab 24 this time.
That's going to push them up and repel them up on the total leaderboard, but I'm more want to talk about GUNZ. Look at them. Another win, a back-to-back win. What did they have before that? They had a second place. What did they have before that? A third place. What did it end yesterday with? A second place. This is GUNZ showing up big time, and you got to be afraid if you're not them.
This is definitely one of those games that's got to be putting the benchmark for the others. So now they will make that leap, most probably on the leaderboard when we're going to be seeing that. That's going to make them as the target for the other team. So this is really them making their mark on the lobby.
Also, Konina Power getting themselves 17 points in this game, getting himself another top 5 placement here. We saw him, of course, this game, 4th place, 9 kills. Previous one, 2nd place, 9 kills. And the previous one before that, 1st place, 12 kills. They are on the roll right now, and they're not just getting those placement points. They're getting a lot of kills as well.
They're being confident to go out and get the kills. We'll take a look at page 2 as well and see further down this, because Na'Vi right now, 1 point in a game like this, not the end of the world when you're so far ahead, but for Fate, again, 0 points twice today? The pressure, the crumbling, I'm just watching it all fall apart for these guys. I'm scared.
Twaliteen as well, both of them right now. I would be scared if I were those two teams. It has been a wonderful tournament so far, but they're crumbling together. Today, on the last day, you have a few more games. You got to keep it together. You got to give it all in these last 2 games here.
A couple chances all remaining, and Fate, they were looking so good. I mean, with the rotation from the southern side when the circle finally shifted towards the east side bridge. So Fate, they had the position for a moment, and it was looking very good for them. But of course, then of course they didn't get away from there anymore, so it got complicated. But I mean, with 0 points on a game like this, and having the results from the past 2 maps as well, I mean, this is just not how you will keep the 2nd place.
No.
You talk about the rotation down there on Mila Island from Fate there. I guess you get cursed if you go that way, because Twaliteen went that way as well. And look what happened. They only got 1 point. That's the only 2 teams that rotated through there.
That is not the way to do it, right? That is not the way to go. It was a couple of hard shifts in there that made things slightly more difficult as well. We're going to take a look at the top players from this game at the same time. And there was Lord once again. I remember praising him quite heavily yesterday, being able to deal the damage. Obviously, Nomi. Out of what, how was it, 8 kills they had in total? Or 9 kills? They had 9 kills, didn't they? He got 6 of them.
Konina Power had 9 kills, yeah.
And he got 6 of them on his own, right? Little army man going on forward, destroying the competition wherever he could. And obviously, we got the other 2 players in there who were obviously going all the way to the end to make the magic happen.
But it's great to see that SUDOR can pull up these kind of numbers. Having both Fidan and Eskitan up here, it kind of shows you, even if they haven't showed up big time during the tournament, it's a good way to end it if you can keep on doing this for the past upcoming 2 games as well. It's going to put you up there towards the leaderboard, and that means more money, but also it shows everyone at home, this is what we're actually made of. This is how good we actually are.
While I agree with that, my biggest thing is that, like, you had a great first day, then okay, things can get away from you, but it's taking you until day 4. I don't want to take anything away from him. Still 2nd place in a lobby that's this stacked, how tough the competition is, I'll give it to him. But it's concerning for me where you have 2 days where you're just like, dropping off massively, and now we finally see it back again, like a little bit too late in my eyes.
Yeah, we talk about the being stable and consistent, and so this is definitely not the way how to do it. And I mean, the first day was kind of like okay, they were 5th or 6th on the first day, but they didn't get the chicken dinners. Then now they will do it, but I mean, there's too many matches between them. So yes, you can make some ground, make some places as well. You can get maybe 2 more games, good games on the board as well. But I mean, there's just no time anymore. So you can, yes, try to be there on the top 8. That's going to be the best they can do.
Yeah, that is certainly what we need to see, right? Getting up further, trying to get some more points on there, at least make them more money, right? Like you were saying there, Frost. But let's also remind you guys at home about the PMCO. The PMCO is very important to the growth, especially for new players coming in to the PUBG Mobile esports scene. The PUBG Mobile Club Open always showcases the best PUBG Mobile players and squad among the 23 regions across the world. The PMCO is regarded as the gateway in becoming a professional PUBG Mobile competitive gamer. You can sign up today with your team and compete against others in your region, and I certainly would be doing that if I want to have a chance of earning some money when it comes to competing in PUBG Mobile. We know how many of you guys out there are playing it, trying to rock the game and show your skills. Well, if you want to be a way to getting yourself to be a professional gamer, this is the way to do it. We still are waiting, Max, for your video.
Yeah.
Like so wait a second. You did breakdancing, you did tap dancing, I did rapping. Max is just a liar. That's what I've come to know.
Max, or yeah, I mean, none of the casters have done anything, right?
Yeah, but we've actually asked Max now. This is just disrespectful at this point.
Yeah, he actually told us that he could beatbox and stuff as well.
Yeah, we can maybe just accept that they will send the videos in. They don't have to do it on the broadcast, but we'll expect something to be happening on the social media and let's say during this night.
Exactly, Copter, exactly. Let's take a closer look at GUNZ though, right? Because we need to keep looking at these guys who them and Konina Power today, like you mentioned, Frost, they've been stepping up, they've been looking a lot better, and it is time where they actually may be saying like, what we said it literally in the previous segment before we went into this game, oh, there is a chance here for GUNZ to obviously feel a bit looser, not feel too much pressure, and just play this great style and ride the momentum. Well, they're certainly doing that now.
This is the GUNZ that I was expecting when we started out this tournament. They didn't deliver that the first day, maybe. They didn't deliver the second day, not the third day either. I mean, they were kind of decent. They were actually above decent. But today, this is the GUNZ that I've seen. This is the GUNZ I know. This is the GUNZ I was looking for. Finally, they're showing up, and this is looking really good for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to be getting some kills as well, 2-3 kills for each team member. So it's a very, very good performance as a team. You know, they are doing. Everybody's going to be doing their job. They're playing the team game definitely here. And of course, GUNZ, the circles did some favors towards them when the circle finally shifted there on the the hard shift that happened towards the bridge area. Then they were located next to the farm area, and then the next circle dropped there on the northwest side, and that's where the GUNZ was located. So of course they had the advantage from the circle as well, but still, of course, all these kills as well, probably a lot of them are from the longer distance as well.
And right, when it comes to this, GUNZ obviously now with a great chance. Konina's shown that they can have a challenge for it. No one's obviously able to challenge Na'Vi just yet, but Na'Vi, if they do have some more bad games like they just had there, remember, they went back to their normal drop spot, right?
Yeah.
They went back to what was default for the Na'Vi team, and they said, okay, cool, look, we've got in Fate's head, we feel comfortable right now, and their game didn't work out well. And actually, I really like the rotation we did see from Na'Vi, right? They came down from the north, decided to go over to the eastern side, but it was Unique, who we've hardly been talking about. They've been on the struggle bus from start to finish. They caused a huge upset in that one for them.
I mean, that's going to happen from time to time, but as you're saying, like, Na'Vi did a really good rotation there. That is like the perfect rotation. They're trying to avoid all the other teams. They know from a fact that on a circle like that, most of the teams, they're going to come in from north side. They're going to come in from the west side because that's where everybody's congested there.
Yep.
That's where the old circle was coming from. So they want to avoid that by going on the east side. They know there's going to be fewer teams to run into, but they didn't manage. Unique was just stopping them there.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit like a gamble. Of course, the rotation was good. I mean, of course, they were avoiding a lot of teams, but always when you get to the multi area, the circle, this was happening at the same time when they shifted towards the bridge again. So, of course, there was a chance that the circle will be shifting towards multi. And if that would have happened, they wouldn't have the kind of like need to get away from the multi area, because multi is one of those cities when you get in there, there's all the hills on the northern side, also on the western side, and those are pretty easy to keep. If people are trying to get away from multi, you can like pretty much stuck there, and that's what happened. But of course, they need to fight with Unique as well inside of it, and that was the destiny. Well, not the destiny, but anyway, the end result of the whole situation that Na'Vi just went down, and that sometimes it happens. But I think the guys are pretty chilling out anyways. I mean, 2 matches away, they have a decent amount of points before the next team, and I don't think that they are wondering about that much.
No, if you're an RV player, you're thinking life's pretty good right now. That check was signed by Imperium on Monday, and you still deliver it now when it comes to Sunday, right? One thing I want to look at is our overall rankings. It is going to be crazy. And oh, GUNZ have done it. GUNZ are through to second place over Fate, now with a 6-point lead, and Konina are right on their heels, just 3 points away. Fate, well, they're losing it now. It's slipping away. It's coming out of their grasp.
It is totally slipping away because if it continues as it has done today so far, we're going to see Konina Power overtake Fate in the next game here. And we still have 2 more games to go. So there's more than one chance. But it's still anyone's game towards the top. But don't forget Futbolist as well. They are chasing. They are hot. They've been fragging out. And they are really close right now as well.
And 12-18 Copter, we were saying them, oh, they're probably gunning for second place. Well, GUNZ, they snatched it right from them.
Yeah, I mean, both Fate and 12-18, they're just suffering currently. And Konina Power, just like Frost said, they have the speed, they have the momentum. That's the steam train that I was talking about. Maybe there was a little bit uphill on the last game, but still I think that they will gain the speed on the next game. So I think that it's going to be a tight battle from the second and the third place together with GUNZ and Konina, unless, of course, Fate and 12-18, they will figure out something. But their football is just like Frost said. I mean, they have been doing some super good moves as well. They have been aggressive. They just haven't been getting all the points they maybe could have taken, but still, they're definitely a threat for the 12-18 and also for Fate as well.
GUNZ is currently sitting with 235 points. Coming in today, they had 157. They were 57 points behind Fate coming into today. They've gained 78 points so far today, and we still have 2 more games to go. They could make a record-breaking day here, and if they do, it's going to be rough, but they could overtake Navi.
They could overtake Navi. We'll have to see how it goes. But Frost, I'm just happy because you've mentioned GUNZ so much, right?
Yeah.
And now finally they start to show us why we've been talking about him. It is like, you see these teams, we watch what they do, we get very happy with what we see from them, and sometimes they don't hit the mark and you think like, why? If we go on to page 2, you'll see a team that I've been praising and talking about so much in Panda, and well, they went to 14th to 11th, they're now back down to 12th. I'm sorry, boys, but you've made me lose faith in you. You've made me lose it all because I believe Panda were able to get it done up until that point.
Yeah, but if you look at it, they're still pretty close there to get up to a 10th place. It's just a few points, and it is totally doable. It's still some money, but also there's pride online as well, of course. Being higher up on the leaderboard, this is something you're going to banter about with all the other players on the next event that you're going to be on. You're going to be like, yo, you remember what happened on that one? Oh, I remember. You got down there. I was up here.
Bragging rights.
Yeah, one team that's going to be bragging is going to be SUDOR. I mean, they just got there on the 10th place on the scoreboard. They started from the 15th place. And of course, when they get the 2nd place and get a lot of kills as well, they can be happy. But they have the bragging rights on that page currently.
They certainly do. Guys, it's time for us to go back to Miramar. There is only 2 more matches remaining for today before the EMEA Championship is over. And it is still all to play for. Even Frost said we may see Na'Vi be overtaken. But Maxman, Imperium, you're coming back into the fray. Do we think that someone can take down Na'Vi? Because at the beginning of today, it was all about the Na'Vi nation. But that nation could be crumbling.
Ooh, I'm just going to say one thing, okay? Na'Vi has yet to get a win today. They typically get 2 wins a day.
True.
Hey, things connecting pretty quickly. Yeah, might give himself the 2 last wins. But yeah, Imperium, it's getting so close and very clearly, even though that they talked on the desk about potentially Na'Vi dropping off. In my eyes, this is now a fight for 2nd place. And it is so close between those few teams that are close to 2nd. And these 2 last games are the last chance for these teams to get a longing impression on the standings.
It's quite obvious that coming into the start of today's games, Na'Vi were, on the hunt, right? Playing a different kind of game, right? And even in that last game, that sweeping rotation, I loved it, but it isn't really what we had always seen from Na'Vi across the EMEA Championship. Last 2 games, they bookmarked the EMEA Championship with a back-to-back chicken dinner. Could easily happen again. But unlike the start of the EMEA Championship, you have GUNZ letting loose. You have Konina Power letting loose. And hell, you even have Futbolist letting themselves loose in these games.
Yep, everyone's going to be set loose coming into this game. But we're at the point where very clearly there are a lot of teams that have nothing to lose. And if you want to go down in history for some reason, I don't know why you would want to do that, but you can just drop on the likes of GUNZ and be like, GUNZ, I do not want you to get more money. Fate, I do not want you to get more money. Konina, I do not want you to get more money. So we'll see what the bottom teams maybe have a little bit of a sneaky plan in mind for this game. Though we can see the standings on our left. SUDOR, that one game, and we said that it could be a significant jump for them. They went from 15th to 10th position.
Yeah.
Once again, proving the fact that on the 2nd page of the standings, from 8th and below, it is extremely, extremely close. And that game alone allowed SUDOR to potentially secure an extra $1,000 at the end of this event. So that's relatively big and impactful. But though what's also impactful is this playing path Imperium. Pretty southern. A lot of the northern drop teams are not going to be happy-chappy about this one.
Navi went to Los Leones again, looking for Fate, but Fate aren't there. No door is being answered. They're knocking, going, "Are you there? Are you there, guys?" And Fate are like, "No, we're in our neighbor's house, grabbing a bit of a coffee and a bit of a sugar." Phase 1 pops up. It does go up towards that kind of eastern side of the map. Shouldn't be too hard for these teams to deal with. Like, the pressure that must be felt by a number of these teams is insane, Max. You've got roughly an hour of gameplay left to really make a massive difference, a massive dent in the standings when you are, GUNZ, Fate, Konina Power, 12-8 and Futbolist. And let's be fair, it's been dire of a day for both Fate and 12-18. Only 15 points for Fate, only 24 points for 12-18, especially when we talked about how consistent 12-18 had been in the EMEA Championship up until this point. This kind of reminds me, I don't know if you remember, all the way back in the falls, I think it was the PMCO 2020 when 12-18 were fighting for the EMEA Championship slot.
Oh yeah,
the EMEA
like the trio
slot.
with
and they ended up choking in the final game. There's shades of that happening for 12-18 in the final day of this EMEA Championship.
Yeah, 50 shades of 12-18. We'll see how they can try and play around that at the end. But we're going to have a sneaky replay of that fight that did come on through. And the M16, not the best early game weapon, but it seemed like it was able to make it happen at the end versus that one player of RICO Infinity. That was indeed one very early kill coming away of Destiny. They're going to be happy about that one. And they touched upon it right on the desk. And actually got himself the double off the back of that one as RICO Infinity sent another player downhill. This is still very close. This game, this 1 point alone puts Destiny above Panda. Destiny had 119, Panda had 120. 2 points to 121. They're 12 now. If they keep on going, they might get an extra $1,000 or $2,000 extra in their back pocket at the end of this PMPL. So those kills are very impactful on the bottom side of the standings.
For the most part, they've won pretty much every team fight going up against RICO Infinity. And although they do still have a full squad up, let's be fair, Neymar and Mizarro aren't exactly looking in the best of condition right now. Very, very low amount of health, but at the end of the day, they're still breathing, they're still moving. With 2 players left from RICO Infinity and NASR and his teammate, let's see if they can make a little bit of a difference. I don't think the Destiny players are fully aware of where they are. Prestige could be spotted out by the Beast himself, Beast.
For games, and there's no other way out. Is you got one option and you got to go down with it.
Exactly. Gotta get down with the sickness, in the words of Disturbed. As the blue zone starts to close in, teams are, of course, rotating into the circle. 12-18 are already there in Porto Preso. Pretty happy days indeed. Fate did land outside of Picado, a little bit of a split drop similar to what we had seen from Gainlord back in the PMPL EU West, but they have a little bit of space in front of them. They can rotate to that kind of northern edge of Los Leones, especially because that'll be an area that they're somewhat familiar with. However, what they might be afraid of is the fact that Navi might have dropped in Los Leones. Therefore, they could also be close to the northern edge of that city.
Ooh, spooky, spooky. Yeah, like, Navi trying their best to try and hunt it down, but Fate being very thoughtful how they approached this game. They saw what was happening earlier with Navi, so just, okay, you know what, we're going to learn from those kind of engages from Navi, and we're just going to try and retaliate by playing it more passively. This circle, we haven't really talked about too much about this circle. It's very, very easy for these teams. It's over to the more southern eastern edge. A lot of the coastline is going to be still in place, so because of also the plane path, this is not going to hurt any teams tremendously. And also because of that plane path, you can very easily understand. I'm thinking back at next Rüya, I'm thinking at GUNZ that dropped in El Pozo, and even more of the teams that go towards the west in Montenuevo or Valdemar, go for a wide rotation, right up north, through Cruz de Val, through water treatment or Hacienda del Patron, and enter through there. Clearly, if you tell me this game, I don't know how to enter the circle, I'm like, you're not looking hard enough. So they should not be any casualties in terms of teams, at least on this stage.
After a very frantic previous game in Erangel, it is nice to have a little bit of a calm in this early Miramar game. Teams are just finding their feet, finding their bones. Konina Power are slow under rotation out of Valdemar, but I think it's an acceptable level of slowness because they could be aware that somewhat RICO Infinity. I don't think they know that Destiny dropped on there outside of maybe seeing them on the kill feed, but Panda are in front of them, and that's something they do need to consider as they enter on the South of Chumas era.
I don't know why what you said about Konina made me laugh. Is you're slow, but it's acceptable. It's okay.
Is that what your parents told you when you were growing up?
I mean, I don't think I was that slow. I mean, I would roll pretty fast, to be honest. So
Okay.
I was pretty happy with myself.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know. You're trying to diss me, but I didn't.
Yes.
After, to be honest, my brain capacity is a little bit on the weaker side, so. But I didn't quite get how I could be called slow by my parents.
Self-deprecation is such a wonderful thing.
Hey,
It's
man,
like, it's reverse Uno card, man. It's just perfect, you know?
Self-deprecation, a rare one, but you love to see every once in a while. But team's going to go for a little bit of a wider spread, and I like that. You had a lot of teams that were right on top of each other as a 4-man or 2-2 split. We're seeing teams such as World of Wonders. They're going for a wider spread onto the north and the western edge of Bandita. I think that's good because it's only phase 1. You can very easily also join up if needed be if a few teams push onto your position. Though Na'Vi, they're going to get someone knocking on their door. That's going to be the Pandas. As Kitsune on top of the staircases. I would go a little bit further back. I think his weapon is barely peeking on top of the staircase, so it might give the queue over to Panda a little bit quicker. But GKF's got to be careful.
Why are Panda even going through Los Leones? I know it's the edge, but I just don't get why they're going through there.
Especially with that circle.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Especially with that circle, because they should know that either Fate or Navi are going to be there. They should know that there's also possibly going to be teams on the western edge of the circle. A much easier rotation would have been that kind of south-eastern side as they push and they take down Kitsune. The IGL of Navi has been wiped off the board. Look, it's working for Panda. At least they're playing as a team as they push in onto those Los Leones buildings.
Hey, you guys better thank Yiz, Katu, and GK first. He just saved you from the other building. Otherwise, there could have been a double going away on that one player of Na'Vi for Kitsune. So, pretty lucky for Panda. They're going to be able to play around that one just fine. And now they're instantly going to be moving away. We did say it's not a valuable position to hold on to, so they're going to go straight up north. There's a few little ridge lines and hilltops to play up north of Los Leones. And to have a good eyesight as to what's happening into the center, I believe that would be a really strong option. So, I would like to see Panda go north of Los Leones and try and get as much information as possible while they still can.
Futbolist being put under pressure, going up against the members of Unique. Lutz is knocked down, so that's a really good start for Unique. They've put in a little bit of a fight off the back and taken down Navi in the last game, at least trying to end on a high note and what has been a realistically disappointing EMEA Championship for the CIS team.
Yeah, nice run. I like this position coming out from Team Unique. Unfortunately, the spray's not going to be in the back where you might expect, but that's one. That's the double. And that's Futbolist out of the game. I mean, they were in 6th in Pyramid. They needed points to try and make sure they could potentially get in the top 5, but unfortunately not going to go the distance, and that's going to be it for Futbolist out in 16th.
Depending on how 12-18 and Konina Power finish in this game, who are in 5th and 4th respectively ahead of them, it is still possible for Futbolist coming into the last game. But that 2nd place, even 3rd, is, I would argue, out of question for them. Unfortunately, I wanted to see Futbolist in the top 3, to be fair. Sulke Sunday has a special place in all of our hearts in the PUBG Mobile community, and unfortunately, it just doesn't seem to be the case in this Miramar game.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be ending relatively soon this Sulke Sunday, as Niat's going to be pushing forward, and Andrew of Slime 4KT will get confirmed out of the lobby. Team's going for a little bit of a slow rotation. GUNZ, but we did mention, right, the northern western side could be a very good option to enter into this phase 2. So I still think this is going to be slow for now, at least, despite Futbolist losing their life to the hands of Team Unique. Team Unique, they desperately, clearly, want to move away from that 15th position. They've been there for the longest time, and they need to push out of the bottom, because that is, if you told me at the start of this tournament, seeing how good Team Unique perform in the CIS PMPL, that they would be in 15th at the end of these 4 days, I would be genuinely surprised.
Oh, yeah.
But this is definitely not what we were expecting from them jumping into this.
At the end of the day, they were coming into this as champions with the MVP player on their side. The expectations were high. I don't think it's quite as high as Navi, simply because of the name Navi holds and the fact that this roster, you know, competed in the PMGC, for example. But when you're looking at recent performances and recent results, Unique had a lot of weight on their shoulders. Unfortunately, they crumbled because of it. As the circle does shift up north, World of Wonders are in a good spot, but that current 2-2 split they need to shift that up to make it either full squad or 3-1.
One thing I'm going to say, Imperium, not fun. This circle is not fun because most of the teams are down south or over to the east, so that means this is going to be a big concentration of teams onto the southeast. Great for, I mean, hey, if you like to see teams die and everything, which we're casting, we're not in trouble, right? They
exactly.
are. And it's fun to watch. So we'll see. There's going to be, of course, a lot of action unfolding to try and get complete control of some of the compounds. There are not too many in this position right now. There's a lot of fields, a lot of just flat terrain to try and play around. That means that if you're going to try and rotate from position to position, you are going to be extremely vulnerable. So these cars are going to be very valuable for these teams to try and make those rotations happen. Talking about rotations and cars, Na'Vi are going to be on their own rotation, moving away. But Panda don't seem too interested in going for the push on Na'Vi.
Very close by to each other, but they avoid it for the time being. Good rotation from Fade as well. World of Wonders are getting somewhat breached a little bit by SUDOR outside of Minas Generalis. Gotta say, despite the cluster teams down the south, I think there's a level of respectfulness coming on board from each of the teams' rotations where they're just like, look, we just don't want to fight right now. It's only phase 3. Let us get somewhere in the circle and then we'll have a look at what we can shoot at.
Yeah, that's going to be the aim of the game for them. 12-18 going to go for a far eastern rotation, moving their way through into Junkyard, potentially even into Minas Generalis later on down the line. I think that's a good run of action. They're into the church. I'm surprised that Fate haven't sent one plane to the bell tower. That is typically really strong to try and scout and have a little bit of an overlook of what's happening. But they're all to the lower end of things. So Na'Vi, because of the lack of information, could get access to the walls, get access to the buildings, and take that for their own.
I think part of the reason why they don't want to send themselves into bell tower is because it is still a bit of a compromising position. Because Fate have already lost 3rd place in the standings. They're afraid of even losing a player in this game, and they'd prefer to just hold on to the compound rather than trying to get information. It's still only phase 3, so as the next phase pops up, then might be a little bit of a better time to grab themselves that bell tower position and grab that information coming on through. A little bit of action, of course, is showing up. Panda are going to be wrapping around, coming in from the south onto the western high ground above Picado, but I think that's a very compromised position for them to go to. There's already a cluster of teams there. Destiny, next Rüya, and then you have RICO, Infinity down on towards that compound on the mountainside by the side of the road. So interesting rotation from Panda, but quite risky.
Yeah, because I was about to say, I actually really like the rotation of Panda. I think that by reading the circles and how teams will typically shift, it makes a lot of sense. You know, a lot of teams are going to be over to the east and a lot of teams are going to be down to the south. Understand it, it's just in this scenario, there's a little bit too many teams that they might have not expected. Spray from a distance, going to be from GUNZ. He gets it to connect instantly onto Batika. Because now NASR, they know they're just pinned down into this compound. They're going to be so far spread away from each another. And Konina Power here, as a 4-man crew, should be able to make up for that man advantage and hopefully win and engage. That's going to be the game plan for them this time around, as they're trying to hide away. And the information game has been so strong, with 2 players currently giving the intel and 2 players going for the aggressive push onto NASR Esports. And that is how you play that one off, as NASR only have 1 player remaining, and that is going to be Nabo, still in La Bandita.
Shoot, kill, rinse and repeat. That's Konina Power's attitude across not only this game, but the last game in Erangel. Another kill onto Hassan. That leaves Nabo, the IGL, left on his own in the blue of this phase 4. However, Konina Power do need to think about their position coming into the circle. Na'Vi are in front of them as a 3-man team. The circle did center towards Fate, but Unique are breaching in. It's ironic that the penultimate game of the EMEA Championship is centered around Graveyard, where all the bodies are going to hit the floor, just as Yeka of Next Rüya's has.
Trying to confirm it with the Car 98. Okay, original attempt, but Lord will get it done. GUNZ secure himself another very strong spot, but it's not going to be quite into the next circles coming up later on in this game. So a little bit of a hard attempt. And GUNZ, you know, they're like, you know what, we don't have the compound, we're going to breach it. This has been what they've been doing so far today, and it's been working relatively good for the 2 last games, at least on Sanhok and Erangel. No means going to feel little one-taps from a distance. Nice fight, but the lack of compounds is going to hurt a lot of these teams. And Conqueror, once again, typically playing as a 2-2 split to make up for hard circle shifts. They have 2 players in. We want to see Vito and Azzy join up and be there as a 4-man crew.
RICO Infinity, they've been taken out, so has decided next Rüya. Panda's rotation has worked out for the time being, but their EU West counterparts, Destiny, are still close by. Konina Power got into the circle, but the way they got in, is a little bit compromising because, yes, it's wrapped around Navi, but it's also pinched in between themselves and Conqueror. However, Conqueror are going for that more deeper center circle position as a two-man team, so they're not really putting too much pressure onto Konina Power, which is allowing them to target and just focus a little bit more on this fight.
It's not even just being pinched between Conqueror and Na'Vi, it's especially being pinched between the Blue Zone and Na'Vi, and I can tell you that is not a very comfortable position to be in at any point in time. As Na'Vi, they're going to go for the push. Dixie and Meku, they're going to be onto the forefront. Nomi has himself a decent spray, a little bit of damage connected onto the players of Na'Vi, but now they're just on top of you, and you know when you're getting close quarter combat, especially with that UMP, there's no way out of that fight. The CIS team of Konina Power getting absolutely decimated by the second, as only Fashion Pioneer will be left stranded and trying to make his way out of that one. But now Conqueror, they're going to be the next focus of Na'Vi. They are looking and out for blood.
Yeah, Conqueror makes some noise, and Na'Vi go, oh! More victims to take out? I'll hear those shots into this as Navi being extremely controlling of this southeastern position as the blue zone is closing in. Still, Fate and Unique hold onto the graveyard compounds. Will the circle yeet its way down south? 12-18. They're on the compound above graveyard. If they can get rid of SUDOR, that will put them in a very solid position on the eastern side of the map.
That was the sound of the circle yeeting himself up north onto the western edge. Fashion Pioneer will be spotted away. Na'Vi up to already 3 kills. Slime 4KT eliminated relatively early once more. A little bit of a struggle from this team, but still we talked about it and they mentioned on the desk that this is a team that's here mainly for experience. This is their first time on the international stage on something of this amplitude. So next time they come around and in a major tournament, I'm sure we'll be seeing some sparks being created by the Slime 4KT roster. So hopefully they'll keep on training and improving and remaining as a team because they've clearly got something working for them if they make it this far. They're talking about where we are so far in this game. 50% players currently remaining. We're down to 32 and only 10 teams in this lobby, meaning there's quite a few that are not up as a 4-man crew, which for Team Unique, that is going to make them very happy because they got a compound that's in a circle and it is relatively hard to breach.
I'm happier that you're able to pull off a little bit of juicy quick math right there, Max. Proud of you, my friend, as Navi trying to send it into the circle. Conqueror doing a great job of spreading themselves out. They didn't really get heavily punished. However, late from Fate finds Vito as Zakanafor goes down at the hands of Team Unique.
Hey, all I'm going to say, Imperium, Einstein's got nothing on me. I mean, probably has quite a bit on me, but I'll try and do as if. Conqueror, still moving it. Very spread as usual. There's the Conqueror play style that they're playing with, and they got most of the control from the south. You've got to be careful though. Panda, NASR, Destiny could play spoilers and ruin your opportunity of getting yourself a good southern control. SUDOR Esports, they're going to engage. Though Navi's going to be careful. They're currently in a dip. 1 nade and that will be clean, but only Scythe was in nade range. So they should be safe for the time being, but they still got to move into the circle. And because of how this entry point is going, they're going to have to go downhill versus Conqueror, versus Fate, versus Unique. And I think that Na'Vi might be living their final moments unless they pull off a 10,000 IQ play with a car, which actually have won. That might be the redemption factor coming away of Na'Vi.
12-18, looking to fight on and hold on onto this top 3 position. They did have a player knocked down, but he did get revived up. Nicely done. And now they continue to put the pressure onto Team Unique. This graveyard area is extremely difficult because as much as there's a couple of safety areas within those gravestones, it's not that much protection, so it's a little bit of a false negative on board, and 1 pixel out of place and your body is going to hit the floor from the third-party angle that Fate currently holds on to.
We haven't talked too much about Conqueror in the standings so far, but they're standing in 7th, and they're about 40 points behind Futbolist. So if they want to get a significant prize pool increase, if they get themselves 2 decent games back-to-back, even 12-18, actually, you know what, 12-18 a little bit too far away, but 6th position is achievable for Conqueror nonetheless. So we'll see if Conqueror can maybe try and close himself 2 good games back-to-back, but 12-18 and Team Unique gonna have to go head-to-head up against each other. This Unique Mind just crossed himself over the wall. 12-18 going to be down to only Marmalade. We'll see if things will be paying off for him or if they will lose their life in the process. And I think the 12-18 are going to be taking a really, really big struggle bus. As Fate now, they're playing onto that rooftop position. Right now, so much intel. It is so strong. The Marmalade is so low, Imperium, as you rightly said. And Team Unique going to be able to move away. These mollies are going to force Unique to take a little bit of a wider spread to actually go for the res. The Ragnarok, I said it, that rooftop play is exactly what I wanted to see done by the Fate roster.
And the fact that they did it at the right time where they weren't really getting called out was incredibly valuable. But here's the thing. The circle in phase 6 yeets its way over to the West. Destiny are dead center in across the road as Freak is still left alive. Marmalade blows the vehicle up, looks to loot the loot of his teammates as Conqueror are still looking to sweep into this circle.
Man, Destiny got the circle lock off day one back in game. They're going to have to remain in that position and maybe stop teams from crossing over if they get another circle shift coming in their favor. 12-18, unfortunately, Marmalade seems like it's not Marmalade time, it's peanut butter jelly time at this time around. Conqueror able to push it once again. Vito a little bit further away from the rest of their team, but now they are starting to get decimated out of this lobby as he's going to be the first one to fall, but Vito also gets knocked away, and Conqueror are really having a real hard run for their money in this game. As Fate also trying to move away, but Unique, they're going to go for the sneaky backstab. As Na'Vi takes his still into the blue. Meku did make it over, but he is going to be struggling also a hefty amount. And this game still has a lot of CIS teams in this one.
Meku, he's the last player standing. Tixie is knocked down. He has no time to get off of first aid. The blue is going to be hitting his back any second. Unique third parties going to look to get the knock. However, Meku finds an Alice across the way. There's absolutely no cover on the eastern side of this circle, right? That's why Conqueror got so heavily punished as they moved in. Very few rocks, very few dips of terrain that you're able to hold on to.
Yeah, Na'Vi and Faye, especially Faye, they're just clearly trying to weather the storm here. Imperium, a few little taps coming out from the mini-4 team, and Freak makes it happen, truly living up to his name, being a real freak of nature in this game. As Fate going to be taken up one by one. Only Leth is going to be left remaining. He's going to be trying to make his way over to a good point of interest, but you know that that's going to be such a hard rotation to pull off, and that's going to be done for Team Unique, and they get taken down, and man, Destiny are getting so heavily involved over the side of that road, and now only 3 teams remain. We just had a real Thanos snap in this game, Imperium. Destiny, GUNZ, and Conqueror EU are still in this one, running for the win, as 8 kills are coming up for GUNZ, and also for Destiny. That's a big kill count for these 2 teams.
It only took 17 games, but we finally have an EMEA Championship game where there is the majority of EU West teams in the final moments of the game. Destiny looked to claim their very first chicken dinner of this EMEA Championship. However, despite the circle not being in the favor of Freak, he could still pull this off because now, Destiny are so focused on Freak that they aren't really looking at Reese across the way. And yeah, okay, he's across the road, but that third party could still come into play.
We saw it happen on the Miramar game earlier, right? One player, that is all you need, and the team just gets completely swept off the surface of the earth. So he still could be playing a very strong game if he gets himself those few shots while the opportunity is given to him. Though the utility is going to be chucked, and that makes it a little bit harder potentially for Reese to have an idea of what's happening on the other side of that road. Is that the circle, though? Freak is not inside of it. Mazzaro is in the circle, though. So if things remain as they are, Mazzaro will have the advantage, and Freak has to push forward, though. Really good usage of utility. Get him one smoke at a time, eking forward closer and closer. He's not in it just yet, but just a few more meters, and he will be close enough. But Me's right there. You see the head. He goes for the spray, but does not connect that for the time being.
Oh, here's a vehicle. The distraction is there. Destiny might now be focused on both angles. Shots come out onto Mihi. Mihi's going to run around. Freak's going to get caught out. Oh, no. He dances with the devil, and the devil gets the better of him. Destiny, wipe out GUNZ.
I saw the smoke goes like, oh, I think I'm in trouble, homie. That's not going to go too well. Still a third position for GUNZ that were trying to catch up to Na'Vi. Na'Vi did die a little bit earlier compared to them, so they might still have a chance to take this one home. Though Conqueror, we said it, we don't want to sleep on them too heavily. A few more points, about 40, and they overtake Futbolist in that 6th position. So Conqueror got a lot to live up to. So 1v2 is definitely achievable. As for Destiny, they're currently in 13th. We said it's very close on the bottom side. So just a few extra points, and you could get a significant ramp up in your prize pool you take home. As Destiny have an idea of where he might be, and they're going to start chucking some utility the other side of the road.
I wonder how much utility do they actually have, right? They've been in this area for quite a while. They haven't really been contested in the sense of crashed upon, so their loot in terms of nades and smokes probably is quite limited. That's why they're not moving. They're waiting for the blue zone to close in. But can the Irish God get the 1v2 Reese? He's a fantastic player, but he has it all to do.
Everything to play up against. Things are going to slow down. The circle ends right on top of that road. So, of course, with third-person perspective, it should be a little bit easier because Destiny can afford to have one player scouting, one player maybe taking a little bit more of an aggressive posture. in this finisher. They still got some utility. And you said it, right? They should normally have a lot because they have been on the western side of this road for the longest time. They could have a little bit of back and forth, try and push Reeves out of position. And Reeves, as he has to dodge it, he's going to have to get up on his 2 feet and might alert and give more intel over to Destiny. He's playing it pretty slow. He's got a few bushes. That could be actually the saving grace for Reeves as he plays them properly. But I think that Mozara saw those bushes like, that might be where someone tries to hide. That nade looks pretty damn good. A little bit too short, but he was aiming for the bushes, so Reeves knows that is not going to be a safe option. I think Mia's got spotted for a clear second. That nade gets a lot of extra tick damage, though. It's Mia now, the information, they know that was a hit marker. They chuck another one, not too far, and now he's going to get a go spray, picks up one, go for the double. Can he maybe make it work at the end? And Reeves actually steals the game away from the grasp of Destiny, and that is going to be one of the games coming over to Conqueror EU. There you go, he said it, man, the Irish god, he makes it work out at the end.
Not gonna lie, I have a tiny bit of national pride off the back of that, right? He's the only Irish player realistically in PUBG Mobile competitive, so I can't help but definitely feel a little bit more emotional about that. But let's be fair, Destiny threw that 2v1 away. It should not have even been given to Reeves, but he made it happen. He peeked up, he stood up, he got the first knock, and he knew he had to push. He couldn't prone down in that moment. He'd already made some noise. He had to go for the second push, and he just sparked that fury. Call it the look of the Irish. I don't know what it is, but that was fantastic by Reeves in the end.
20 points. You said they needed about 40 to catch up to Futbolist, just about. Yep. Now they reduced that by 50%. They are looking capable of taking away that 6th spot away from Futbolist. Futbolist at this time did not have an insane performance on this Miramar game, so there's still an opportunity for them. But we're looking, though, also the race at the top. GUNZ, a 3rd position for Freak. That is making that distance between themselves and Fate, Konina Power, 12-18, even bigger. There's still a chance in this last game, but if you want to catch up to GUNZ in this last opportunity, you're going to need a bang of a performance to make sure you snatch away that 2nd spot.
Yeah, as much as, you know, Conqueror did a good job of getting that chicken dinner, focus has to go back on the top of the standings. Unfortunately, with Navi getting 14 points in that game, GUNZ's result with 18 points, it just wasn't enough to come into the last game to fight for that 1st place. Unfortunately, however, with the amount of points that they scored today to jump up to 2nd, they still have to defend their 2nd place spot in the final game of the EMEA Championship.
Man, final game. It's been 4 days of continuous action. We had 23 games unfolding and only 1 remains. And you know what? Before we get into that one, we're going to head on over to a very short break. And myself and Imperium will be back shortly for the final game of this PMPL EMEA Championship. And this is not a threat. I don't want to sound too threatening, but you better not go anywhere because you do not want to miss that game.
Xiaomi.
Well, 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 the Western European teams managed to stand strong at the end, but a bit of a blunder was coming out from Destiny. But before we talk about it, before we go into those details, we got to do a big shout out and thank you to our amazing sponsor in Xiaomi, delivering these enjoyable and super fast, lag-free PUBG Mobile experience phones that you can enjoy on the Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G. They're the phones you want to grab in your hands if you want to dominate the lobbies and dominate the servers and potentially be in these games where we get to cover everything you're doing from start to finish. And trust me, we want to see dominance like we just saw from some of the teams coming out there. But what on earth there, right? We all screamed when that happened. That was not supposed to be going down like that.
I went over here. I was like, well, this is a done game already.
Yeah, so
I already know
ended.
who's going to win. So I'm might as well just get over here, get myself ready, you know? And then I just see the ending. I'm like, what?
Well, it was a great ending. I mean, Reeves did an amazing job. I mean, 2 guys from the Destiny holding the shack as well. He was having kind of like not a great position, but I mean, both teams actually were outside of the circle, so both needed to move, so there was nobody like holding the angle, but still like moving carefully towards the circle, and just Reeves, I mean, those sprays, those shots, they just made the day for Conqueror.
It really did. Let's have a look at the match stats, though. Let's see what points we're able to get here for the overall rankings on Miramar, as this was match 5, boys. One more match is there for the future. And GUNZ are up there once again. Fate and Na'Vi, 5th and 6th. They're not going to complain too much about that, right? But Na'Vi just extend their lead over everyone at this point. Team Unique, welcome. You've woken up. It only took 4 days for something to happen for these guys. Do something is maybe a meme that could work out for these guys. It didn't work for Panda, but it certainly worked for Unique. Destiny and Conqueror, though, 21 and 20. Although Conqueror got the win, Destiny, with the sheer amount of kills, was still able to top the scoreboard.
Conqueror did only get 5 kills, but they played it really well in terms of rotation, and they were how they were holding down. Because you got to consider how rough this circle was to play. I'm actually surprised that Unique got 12 kills. We're able to take all of those fights there on the eastern side because that circle is just so rough. I'm not talking about the last 3-4 circles. It's so barren. There's barely anything to play that every team is going to be struggling, and it's going to be the best teams, the ones who are great on adapting themselves to it, that will be taking out a lot of points with them.
Yeah, Unique had a great impact on the matches here. I mean, they took down Futbolist at the start of the game, so that was definitely one of the teams we spoke on the last video that still has a slight chance to be there on the top 4, top 5. But I guess now they will be, well, having a difficult last game. But I mean, that was Unique, just like they did with the Na'Vi on the last game. And they also took down 12-18 on this match as well. So Unique definitely has been having an impact on these last matches for the top 5 battle.
Yeah, they like to almost take down their own, right? First Na'Vi, then Team 12-18, like you mentioned. The battle of the CIS continues. Revenge is certainly being had on the final day for Unique, who are looking to just grab as much more money as they can, right? And go up the leaderboard. We'll come to that a little bit later on. Let's take a look at page 2 as well and see what was coming through on this. As NASR continue to grab a few more points in the day, right? Not as good as what we saw from on that one incredible day they did show. SUDOR in 11th as well. Konina Power finally slowed down a little bit here, right? They've been having such a great day. It's probably their worst performance.
Yeah, their worst performance so far today, but that goes for Futbolist as well. Going out there on 16th place with 0 kills. That's a bummer because they were one of the teams that were chasing towards 12-18 and the other top 5 there. They were pretty close, but now getting this one, it might be rough for them coming into the last game.
Yeah, that could be the thing that upsets them, right?
Yeah, maybe the hill is just a little bit more longer than the Konina was expecting for the stream train. But I mean, still getting 4 points, of course, it's better than 0. But they still had the smallest gap towards the team on below them. So I think Konina still in the place, so I think they still have a lot of opportunities on the last match. But yeah, it's not going to be the same for the Futbolist.
But what is going on with GUNZ today, you know? It's like someone just took the pressure away from them, and now they're unstoppable. They're just ready to eliminate as many teams as they can from this lobby and show what we expected to see from day one.
Their worst game today was the 3rd place with 7 kills. That's the worst.
I'll take that any day of the week, you know?
Worst game today so far.
Wow. And this is a team, right? Like, we did this with Panda and we said, okay, Panda, look, things have not been great for you guys. We were hyping them up. We were saying we know they can deliver better. They didn't. With GUNZ, I felt like we were getting the same thing.
Yeah.
But today that has changed completely. Or out of nowhere, GUNZ have gone, oh yeah, we remember what we're doing now. We've learned enough.
We played 5 games today. They have had 2 3rd places, 1 2nd place, and 2 wins. That is... How do you do that?
I think they have been looking at the Na'Vi playbook a little bit because, I mean, yes, getting the chicken dinners, yes, that is good. But I think that they have been also able to maximize the points with the low amount of players. So that's something that we haven't seen from GUNZ on the previous days. And now, for example, on the last game, yes, they had some fights going on with the Destiny there on the northern and the western side of the circle. And then they only had one player anymore remaining. But they just took the points away with that one player and got the third place, got the kills. And that's going to be a lot of points, which is going to be very meaningful when we are going here towards the last game of the evening.
Well, let's see who got the top plays, right, in terms of the kills coming up on there from these individual players. Mihi coming up huge for Destiny. 9 points they got from kills, right?
Yeah.
He picked up 8 of them, and Mihi is the IGL, leading by example.
That is actually insane that he gets 8 out of the 9 kills. Also, of course, a lot of damage that goes hand in hand with the kills. But also, we see a lot of good other names there. Freak, of course, from GUNZ, pulling up some numbers. And Reeves, clutching that game. Of course, he should be up here. And he gets 4 out of, was it 5 kills they won with?
Yes, 5.
Yeah, so 4 out of the 5 kills they got.
So what we know about the Western Europe teams is, right, if you're going to have this success, one player is going to do all the damage for you when it comes to it.
Just make sure you have that one player at least.
Yeah, the one player that can score all the numbers that you need to find success with it. But it's almost for Destiny, right, a little bit too late. Just again, they're looking at what money they'll be able to grab here, and the overall placement will slightly change for them. But for a team like Conqueror, any points like this, any big games you can get, it can propel you quite nicely.
Yeah, I think it's good for Conqueror. I mean, they did some good rotations on the game. I mean, on first rotation, okay, that's only the first circle, but still they went straight in. I mean, they got a very good rotation on the middle of the circle. They have been just holding the area, and I think they have been kind of like staying out of the trouble. And that, yeah, when you have those 5 kills, that kind of like reflects that as well. I mean, they haven't been that aggressive, but the placement points plus the kill points, still 20 points from the game, so they can be happy about it.
You gotta look at the circle, though, that we had in the last game there. It's a really rough one to play, and I feel like they played it right. Even though they didn't get that many kills, they still got the chicken dinner, but also like 5 kills. It's better than nothing, and that's how it goes sometimes. But the most important thing is, as we said before, getting as many points as possible. It doesn't matter if it's placement points or if it's kills.
Yes, you just want to rack up as many as possible. We're going to take a look at the head-to-head now between Destiny and GUNZ, because GUNZ, right, we keep talking about them, seeing what they're able to do over here to able to jump up further. They were in second place right now, trying to chase Na'Vi a little bit. Obviously, there's a huge gap between them and where Na'Vi was sat, but any lead they can extend now just solidifies the second place for them. And now we look at this and we go, okay, 21 points for Destiny, but still 18 up here for GUNZ. Very fair in how this all pans out.
Very, very fair. It's great to see those numbers on the healing. 1910, that's a lot of healing done. But we also know that they were pretty late coming into the circle. We saw them very long time in circle 1 and 2. Actually, it wasn't until circle 3 that hard shifted up to the northwest. That's when they entered the circle itself. Of course, it's not going to do a lot of damage in the start, but we also saw towards the end there how they were struggling a little bit on that north side of the circle as well, trying to get inside.
And there was like 2 separate fights on the end. GUNZ was like holding that northwestern side fight, and we have Na'Vi and the others on the south and eastern side, and that's where the Conqueror came from, the southern side. I think GUNZ did very well. I mean, of course they lost some players, but they did a good amount of aggression. They got those kills, and most of the damage dealt on outside of the fight with the Na'Vi and the Fade and the Conqueror. And of course there was only 1 versus 1 versus 2 at the end with the Destiny. But I mean, GUNZ Freak was just, trying to... We actually did a lot of damage, but unfortunately was caught off guard and taken down. But I mean, Destiny definitely, there was a very good chance that they could have done the same what the SUDOR did on the previous game as well. I mean, they were very close to get the chicken dinner and be one of those teams that's going to be popping from the lower half of the scoreboard on the last day.
Well, let's see, right, when it comes to overall standings, where we'll be after this, because I'm wondering, maybe we're at a point where Na'Vi just know they've won already, right? Unless we see a game where a team can get more points than what Na'Vi have got across any of the days, right? It was 33 points, if I'm right?
33, yeah.
33 was their highest, right? That was the highest we've seen so far.
That was the first game.
The first game, they set it real high, and then they were just like, okay, this probably isn't achievable after that, right? Then the lobby can be worked out when it comes to all of it. Let's bring on the overall ranking. Let's see it. Let's see where we're at right now. And this is it. That means almost 100%, unless we see the most insane game in PUBG Mobile history, Na'Vi are your champions here at the PMPL EMEA Championship, and they have done it in style. Individual performance in terms of the kills we've seen stepping up, smart use of the tactics when it comes to only having a couple of players left alive, good rotations, big gameplay where they would just say, okay, look, we know what we need to do now. We'll even go for the heel strap when they come to that Sanhok game as well, where they grabbed the second place. Na'Vi had it all as a team and as a unit.
44 points. That's what's needed if GUNZ is going to overtake Na'Vi. That means a win with 29 kills. That's what they're going to need to aim for. That's to tie up with them. And they won't win on the tiebreaker, so they need another one. They need 30 kill win.
Gee.
Only.
Easy.
Only, like, so casual, yeah. No. That just obviously would not be possible at all. For Fate, though, even to catch up with GUNZ now, that would look really tough, right?
Yeah, that's going to be really tough as well. I mean, it's doable. It's 60 points, so it's not the end of the world, but it comes down to GUNZ not being able to survive the game and going out super early. I don't think that's going to happen because what we've seen from GUNZ, for example, look at the previous game here on Miramar, how long it took until they actually entered the circle. They're playing a little bit more safe, and what we've seen so far today, their worst game is a third place with 7 kills. And it doesn't look like they're about to stop right now, coming into the last game here. So it's going to be a rough time for Fate to catch up to GUNZ. But what is necessary is that Fate doesn't go out early, because look at Konina Power, look at 12-18. Those teams are really close by, and you got to be afraid of them right now.
Yeah, the battle from the all the way from the 3rd to 5th, it's very much alive. But we saw Fate getting those high kill chicken dinners earlier on the event, so it is still doable for Fate, but of course they will need a good game, and of course GUNZ, they will need to be dropping down very soon at the start of the game, but it's still doable. Fate can still challenge GUNZ, but yeah, I think the eyes are going to be on the Fate, Konina, and 12-18 battle.
The big thing with Fate as well is that they haven't been dropping on their own spot, because Na'Vi has been contesting them the whole day, more or less. We saw even in the previous game here on Miramar, Na'Vi was dropping on Los Leones where Fate normally drops, and Fate was dropping outside. So once again, Fate is not playing 100% from their own spot from the start. So it's going to be even harder for them right now. So I hope that they go back to where they normally drop and just take it easy. Play out your game like you normally do, because I don't want to see them lose another placement here.
And it's also when we're going to Erangel for the final game that Na'Vi looked most comfortable on, where we saw at the beginning of the day, Na'Vi went on the hunt for Fate and caused the mindset problem there for the Fate players. Now as well, with Na'Vi knowing how confident they are, like, okay, look, we can't lose this unless, like we said, there is that 1 in a million chance that we could see the most insane game in PUBG Mobile history. But you got to look at this honestly. For Na'Vi, they can chill. For GUNZ, they're looking to just make sure they can maintain that lead. Fate, they need to try and play their own game, but they're so confused right now. And there's still Konina that could catch and potentially leapfrog them and steal away 3rd place.
Yeah, and this is where it comes down to the nerves. Coming into the last game like this, you already lost 1 position right now. You were coming in on a pretty secured 2nd place coming into today. Now you're sitting on a 3rd. This is going to be rough for them.
What I'm expecting to see, can Na'Vi actually break their own record on the last game, because they are now completely stress-free. They don't have the pressure anymore. So yes, we had the 34-point chicken dinner on the first day, but I mean, can they actually beat their own record? Can they do what we saw Panda, for example, doing on the qualifiers, just go for the killing spree and try to get as many points home as well?
And they're yet to get a chicken dinner today, right, Na'Vi? And by all things we've known so far, the first 3 days, 2 every single day, maybe, just maybe they'll grab a 7th in there and say, okay, look, we can at least get 1.
All I'm looking forward to is to see them at least getting themselves 3 points. I want to see them break that 300 mark.
Yeah, it's a special number when it comes to all of this, right?
Yeah.
It certainly is something we want to see go down, but it is almost time for us to get into our final game. This is it's all come down to, right? This EMEA Championship, it's been explosive, it's been exciting, it's been hype. And 2 men that know how to deliver all of this hype is our Max and Imperium. Imperium, my fantastic husband, who has been able to deliver this commentary from start to finish. And there we have Max, the traitor, who has let us down, who hasn't delivered his video just yet. We're waiting for you to want to join our team. Max, you said you can beatbox. We've not seen that.
Yeah.
We said you got PUBG Mobile skills. I do believe that. You're very smart at the game,
I haven't seen that either.
But, okay. Well, you don't need to see it. I at least believe Max on that one.
I don't believe it.
Franz is a hard man to please. I'm trying to help you here, Max. Right?
I'm pretty sussy, okay? I might be the imposter into this at the end. But, okay, you know, I say, hey, okay, also, Banks did threaten me a little bit on WhatsApp, okay? He did say I gotta do it. I'll send him a video in private, okay? We'll see if I can join the team. We'll update you guys, of course, with an official roster announcement at the end of the broadcast. But yeah, Imperium, our very last game here for the PMPL EMEA Championship. Wow. Season 1. We got all more seasons ready to go, but who is going to be the one able to take the title of the first season? I mean, currently there's Na'Vi. But Still, second position, third position, it's still up to debate to see which will be the teams to able to get themselves and find especially really strong closure on this last game.
PMCOs, PMPLs, EMEA Championship, all the teams have been through it all. And yes, Navi are pretty much certified winners, but that second, third, fourth place is up for grabs. Of course, massive love and respect to all of these teams for all the hard work that they've put in to get up to this point. The blood, the sweat, the tears. It is a genuine honor to cast you guys every single day, every single game day. Get to cast you all. And seriously, this final game, make it count, make it happen.
Hey, you say blood, sweat, and tears, but I'm not gonna lie, if you bleed in real life by playing PUBG Mobile, I don't think you're playing the game the right way. You might want to try and fix your scrims or how you play the game in general. It's maybe not the best way. But here we go. Our final playing path, our final map, and of course we're going to start it, and actually should I say, we're going to end it on the map that started it. Oh, Erangel on the menu this time around. Playing path pretty up to the northern western edge. Pretty good for the likes of Destiny if they want to get himself in a good position. But of course here, the teams that we want to focus on Imperium are going to be GUNZ, Fate Esports, Konina Power, 1218. Those are going to be the teams that we want to see how good they can perform, and can they get himself an extra $1,000 up in their back pocket in these final moments.
Fate, they got 3 chicken dinners yesterday. They had a hell of a day, but today has been much harder, much more horrendous at times. But they're still in the running for that second spot. They're only 16 points behind GUNZ. That is a chicken dinner plus 1 kill. It is very much possible, but the way GUNZ have been playing today, they look definitely a lot better and a lot closer to how they played back in the PMPL Arabia. For the third place, it's not out of the realms of possibility between Konina Power and 1218. They're only 16 points behind Fate in third place. As this phase on circle shows up, it goes against the playing path. It's over on the east, so there's a lot of space to grab hold of on the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, a very popular rotation, especially for the likes of Destiny, is to go around northern east, you go around Severny, you go around Starber, Kameshki, you enter through the northern side of Yasnai / Mansion, so I think we could have a pretty nice game from them. But Fate, yeah, gone back to Sanhok Island itself this time around, so they're going to be not contested by Na'Vi. I think the Na'Vi kind of gave up on the chase, like, yeah, there's nothing to do, there's nothing to pull off. As Panda going to be moving away, and really, it's interesting that NASR has completely changed their drop, right? They started losing a lot versus Panda. Like, you know what, we're not going to give it a shot, not even in its last game. So they're going to be moving around. And Panda too, we got to mention, and I think this is very important, Imperium, the Panda came into this tournament as one team that we expect to do really well. Unfortunately, a little bit disappointing as of recent results, but this is the first season where Panda makes it this far. This is the very first time that Panda deal versus the best level of competition that is available currently in the EMEA Championship. So,
for sure,
going this far for the first time that I've ever seen this team, I cannot wait to see where they can be in 6 months time, a year's time, 2 years time if they're still together. Because I think that they could be a team that I would gladly see in a PMGC later on down the line. Oh, those
110%. That's the thing. We're fully aware of how hard these players have worked, whether they have a 1.5 year experience in the competitive scene or whether this is their first major tournament. They have put it all on the line to get to this point. And yes, for Panda specifically, they definitely have so much more to give, and PMGC is well within their sightlines. But until then, they have to look to conquer the teams within the EU and the MENA region throughout the next 6+ months. One thing that I find interesting, Max, with Konina Power's drop spot is they opted not to drop towards the coastal line of the mainland. I think mainly because they didn't want to get potentially caught out by Conqueror. Now, as it happens, they did put themselves under a little bit of pressure with regards to Panda being around them and NASR. But credit where it's due, they still played that unusual drop location to their advantage, grabbed the vehicles, and they made their way towards Milta to start their looting phase.
Oh, Nabo jumps out. A few little suppressing fires from a distance. Off the Scar. Not the best go. Actually hits a really nice shot to Analyst, I believe that was. So yeah, Analyst going to keep on moving away. One more bullet, that would have been big. But NASA, hey, you know what? There's nothing to come out of that. Everything to lose. So just move out, get in the compound. That's what you have to do, and they're going to do just that for now, at least. Going to be pretty slow, and yeah, there they go. That's the focus on Na'Vi. As very clearly, Imperium, they have been stellar from start to finish in this tournament, and not gonna lie, from what we've seen in their PMPL, from what we've seen now, and if you guys are not familiar with the rule set, in the regional PMPL, talking PMPL Turkey, CIS, Western Europe, and also the Arabic PMPL, they do allow you to qualify for PMGC based on how many points. We don't know how exactly it works out. That's still up to debate, and how we'll have to see how the PUBG Mobile team decides that influences your qualifying spot into the PMGC. But Na'Vi, clearly, I would say, Imperium, by how they've been playing in recent events, it seemed like their PMGC spot is pretty much almost assured. Like, they're looking really damn good.
Yeah, look, let's be fair. Only two things are guaranteed in life. That's death and taxes.
And
but
Na'Vi making
Na'Vi,
the PMGC.
Na'Vi making the PMGC is getting very close to being one of those guarantees. And this is a team that definitely somewhat struggled back in the PMGC, right? They did perform well and they got themselves up to 4th, but there was that level of like, can they really compete against the best in the world? And yes, okay, that was at a time where they were having this transitional phase of bringing Kitsune, also known as they're into the team. But they reset after that, and it was quite clear that they knew that this was a long-term thing. And coming into this year, they lit up the PMPL. They got the highest amount of chicken dinners across the Super Weekends, across all regions combined, as far as I know. And in the finals, we heard the interview with Tixi. It was quite obvious that they knew they had the invite slot, so they could test different strategies, different formations, different rotations, different 2-2 splits play styles coming into the EMEA Championship. And that level of kind of big brain play, it is genuinely big brain play, that level of confidence to use that to their advantage clearly shows that they are well capable of dealing with the pressure that them as a team and the name that Na'Vi holds as an org within the esports scene, because it's not just PUBG Mobile that Na'Vi are known for. You think of esports within CIS, the first name that comes to your mind is Na'Vi. That pressure that you have to deal with is incredibly hard, and they're dealing with it so well.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to train that 2-2 split, though. At the end, rewarding them was a lot of wins, so big heads up to them. Though, Imperium, while we still have just very small rotations, just a quick heads up on the rotation. Destiny are going for that rotation away from Savernia up north of Yasnaya Poliana. World of Wonder's already in Yasnaya, so they're going to play around that spot. There is going to be a little bit of a interaction, I would say, on the eastern coastline between SUDOR and Team Unique. But I had a question for you, Imperium, because we're talking about these teams, but I think it's very good for us to go a little bit more micro and focus on individual performances of players and individuals in this tournament on this PMPL EMEA Championship. There's an MVP slot for $2,000 US. And I wanted to ask you, in your mind, which would be the player that could be the MVP at this?
It has to be Tixi, right? It realistically has to be.
There's not any kills.
This guy, this kid, he's stood on his own 2 feet. There's many players that are available to get up there, whether it's Freak, whether it's a Ragnarok. You know, at the end of the day, there's a number of players that are there, but to me, Tixi stands out.
Okay, I think
what about you?
They got a good idea. That's the thing, I'm unsure, because you got to keep into mind that when you look at MVP, you got mainly 3 stats that are heavily taken into account. You got your damage output, you got your kill/knocks, and you also got yourself the survival time, which is very important coming into it. So if we're looking at that and how good Na'Vi has been doing, I would say potentially Meku could be one, because he's been out into the late game quite a bit, and I think that might
but
be
has he played every game though?
He's played in most of them. Though, I'm going to tell you one player that might not have the chance to play any further is going to be Andrew, as he's spotted away by Soke. They were not in the lobby last game, unfortunately, so great opportunity for Conqueror to actually catch up, but that's already up to 1 kill. Very early kill into this game, and they're going straight up for the second. Soke, man. Soke Sunday, I thought it was over, but no, it's back into action. He is fragging it out already.
Yeah, Sign 4KD having a bit of a struggle bus in this final game of the day, but shots are being fired up by Aimer. They haven't stopped fighting at the end of the day. They're here, and they've gained a hell of a lot of experience going up against the best teams within Europe and the MENA region. Aimer's going to get away as Rom is reloading. Those shots are nearly connecting. They do connect. It's Lutz with the DB28. Fires onto a car. And that leaves, unfortunately, Pronto as the only player up for Slime 4KT.
Yeah, a little bit of a sour note to potentially end their PMPL EMEA Championship adventure on, but I'm sure we'll see them a lot more in the future, that's for sure. Next, Rüya, though. This is a team, I don't know what you think. I've been expecting a lot from these guys by being able to do so well in the Turkish scene, in their Turkish environment, and into this one, it was a little bit of a floof, not gonna lie. It was a little bit of a downfall, so I'm expecting them to come into the future with better results, but they're still able to make it this far, and that in its own regard is a very big achievement for them.
I think a little bit similar to Panda. This is realistically their first major tournament. Remember, Frozen, their MVP, he's still only 16, right?
So good.
I'm not saying that age is the most important factor, but when you're talking about the headspace, the mentality, the psychology of dealing with the stress, you know, being a little bit older can benefit you in that sense. So I'm sure we'll see a lot more exciting things from the Turkish side in future major tournaments across the board. But as we look on our screens, Futbolist are already on 4 kills. They've taken down one of the Navi players and they're looking for more. Lutz is in the front line. Bit of a risky angle. He could get third party, but with that nade, he's going to separate Kitsune. Pre-fires on board, makes him prone down, nearly gets knocked. Pre-fires once again, has to reload with the blue zone. He gets to knock, switches over, and Lutz is a masterclass on that 1v1.
Man, he was just going full YOLO on that one. He was jump shotting all over the place.
Oh,
He's going to be phase 2
no.
circle. Got to be careful. Nice re-engage. Making from down below will get things done. And he's going to go straight for the kill confirms. Doesn't need to because they're already looking good. But as they said on the desk, we want to see them hit the 300-point bomb. And I think they're just about to get to that point. Didn't see how many kills they had. They're up to already 1. Might get an extra kill confirm onto one of the players of Futbolist. But Futbolist, this is a fight that you don't want to take any further. Right? You got Conqueror on your heels. You know that this is going to be a decent drop-off in price, but if you do not get there, I think there's an extra 500 between 6th and 7th. So Futbolist will try and go for the res. Don't fully agree with it, but they're still going to give it an attempt.
Okay, so as this fight is kind of going on, just let you know that GUNZ, Fate, Konina Power, 12-18, they're all still within this game, right? The circle on phase 2 did go down to the southeast. All the teams are pretty much in the circle, so it's really not a bad place for the teams to hold on to. And this fight is in the blue. Navi have nothing to lose. Meku was the one, your MVP choice, who stepped up to play in that team fight to keep Tixi alive and to put continued pressure onto Futbolist. But as the reposition comes on board, Tixi's going to get in the vehicle, makes a bit of noise. Meku heals up, and Futbolist, they are prone down, separated from each other.
Gonna be a nice one. I didn't have too much time to elaborate actually on my MVP. I thought Meku for Na'Vi, if it was a player from Na'Vi, would be there. I think it might actually be a player of Fate because they had some very strong consistency. So
That's
there you
true.
go. I'm gonna put out there. Might be a player from Fate, maybe even Ragnarok. MVP on day 1. We'll see.
Maybe.
Oh, Meku. Yeah. Oh no, he's crawling right next to Loverzen, and even Loverzen's not looking in that direction. They're just so spread, so wide. I think. Are they on top of each other?
Lutz.
Oh, there you go. It's going to happen eventually. Imperium with a Thompson goes to the knock. Instantly, Meku is going to be out of commission. And Futbolist is going to be leaving at that spot instantly. And Tixi, hey, extra survival time. We said it. Might be enough to actually get himself the MVP spot.
No, because if he goes down, that's only going to be 2 points for those kills. And it's not going to put Navi on to 300. It doesn't really matter at this stage of the game. The next circle did pop up and it shifted over to the eastern side. Prison Hill is incredibly difficult to play around. We know, we talk about how there's always a higher elevated point, so really controlling that hillside is tricky enough. You oftentimes want to kind of play more in that low ground and scout your way up there. The side of the hill is in play on the eastern edge of the circle, but for the time being, Fate, SUDOR, the players from RICO Infinity, they're all around it, as well as next Rüya.
Yeah, Prison could be an interesting finish. These are very original takes on these Erangel games. Oh, GUNZ versus Panda. Panda going to try and full send it 1 by 1 though, so they're definitely going to be in an advantage position to take that fight versus GUNZ, as GUNZ are just going to stay nice and hidden, nice and tucked in into shelter. They do not want to take that fight whatsoever, and to be honest, understandably so, they want to survive as long as possible, but it does seem like Panda want to give them the easy way out, as GUNZ are going to go a little bit wider spread, and they do not want to get pushed inside of shelter.
Yeah, being stuck in shelter is difficult enough. Luckily, it's on the edge of the circle for the time being. The road blockages are coming through. Slime 4KT is down. I did notice as well that Fate lost a player at the hands of Conqueror, so that's putting them under more pressure on this hillside. You have Destiny to the eastern side, and you SUDOR to the west and south is NASR and Conqueror themselves. So I'm really keeping an eye on what Fate are going to be able to do to really possibly reclaim this second spot in the EMEA Championship.
Yeah, we'll see how things are going to come on through between all these teams. Continue picture in picture. Currently, the fight is going to be roaring up between GUNZ and Panda. Panda currently getting himself a one-on-one trade.
Oh, Roof is
the
not.
ring gauge. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of back and forth in this picture in picture. SUDOR also in a very strong spot, right? They currently got the highest, they got the tippity top of the mountain currently under control. I've been actually happily surprised with SUDOR's performances. Sure, they're in 11th, but for the first time we've seen this team at this scale, I think SUDOR can be very proud of how they play this game. Sure, it's nothing that's notable when you're looking on it on Wikipedia, but it's still something that, for the first time, this is still a very big surprise from SUDOR.
They started the tournament with a bang. Were very aggressive right off the bat. It was a very strong note to start on. They just couldn't really continue it. All the other teams around them. Frags are down to 2. Panda hunting them aboard. The pre-fire shots. GK first gets one knock. Now comes in onto Freak, looking for the squad onto the second place team. One knock comes through, but it's not enough. Panda hunt down the GUNZ. The second place team are out of the lobby. Fate, have you been able to keep an eye on the kill feed? Have you recognized that your opponents in front of you in the standings have been eliminated?
16 points. That is all Fate need, and they would catch up to GUNZ. Not sure exactly how many points GUNZ got that one. I don't know if they had any kills, but I'm going to say that they did not, as they were just completely destroyed in that position. So, yeah, that is actually achievable. We might actually see second position at the end of this game being taken away by Fate. Even potentially Konina Power, even they are in range to taking away that second spot from GUNZ. So, yeah, GUNZ dying this early is horrible for them, but an amazing opportunity for the teams that are underneath them in the standings. As now to the other fight going to have happening, that's going to be Futbolist versus Destiny. And Futbolist, they want to make sure they don't die, but as I say that, Futbolist, they take the L, the fattest L I've ever seen, in fact. As Conqueror is still in the game, we might also see another upset as Conqueror overtaking Futbolist at the end of this one. These are a lot of top teams already dying in this game.
There's money to be made, there's cash to be had in the standings right now between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, and these teams are fighting for. Down on the southern side of this phase 4, there's a cluster of teams on the hills down the south of Prison. You got Konina Power, you got SUDOR, you got 1218, and you've even got NASR Esports. 1218, Konina Power, they're fighting for the all elusive 2nd, 3rd place spot. As Zakana is not going to spot him out. Now he does. Nabo goes down, and NASR are eliminated.
Yeah, NASR feels bad, man. Seemed like trying to move away from Panda. Did work out for some time, but when it comes to getting to the late game, it did not help whatsoever. Konina Power, they're going to go for the push once again. We said it, right? This is a team that also could try and play spoilers for the likes of GUNZ. They are currently in range. They know for a fact that this is going to be a golden opportunity, but seem like they're not going to be starting this one off the best foot. One player knocked away. Nomi's going to be very wide, very spread away from the rest of the squad, away from Fashion Pioneer, also Gonzo. But 12-18, this is... Man, I keep saying, this is another team that's trying to fight for the top, but literally you got so many teams still in the running because it is that close. If you're in the top 5, you still have a chance of making it in the top 3. This is the level of competition that we love, Imperium. This is why we love esports, when it's this close at the end.
Hell yeah, and that was a very important kill from 1218, taking out Gonzo. He had the high ground vantage point, and another one comes out onto Fashi. It's actually third party, I believe, from SK Ton.
Sneak a little third party indeed, I agree. SK Ton trying to get an extra few frags here and there. It's 12-18. This is not an easy position to push, very clearly. But Axa and also Nomi, again, they're in nade range, hopefully soon enough. Panda and World of Wonder is going to have a little bit of back and forth. Panda seem like they're struggling a decent amount, as Lin and Katu will be out of the lobby, seem like rather quickly. But you see the circle currently on the top right of your screen. 50% of this circle has very little amount of teams, but it's going on downhill. It's such a hard position to play, so if the circle goes up north, it's going to be hard, but luckily enough, it's going to be still about 50-50. Destiny getting himself a kill. That's Team Unique out of the lobby. Destiny might have a decent chance, but they're still on that ridge. It's going to be a hard one.
where's this Destiny been all throughout the EMEA Championship? They win the last game and they come in here and
Yeah, I don't
on
know,
this
man.
final game of the day, they get 5 kills.
I mean,
and
they
they're
did lose the
looking
last
good on
game.
the eastern side. Well, okay, sorry, no, won the last game, but a very good result. My apologies, my apologies. They got a high amount of points. That's my point. Thank you for correcting me. I feel bad
Reeves
now.
wants to know your location. As my
Already
game,
pretty
mate.
much does, to be fair.
Yeah, Molly. Oh, no, apparently the Molly push from Fidan will not be working out. He's going to be pre-fired and instantly knocked away. Submission. The RICO Infinity still have 3. That's going to be Hero, Prestige, and also NASA. As Khalid was knocked away a little bit earlier in this engage on this back and forth. Not going to go any faster. This is very slow. You can feel the pressure for all of these teams. Normally these fights will be a lot more snappier, but they know the value of these fights and how important it can be in the overall rankings to close off this PMPL event. As Destiny eliminated.
Wow.
And we said that was not going to be an easy position, but 12-18 went in super aggressive, and the Conqueror actually helped that from the sidelines. So yeah, Destiny being out, that clears a lot of room, and 12-18 are instantly going to be snatching that for themselves.
I'll tell you what, 12-18 got a little bit of luck from that domino effect. Destiny did need to go in that direction. I don't know why they looked to chase Conqueror. To be fair, and that was the final game of the day. Navi go out in 9th. That should be enough points to get over the 300 mark as RICO Infinity gets a double knock on board. So good from Prestige.
Oh, Fate, no, that's horrendous. They had a chance to overtake GUNZ in second, and the fact that they lose so many players right here, right now, just might ruin all of their chances of taking away from GUNZ. What an upset, but they're down to only 1 player. He's going to be in this Harry Potter tower and trying to hide out.
In the vehicle.
The moment that smoke goes and dissipates, he is dead, Imperium. There's no way. They know he's there, and that's it. That's Fate eliminated in 8th position with not many kills to their count too. I don't think it's possible. I think that's them locked in 3rd, and now the teams down below, such as 12-18, Konina Power, might have a chance to overtake 3rd and even potentially 2nd at the end.
Oh, I feel bad for Fate, but at the end of the day, you just couldn't get it done. In the final game of the day, it's Conqueror being put under pressure between the Blue and Konina Power. The fight is still on for the CIS teams to make it in to the top 3.
We'll see if they can make it work on through. If we could have 2 or even 3, if Konina Power and 12-18 do well, that would be a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. CIS has been one of the favorites regions for sure coming into this gig. World of Wonders taking a little bit more control to the northern edge, a little bit of a wider spread, and then they do not have the man advantage to do so. Could be a little bit risky for the fights to come. But Nomi playing that rooftop so well. He knows he can't get pressured from the east, so he's just clearly going to take that advantage, get priority, get the information. As Reeves, once again, the sneaky man, is going to be here in the grass, waiting for time to strike.
Nice wrap around by 12-18. The circle does go to the west. All these teams have to move in now between Conqueror and 12-18. Konina Power were able to eliminate RICO Infinity. That gives them an angle to push in on the southern edge of the circle.
12-18 currently in 5th position. It comes up 221 points. It is possible for them to be 3rd or even 2nd if they get themselves a big performance, but they need to push it extremely far. He's currently looking for the kills on Conqueror. As he did get knocked down, if they can confirm it, that could be huge. It could be down to that 1 point difference we've been talking about since earlier. 12-18 sending Tulika a little bit further down. It seems like they really want to confirm those kills as quickly and swiftly as they can, but they've got to start thinking of closing off this game and trying to push themselves into the circle with Reeves. He's going to be striking and has the opportunity onto Tulika, but Tulika will be able to stand strong. And that's it for Reeves as he takes the L, and that's going to be Conqueror out in 4th. Only 3 teams remain, and this is Konina Power and also 12-18 still in the running. Can they both get themselves last second in the top 3? We'll have to wait and see.
Coming into the final game, Konina Power 230 points in 4th, 12-18, 221 in 5th place. So there is that points difference to divide them. Right now, 12-18 are 2 kill points ahead of Konina Power.
If we have 3 CIS teams in top 3, I don't know how I'm going to be able to close this one off, man. That will be utter domination in this PMPL EMEA event. So this circle, of course, talked about a little bit of a wider spread from World of Wonders. I like it. Recent, a little bit on the lower side. The new addition to the team has surprised me quite a few amount of times in this event. So I'm really happy with the new addition, despite keys going out. World of Wonders have a very strong future ahead of themselves. So the circle is going to be depending on this one. If it pushes 12-18 up towards Konina Power and World of Wonders, they're going to have a real hard time to close this game off.
The dip is helping Konina Power, but let's be fair, those dips are a big risk to nades. Yeah. And because 12-18 have been running and gunning quite heavily, they've been kind of replenishing the utility that they've been using across this game so far. So I would argue that the team that has realistically the biggest advantage of doing something in this late game, even if the circle goes away from them, is 12-18.
Yeah, very clearly they're looking as one of the top guys in this game. That crate could be used if you want to try and make a little bit of a makeshift compound with some cars do crash into there, explode them. That could be creating a little bit of a better anchor point to fight into phase 7. Talking about phase 7 is going to be coming up in just a few seconds time. But recently, yeah, that buggy crash is great for information gathering, going to be feeding that information to the rest of his team that's currently on the higher ground position.
God.
Is actually, oh, okay, that circle goes back down southeast. This is great for 12-18, and Konina Power and World of Wonders are going to get closer to each other, and they're also going to go downhill. This might be a 12-18 win to close it off.
But 12-18 need to make sure that they're positioned quite effectively. Have 2 to 3 players inside the circle spread out on the southwestern edge, and have the one player outside of the circle to try and catch people out and get information. At the end of the day, they're on the downhill slide, and that is a much better position to be in at the late stages. This hill is tricky enough, though. With a bit of cover, World of Wonders and Konina Power, they could find a way in.
Knock, knock. Who's there? It's us. Konina Power. We'll see if he can tear down that entire ridge line. 2 shots going to be exchanged. Axe actually going to be knocked out. That's great. World of Wonders actually going to be creating a huge opportunity at 12-18. They see that in the kill feed. They're like, okay, this might be our golden chance to not only take the win, but also frag it out pretty severely. Enjoy7 going to create a little bit of a further position for his team to try and play around. And he's going to be able to get himself in nade range. This is big. This might want to try and make sure you get rid of these players, but they're going to smoke it up. When you smoke it up, you're making yourself aware of the opposing team around you, so nades could be pretty easy to land inside those smokes.
You smoke around you, don't smoke on top of you. You look to create that angled defense on board as Enjoy7 steps up, looks for some shots onto Konina Power.
Man, I'm not even playing this game and I'm sweating buckets. This is so intense to close this one off. This might be a fight for second or third between 12-18 and Konina Power. World of Wonders trying to close this one off onto a good. No, what an aid! You must be kidding me, Tulika, you absolute legend with Zakonivor. They find closure to Konina Power. And 12-18 now making it over to top 2 with a lot of kills and extra positioning points. That is 12 positioning points minimum if they go in second, but they want that 15. They want the big boy points. They want to take the win. As World of Wonders get a huge smoke road, making those nades a lot harder to connect. For Zakonivor and that high ground position, that is so valuable to get the upset onto World of Wonders in their spot.
12-18, the most consistent team coming into the final day of the EMEA Championship, but their performances had slipped as other teams flourished. But now, in this final game, they have a chance to not only secure top 3 position, but even second place in the EMEA Championships behind their CIS counterparts, Navi. This is such a close way to finish this game.
I think that unfortunately, if you're looking to overtake second, they needed a lot more kills. I think that 8 is not going to cut it. I think we were looking here at double-digit kill counts. I think we're looking around 15. So that might not be in the realms of possibility, but third is definitely achievable. And then the Fate did go out relatively early in this game. And Konina Power already lost their life. And they are the ones that picked up the kill. That could have gone Tulika. Made it work out great. I love this position of Tulika Imperium. It's so good. It's just suffocating the entirety of World of Wonders. And now they're just going to be making a mini red zone on the top of the heads of World of Wonders. And they're just going to surround them one by one. It's going to be so hard for World of Wonders to try and take this one. Enjoy7, spotted away. 12-18, Zakonivor's going to be very careful. One Thompson bullet and you're gone. He's got to go for the kill very slowly but surely, as this is going to go even further. And World of Wonders are surrounded. There is no escape. You have to take the fight. Son HP will be the next one to fall. Only reason will be left to go, but that is not going to go any further, as that's going to be 12-18 to secure himself the very last win of this PMPL EMEA Championship. But the question is, like, normally you're focusing on Na'Vi, but have they made it? Did they secure themselves a third place off the back of this game? I have no idea. We're going to have to check on the standings, but this might be a clutch finish for 12-18 in this game.
What a way for them to close out the EMEA Championship. A fantastic result for them to finish first place, to control and dominate the eastern side of the map. 11 kills, 26 points in total. But like you said, has it been enough to secure that third place?
Oh, I'm a little bit unsure. I'll have to do the math, but you know I'm not too good at that one. But still, 12-18, you mentioned it too before that game find closure. This has been one of the most consistent team coming into this tournament. They have not been really surprising when it comes to secure himself the wins, but the consistency on a game-per-game basis has just been out of their minds. And 12-18 has been this team you mentioned that has been trying to qualify so many times, but now it seems like with all of those months and years of preparation, maybe 12-18 are ready for the international stage, and maybe they're ready for PMGC at the end of the year. 12-18 look ready, and they are stacked up for the next events to come.
I just can't believe that the EMEA Championship is over. Fantastic performance across the board from a number of teams, full of surprises, full of upsets, let's be fair. Team Unique really didn't live up to their name, didn't really live up to the pressure. Either did next Rüya, but whoever fell, there is teams there to claim the throne, to claim the spot across all of these games.
Oh man, Konina Power actually got so many points that game too. Sure, they did die in third behind 12-18, but they actually might be the team to
14,
be in third.
I think. I think they got 14 points in that game.
We need to check out the standings because I have no idea what's currently happening. That goes to show how close it is between this one. But when you have 3 CIS teams that are potentially all in top 3, it just goes to show that I think CIS are a little bit of the kings of the EMEA region as of currently. But at the end, we all know that that's going to be Na'Vi taking himself the champion spot for the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1. They have been flawless from start to finish. I've been really happy with Na'Vi, and once again, we saw their insanely great performance back in the PMGC back in Dubai, especially for the finals. And this team has just always been on top of their game. Though next year, I mean this year, maybe they're going to go for the #1 spot. Maybe they're going to be trying to be world champion at the end. If there's one EMEA team that can make that dream become reality, that's going to be Na'Vi.
Na'Vi, they're incredible. They started the finals, the EMEA finals, with a back-to-back chicken dinner. I said, write that check, my friends. And yeah, okay, they had a poor end to that day 1, but when you ramp it back up, day 2, day 3, it was theirs for the taking. And in this final set of games, they were just playing with their toys in that sense. They were just having fun, marking their territory, doing what they needed to do. And they held on to that top spot. They have just been personified across how they performed. Kitsune went over to NA last year and conquered NA. And now he's back in the CIS region with his previous teammate, Old Boy, from 2019. And they're conquering it all right in front of our eyes. Na'Vi are absolute giants.
Yeah, it's just the most stacked roster in the EMEA region by far. But hey, we got to keep talking once again. You know, Na'Vi confirming himself with an extra $40,000 in their pocket. But we were talking about 12-18. If they actually push himself up in third, they just won themselves an extra $11,000 off of this one game alone. That is a very, and I mean very expensive chicken dinner. You know what? Very expensive high-end restaurant at the end. We'll see. We'll have to check with the desk, and I'm sure they're going to be as hyped as myself and Imperium to try and check out who are going to be on our podium to close off this PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1 event. But before that, Imperium, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, as always, my friend. Thank you very much also to Span Cargo and Kalaris for joining us on this show. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the action that I hope you all enjoyed at home. And yeah, that's going to be it. Imperium, do you have any final words before we do chuck it over to the desk?
Just thank you for tuning in. Thanks for supporting PUBG Mobile Esports, and keep it going because there's a lot more to come throughout the year.
Well, there you have it. Thanks so much, ladies and gentlemen. We got so many questions that need and require answers. So you know what? We're going to go for the answers right away after this very short break. So stick around to check out the overall standings and who ends up in our top 3.
Have 12-18 done enough to grab a third place? And could it be a crazy amount of CIS dominance within this top three? We're going to have to wait and see. But before that, for one final time here on this last segment of the EMEA Championship, we must thank our amazing partners in Xiaomi, where you guys can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 5G phones that you see pictured in front of you. And my, oh my, guys, we have had a very enjoyable experience here at the EMEA Championship. It has been an up and down moment today that we probably didn't expect, right? We were all focused on Na'Vi and Fate and what they'd be able to do. But what we should be focused on is that Maxman still didn't give us what we asked for. We still didn't get what we needed. But for you guys at home, you might want to look at this. It's the PMCO. And that is your way to not be as terrible as Maxman is and everything he promised us. Because us here on the desk, we've done what we needed to do, right? We've rapped, we've breakdanced, we've shown that we're going to enter the PMCO. Tap dance as well.
We had a Panda visiting us.
We had a Panda as well. You know, we had it all. And do you know what also has it all? It is the PUBG Mobile Club Open. It's something that we use here to showcase the best PUBG Mobile players and squads among the 23 regions across the world. PMCO is regarded as the gateway in becoming a professional PUBG Mobile competitive gamer. So sign up together with your team and compete against others in your region, as we, as a three-man here, are looking for our fourth. And at this point, as Max has failed us, we might just have to take the Panda, you know?
Might as well.
Might as well. He does some cool actions, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the Panda has some great moves, definitely. I mean, and he is not afraid by being poked by the stick.
He's definitely not being afraid of being poked by that stick. But some teams that were afraid of other teams within this lobby. And let's take a look at this match ranking. It was the final game of the day, and we saw 12-18 grab 26 points there in total, with World of Wonder stepping it up as well, getting 18 alongside him. And Konina Power there on 14th. Conqueror as well, point after point. In these last few games, they really did bring their A game. We've got to give them some credit for that one.
Yeah, definitely. But it was a little bit too late, sadly, because there was some really good games from here towards the end. But we wanted to see that from the start. That's what we needed as well, and they needed it. But seeing Team 12-18 on the top there, that's a lot of points. They needed that. Remember, they were fighting for the top 5 there. We had a lot of teams up there that were fighting together. Konina Power, another one of those teams that were up there fighting for that kind of spot.
Yeah, these points, what we can see here, the only thing is for certain, I mean, the end results are not for granted. So it was so close with the, let's say, out of the top 3 and maybe some places on the top 3 as well. But I mean, it's a very tight situation, like below the top 2 teams or something like that. So these points are going to be very meaningful. I mean, 14 points for Konina, but they definitely needed the points. Of course, 12-18 as they have been suffering earlier on the day. So these 26 points is going to be interesting to see how far they will be actually popping on the scoreboard. And also Panda making all the way on the 6th place as well. They had some nice strategies there, locking down the players from GUNZ to the shelter.
Let's have a look at page 2 as well and see how the other teams did throughout this final game. 6 games that went in a crazy quick fashion here today. We saw Na'Vi ended up with, they grabbed 4 points.
They needed 3.
Tixie at the end, you know, solo player trying to make his way through. Of course they managed to get it done to go over and get what you needed for us. So that 300-point dream was kept alive.
I'm happy about that. Now we can sleep well tonight. We do see GUNZ going out there, though, on a 15th place with 0 kills. That means 0 points for him in this game. This was the first one they bombed out. Remember, the worst game they had today, except for this one, was a 3rd place with 7 kills. They've been so consistent today. I'm just overwhelmed with how good they've been playing.
Yeah, let's see how expensive it's going to be for them having that 0-point game. But I mean, that's where the Panda shine. I mean, GUNZ, they were just completely surprised by the crash coming from Panda, and it just didn't go well, as we can see from the points.
That's one thing, right? Panda, we may have criticized them for obviously not performing to the level we expected them to perform, but when they do want to get aggressive, when they do want to go confidently crashing into teams, they upset people's days and probably their tournaments at this point.
I gotta say, look at Panda though. They're one of the teams that actually has the best breaches throughout the whole tournament. Time after time, when they do those kind of breaches, we see them actually doing it really well executed from start to finish without losing people. While we don't see that much from other teams. Usually the other teams, they don't even want to crash. But Panda is a team that's not afraid to do it, not even in circle 1 or 2 even.
Yeah, I mean, what they did on the last game, of course, they didn't do it as much, but still, there was some similarities. What we see from Team Unique on the last game, they were making the impact on the games and the points for the top teams, and now Panda did the same for the GUNZ as well.
Now, there's one thing, right, that we cannot shy away from here. We know who the champions are straight away. So let's do a big congratulations here to Natus Vincere, who dominated from start to finish. Your overall champions here for the PMPL EMEA Championship. A squad here of 5 players that dominated from start to finish. There were a few moments where we may go, oh, okay, maybe there was a chance for other teams to battle in, but no matter what, they started off the opening 3 days with 2 chicken dinners a day, which happily pushed all the competition away. Old boy wasn't even needed at the end. He showed his face, you know, he was like, you know, I am the superstar, you know, I am the big fragger, I'll step it up, but it wasn't even needed for them to beat the rest of the competition. We have to be very proud of what they achieved.
Yeah, this squad is on another level compared to the other teams right now, and it consists of Matic, Miku, Kitsune, Tixu, and Oldboy. All them together. It doesn't matter who is playing. They're all always making sure that they're getting those points. They're always making sure they get those results that is needed to make themselves that number 1. They want to be number 1 or they're going to be top 15. But this time they are number 1.
Yeah, the interview definitely. They kept their promise that that's what they were aiming for. I mean, first day, the 2 matches, definitely a great start as we saw. Then there was a small slump after that one. But on the second day, when we had Fade also like joining the party as well, I had some thoughts about it. But then I think the day 3, day 4 today, I mean, they have been just unstoppable and they definitely deserve all of this.
And this is now them being the 2 times EMEA champions, right? That is a huge testament to their ability to not even come back, right, but show that the fact that they can do this consistently in and out of the game, no matter how much time has passed. And also a team here that you will say, right, when you look at it, they have it all, because today they played it so smart. You mentioned at the beginning, Froz, the fact that they were able to come in there, hunt them down on the side of Fate and say, you know what? We're going to mess your game up, and we're going to make sure not only you may not even be able to get second place, but potentially drop down further. They were making sure that their competition was having no chance.
They were not leaving anything to Fate. They were just taking care of everything themselves. They knew what they needed to do, and they did it.
Yeah, it was a very smart move. I mean, basically, if you think it from the Navi's point of view, they made that one move on the first game, and it basically had 0 impact on their gameplay. And on the other maps, they didn't really do that much. I mean, Fade was just like suffering from the psychological results of that, and Fade was just keeping their gameplay on. But Fade definitely, I think that we saw in the last 2 games that they were getting a little bit better results. They were like recovering from the start a little bit. But I think the 4 first matches of today, Fade was having a very much troubles, like thinking what Navi is going to be doing. Yeah. And I think that they were too much concentrated on Navi instead of playing their own gameplay. But as we have spoken on the past, Fade, at least on my books, it hasn't been the team that can really execute if there's like enemies on the hair, on the closer range. And that's what Navi did. They came very close, and Fate just felt that they don't have the space anymore, and that's kind of like, that messed the whole team up for them.
The pressure of the Navi Nation was too much. And actually, on that, right, the Navi Nation today as well was a big day for this team in general and this organization, because they went away from this Navi Nation and they've now gone with a new hashtag as well. It's Obsessed We, something else they're bringing out into the playing field. It's a different way as they go to change their colors and change their ways, but certainly a team we want to focus on. But I also got to look at the rest of the standings here, because the overall rankings today were so up and down other than this first spot. Ooh. And we went and saw Fate go from second place, where they were hoping to challenge Navi, all the way down to 5th, as GUNZ ended in second, with a 3rd place going to another CIS team in Team 1218.
That is just amazing to see how GUNZ Esports will be able to pull themselves up together on the last day here and make themselves get to that 2nd place. Sure, it's not a win, but in my books, it's a win to get that 2nd place, to play this well as they have done here in the last day. That shows you what they can bring, that they're ready. They want to be on the international stage. They want to be one of the big boys. They want to be in the big leagues. That's where they belong.
Yeah, if I'm completely honest, if somebody would have told me yesterday that GUNZ is going to be in the 2nd place today, it didn't seem that it's going to be the case, but did happen, and definitely a great play from GUNZ. But also got to be happy about 12-18. They had their weak moments, and on the last game, they finally like came alive and saved what was available. And I mean, Konina Power only 3 points behind, Fade Esports only 9 points behind. So it was a very close battle all the way from the 3rd, 5th, and the 12-18, they just claimed the space back again to them.
They didn't want to let it slip away. That's the main thing. We'll look at how the other teams did within our overall rankings here at the EMEA Championship as well. As we watched NASR, at one point they were in 16th place. They hold on to 9th place today. They weren't able to step it up and go further beyond that, but they did at least not end in 16th place, how it could have been at one point throughout this tournament. Destiny as well coming through, grabbing that 10th place slot. And Panda, it's been a lot of up and downs. It's been a lot of conversation around this team. They will not be happy, but they won't be completely disappointed.
I mean, from all of the teams, we've seen some amazing plays. It doesn't matter which team we would be talking about, and that's the important thing. No one really struck out. Everyone did their best. They showed us that they belong here. Not just they qualified and earned a spot here, but also that they do belong here. They've been playing really well. It happens that sometimes you do slip up. Sometimes you just don't get those games that you need to have.
And at the start of the event, we also spoke about the different timings of the qualifiers. Some teams qualified already on February,
yes.
Some even earlier, and some just like a couple of weeks ago. And still these guys are on the same level. So that just shows that teams even, which got the spot like 4 months ago, 5 months ago. I think there was some question marks. Are they going to be able to keep the competition level the same as it was then? Because there was also teams which hasn't been really showing up on the scrims or anything like that since then. There was a lot of question marks, but definitely these teams, they've been holding their performance, and now they have showed what they got.
Now, guys, we came into this thinking it was going to be maybe Tixi walking away with this MVP performance. You know, he was looking great, especially considering Na'Vi were getting this first place. But you don't have to be the first place team in order to grab this MVP spot. As an individual player, you can step up beyond belief, and especially on a team that were fighting for huge amount of points across today. So it is my pleasure to announce that it is me from Konina Power that manages to grab the MVP award here, plus all the extra cash that goes alongside it, with a huge amount of average damage being put up there. And across all the games we saw across these 4 days, 2.12 kill average, which, okay, when you look at it, you go 2 kills per game, even when you're doing bad, that's not bad at all.
That is definitely not bad. If you think about it, we played 24 games just from 2.12 alone. That's going to give you over 50 points on the kill points alone from one player.
And it's not only about the kills. I mean, it's also the damage, it's the survival time, just like Maxman actually told during the last map. There's a lot of qualities that we are looking from the player when we are looking at the MVP. It's not only about the kills, it's also about the, especially the average time survived, because that means that that's going to be the time that you're going to be able to help your team to get those placements.
Yeah, and also, we noticed this from plenty of the other teams that have been able to survive longer. That average server time that you can put in there can grab you those extra placement points, even when the rest of the team have gone, that might help your team in the end be able to jump up plenty of placements like we saw today for Konina.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta pull out the heal strat, and you just gotta do what you gotta do to get those placement points for your team. And that's some part of the team play there. You gotta be able, it's a team effort in the end though. Everybody's giving their meds to one guy, making sure that guy can stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, I think definitely the average survival time is also one of the main reasons why we didn't choose Kailaris into our team, because I mean, he can't survive 4 minutes on the server. So I mean, if he could be pulling those numbers like 19 minutes and getting those stats as well, like sure, but yeah, only with less than 4 minutes, no way.
We best deep dive right into Maxman's stats as well, right? Just to make sure his average server time slightly higher than what we're seeing from Kailaris overall.
Yeah, I mean, where is his stats?
Yeah, Max.
Yeah, screenshot is needed, but I mean, he's talking so much, so he's got to be alive for a long time, because I mean, that's a sign that you're being alive.
Yeah, communication, right, can be the key to success throughout all of this. But overall, guys, 4 days have gone oh so fast here at the EMEA Championship, and it has proven this EMEA region has been very dominant from start to finish. Maybe the kings of the hill in terms of Na'Vi in general, the CIS region, but there's still a lot of fight across the whole side of the EMEA. What has been your highlight throughout the entire event here for us?
Oh, I gotta go with the first game. Na'Vi coming out so strong and putting the bar so high straight away. And I mean, they never slowed down, more or less. Even though they had a few bad games, they just kept on going.
Yeah, I think the highlight is definitely Na'Vi. But also, I mean, when I look at the individual performances, the first thing that comes out of my head is the Tixi getting those guys down from Conqueror on the Miramar. Was the second day when he had the 3 guys taken down. So that is definitely one single highlight from one play, if I have to name one.
For me, right, I would actually put, for my personal highlight of the tournament overall, is looking at just the bounce back from some of these teams. I feel like some teams came in and they just never gave up. Because we were looking at this and you tried to obviously do some of the calculations like you guys did on the statistics of average points and what they're able to do here. But there were teams that caught us from completely left field. And I think in that regard, I got to give it up to GUNZ. Because GUNZ came in here, right? You were praising them. We know what they've done within their own region. And then their first couple of days you thought, oh God, like, okay, you had some moments, GUNZ, but it could have been really rough for them. And then look where they end themselves up with. That on its own is an impressive statement of them as a team and of the fact that they never gave up, right? And they can always fight back within it.
I gotta agree with that. I mean, I never doubted them though. I knew
of course,
it.
I know we knew you were singing their praises all day long, right? But how silly would you have looked, right, if that had not happened? If they hadn't had that tenacity and that fight within them to make all the magic happen here. God, guys, I can't believe we're done. I can't believe it's all over. Can you?
Can't we just continue?
We could.
I want to just keep on going.
The fifth day, we'll just extend the tournament. It's like, sorry, Navi, you're not champions right now. You need to play 6 more games tomorrow, randomly, out of nowhere. But guys, that is it. We are done. It is all dusted for. Any closing thoughts for us?
It's been amazing to be here, to be part of the EMEA Championship here, be able to look at all these games and be able to break them down for everybody at home there.
Yeah, same for me as well. It has been an amazing journey, definitely being here and seeing all these matches, being able to see the coverage, bring the coverage as well, and of course, huge thanks to all the viewers as well.
Certainly, certainly. That is it, guys. We are done. The EMEA Championship is over, but make sure you're keeping an eye out for the PMCO. Make sure you're keeping an eye out for all the other teams and seeing what they can do throughout the PUBG Mobile esports world. Keep your eyes tuned on everything that's going on around you, and most importantly, have fun when you're playing PUBG Mobile. We'll see you on the next broadcast.